comfy, comfy. Hi, guys. How's it going? So happy to be here. I have so much to talk about. Holy crapola. I even made a special video for today. Look at me being so into my job. I made a YouTube video for us to watch together of a stream I saw today. And I was like, it was a 2.5 hour stream. So I cut it down to all the sections I want to talk about. And it's going to be a lot. King Cash says, hey, I can't find your Adam 22 Lena the Plug interview breakdown. It's because I didn't clip it. It's not clipped, so you have to be a member to see it. So all live shows, after they go private, after I'm done being live, they go to members only because memberships help fund my work. So if you guys want to become members, you can get the behind the scenes. You have to join Open with Boundaries. So make sure you join the right tier. Open with Boundaries, you have to be a member, and you can see that. I did not clip that review as far as I remember, unless right? I didn't clip it. Is that, hold on, let me double check. Yeah, I think I just didn't clip it. Brittany, Simon, Lena, the blog. Yeah, it's because I'm pretty sure it's on the live shows. Let's look at the playlist. Pesto live shows. Let's see. Oh, wow. I've done a lot of friggin' live shows. Okay, hold on here. Jonah Hill situation. Let's talk about boundaries, engaged, panel. Pretty sure Lena's here. Lena. Okay, yeah. So let's talk about Lena and Adam 22. It's a members only live show. If it didn't get clipped, it didn't get clipped. So if you guys want to see that, you have to be a member. Hello, everyone. Okay, first of all, I need you guys to know a story about these earrings. If nobody knows, I got these at a BDSM convention. They're real butterfly wings, ethically sourced. And, yeah, they're beautiful. I really love these earrings. One of my favorite things. And then I think somebody called me a bumblebee. Let me tell you something, Tiger. When I was in homeschooling, when I was 14, we got to go to like our homeschooling prom. That was a thing. I told you I was part of a homeschooling organization, so I had tons of friends growing up. Not just neighborhood kids, but like homeschooling kids, like hundreds and hundreds of kids that we all hung out together, went on field trips together. Some of us know each other to this day. Some of them married my siblings. Some of them married into the family. Some of them are like, we just know them. You know, we've known them for 30 years. And, what's it called? I went and picked out my prom dress, and the prom dress I decided on was a bumblebee themed prom dress. And everyone at the moment was like, don't get this dress. It looks like a bumblebee. What are you doing? I was like, that's why I like it. And so I got a bumblebee dress. I was secretly dating this boy, but we weren't allowed to tell people we were dating. And another girl asked him out, and it's homeschooling, so he has to say yes to her. So I watched my boyfriend go with somebody else to our prom because we couldn't tell people we were dating. So I asked another boy out, and he brought me a bumblebee from Winnie the Pooh stuffy to go with my dress. And I rocked that dress, let me tell you. And then that same night, not only did I have a date and my boyfriend was with another girl, but that same night, another boy, because it was my birthday weekend, played me a song on the piano. So, you know, your girl got them homeschool boys around her finger. It was the bumblebee dress, girl. 14-year-old Brittany with a bumblebee dress. I have pictures. Wait. Do I have any pictures on my computer? I don't think I have any photos on my computer of the dress, but let me check in my Brittany folder. I have like a Brittany folder of all these past photos I've shared. I have pictures from that bumblebee dress. Wait, do I have it anywhere? Anyways, in public school, I wore the dress around. It was spaghetti strap, so I got dress coded sometimes or like warned. And then eventually I volunteered the dress to be used in a slaughter Halloween home because I was in drama club in public high school. I went for 2 years and it got sacrificed to a haunted house. Shoot, okay, I don't have this dress in any of my folders, so I lied. But I have them in like little photo albums and stuff. It's so interesting, you know. how everyone always doubts me when they're like, don't do this, Brittany. But they didn't know my little neurodivergent heart was going to want to be a bumblebee. Like everyone's sitting there like, don't you want a normal prom dress? Do I look like I want to do anything like a normie? Do I look like I want to do anything like a normie? No. The answer is no, which coincides perfectly with today's subject matter. Y'all, let me tell you, I am so lucky that I am on parts of the internet that are so healthy when it comes to mental health, like so thoughtful when it comes to mental health awareness, so encouraging and validating and optimistic, and so just you can get better attitudes, because these are people who make an effort to actually help people. You know, when I did DBT and I learned that Dr. Marsha Linehan, that was her work, like her big contribution to the world, a person who suffered from borderline, who was hospitalized and institutionalized, a person who got out of that institution only to really challenge herself with getting a higher education and then creating a system that worked for people like me. You know that we are the people who are going to help ourselves the most, right? Leave it to the neurodivergents to help other neurodivergents. Leave it to the people with personality disorders to help people with personality disorders. Now, of course, there are other people who don't have these things who are also very helpful in the community, like Dr. Kirk Honda. We're going to cover his work today. Now, my goal, ultimately, is to create a space here where I show you guys that you can get better, where I can encourage you to get better. You know, I caught up with Farm Brother today. You know, we had our little morning, weekly call. He was on his way home from jiu-jitsu, and I was editing this video that we're going to watch together. And I was telling him, I was like, bro, I'm on a part of the internet that is so insane. And I was telling him, not you guys, obviously, but I was telling him, I was like, these people literally think like people fight and people cheat and it's just normal. And he's sitting here like, well, man, if you give yourself into temptation, sure, but like it's your job not to do that, right? You are responsible not to do that. And I also said, I noticed that it's also like really afraid. There's like a fear part of this spot on the internet that is so interesting to me, and every part of the internet has it. If you go into politics, like everyone is so afraid. They're afraid of trans people. They're afraid of conservatives. They're afraid. Everyone's just so afraid. And then there's a part of the internet that I'm on where people they're not as afraid. They're afraid of things, sure, but they're not riddled with paralyzing fear. If they see someone having a panic attack or having an episode or getting triggered, they're just like, okay, yeah, sure. Look at the way the world's reacting because Britney Spears is doing a little dance with some knives. Y'all have never played with knives and it shows. The idea, right, that we live in a world where, for me, I'm just like, oh, look at that. And for other people, they're like, oh my God. And I'm like, calm down. And they're not even the people with the panic disorders. They're the other people. It's like, it's so interesting how many people are uncomfortable around certain people. And I always say, if you're uncomfortable and you're riddled with fear, like you're not supposed to be here, right? In situations where everyone's afraid, you got to be the one who's not afraid, And often, sometimes in situations, it's the person who just has an experience with somebody. If you look on the internet and you compare, let's say, Dr. Ramani's work. Do you guys know Dr. Ramani? She covers like narcissism, NPD. And then if you look at Dr. Kirk Honda's work, he covers, reality TV shows and talks about where they could be. And he does like pop culture stuff. He is somebody who, when he talks about people with narcissistic personality disorder, it's very much like, this is a horrible burden. This is the worst thing that ever could happen. This is a very intense mental health issue. It's so sad. I've helped people with narcissism. He'll say that I really have a lot of compassion for them. He suffers with them, in a big way, because that's what compassion means. And I want to be like that. I want to have enough empathy and sympathy and understanding. And I'm not there yet. I'm only 34, and even though I have somebody in my life that I'm almost positive has NPD, I can't diagnose them, obviously. It is incredibly difficult, okay? It is incredibly difficult, assuming that's what it is. It could be something else, right? But it is one of those things where you read all these books on narcissism and you become afraid. Oh my gosh, what if I'm with a narcissist? Even yesterday, I was telling a story about an ex-boyfriend, and you guys were like, he's a narcissist, right? No, narcissism as a personality disorder is incredibly rare. And when you do have it, it's very much a burden. It's very difficult. Now, again, I am not Dr. Kirk, so I don't have the empathy that he has in dealing with people with narcissism, because like it's overwhelming. You guys know it's one of the trigger words on the internet. If you go to Dr. Ramani's work, She is so fearful of NPDs. They'll never get better. I've never seen them get better. She's so negative. I had to stop watching her work because the last thing you want to hear as a patient from a therapist is that you're never going to get better. And so again, I might have borderline, but if I heard that from a therapist, and some therapists believe that. Some therapists do believe you'll never get better with borderline. Some people doubted Marsha Linehan's work. And I want to make it clear here that I'm on the side of you can get better. That's the only side I want to be on because that's the only side that actually is going to help humanity, right? So when I look at Dr. Ramani, I literally had to stop watching her work because it was so riddled with fear. It's too much negative energy, right? So love the way Dr. Kirkhanda talks about mental health and how you can get better. And so we're going to watch a little bit from him. And then we're going to go into this video I created because after talking to Merck yesterday, I had this really nice, because Merck and I can see a part of each other that's able to humanize one another. And also neither of us want to change each other. When you get two people in the room that have no desire to move each other in a direction in the purest of sense, it's really easy. Even when Merck pushed back a little bit. And she was like, do you think you're limiting yourself? And I was like, nah. And we talked about that. Even that, see how we don't want to change each other, but we still want to ask questions that might sound like we're pushing each other? I think the reason Merck and I got it so along is Merck's on her own journey and I'm on mine. I cannot ask this woman to be different than who she is. She's in her mid-20s. She's exactly where I think she should be in her mid-20s, especially with childhood trauma. So many people came from Merck and said, she's so immature. She's so in her childhood. Look at her. She's like a kid. And I was like, yeah, when I say these spaces are so uneducated when it comes to mental health, guys, she has childhood trauma. She has borderline. She was assaulted as a child. What do you think's going to happen? Do you think that doesn't stunt your growth? And then the irony is that kids who are stunted are also parentified or held with a lot of maturity. So that's why she was also told her whole life, you're really mature for your age. Look at the way you handle yourself. Look at the way you can hold down jobs and do your life. Yeah. In so many ways you are stunted and in so many ways you are mature. It's why it's a red flag to me when I see age gap relationships and the older person's they're so mature for 19. They're so mature for 20. They're so mature for 25. Are they mature because they were parentified as a teenager, had to learn how to survive, and it's actually just their trauma that they haven't unpacked yet? And when you start to unpack it, you want to actually have a childhood? Is that what's happening? Right? Is that actually what's happening? So we're not excusing bad behavior, and I don't think Merck was either. I think she's willing to handle the consequences of her actions, much like eating at Chipotle. Look, I don't know if it's going to give me a tummy ache today, but I'm still going to try. I'm still going to do it, girls. So again, the idea that I want to push out to you guys is, in middle of a healing process, you're going to make mistakes. In the middle of a normal life, you will make mistakes. It's so funny on this part of the internet how we try to hold people in their 20s much more accountable than people in their 30s or 40s or 50s. It's really weird. Have you guys noticed that? And it's because the young people are the ones with the shenanigans, but in their defense, they're 10 years younger than all of us. In their defense, they're literally younger than all of us. So it's interesting that people are trying to hold people in their 20s more accountable than millennials were ever held accountable without the internet. Please. Millennial communities were some of the most destructive, homophobic, and racist communities growing up. And I know, because I was there. And it just wasn't on the internet. And that was our saving grace. And we got a chance to be reckless and horrible without the internet exposing us. And now these younger generations, well, they got the internet, so we're going to all watch it. But to pretend like we were any better in our 20s, girl, I don't want to hear it. We were the generation of South Park. We were the generation, okay? I don't want to hear it. So again, when I see people go for Merck and they say I'm not trying to make you change. I'm not trying to change who you are. But they're obviously condescending. They're obviously trying to make her change. They're obviously not accepting where she is. They're also not accepting where they're at. It's a projection, a distortion from their own viewpoint. It's their own insecurities being pushed onto other people. It's their own insecurities, right? And they're asking, really what they're asking Merck is what they should be asking themselves. And then on top of that, someone brought up a really good point, and I'll show it in the video clip I had, which is we run into the very human dilemma of thinking, I just don't want people to make the same mistakes I did. Look, as an older sister, as somebody who is going to watch her siblings make a lot of mistakes, sure, It stresses me out. Sometimes I even cry because I'm like, oh no. Oh, they're going to be so hurt after this. They're going to feel so much pain, and they have to. It's their journey. The same way I wanted agency in my life to fuck up, they need agency to fuck up. So you can judge them, you can condemn them, but God damn it, stay out of their business. It's so self-righteous to get on your high horse in your 30s and 40s and 50s and look down on people in their 20s and be like, man, I just really think you could be fucking up your life. And I was like, sir, look in the mirror. Okay? Look in the mirror. And so it's one of those things where I want people to understand that from my perspective, as an older sister, it is my responsibility not to smother my siblings, but to encourage them to seek out answers and make their own mistakes and to get their own life lessons from them. Because that's what our parents did to us, right? Our parents smothered us with their fears. The world smothered us with their fears. And so we don't need that from our peers. That rhymes. We don't need that from our peers. Especially not people who are being incredibly self-righteous and condescending about it. And you are. The idea that in the debate space they have any kind of narrative associated with, I want you to think differently, but I'm not trying to change you, girl. I want you to think differently. But you don't have to change. You just need to mind your business. I would love it if my parents could think of homosexuality different so they could change. When we think about things differently, it changes us. It changes us. If Dr. Ramani could believe that narcissists could get better, it would change her. But because she doesn't believe they can get better, it makes her bitter. When you think of something, when you believe something, when you know something's a possibility, it should change you. It's why they want Merk to change. It's why now, before going into the conversation with Merk, I didn't see her other content. I just saw her conversation with Kyla. So I went on her kick last night and I watched her stream. And to be honest with you, like, she is so talented in her work, but she is so mean. And the meanness does come from that place in her that is so honest. She has this like dark humor about her, the kind of humor, honestly, that I would feel very safe having with friends who know you don't mean it. The dilemma with Merk is like, what's a character? What is her? And I don't think it's any of our business. If Kick wants to kick her off their platform, if people want to ban her, that's her journey. Just like with Sneeko. If he wants to burn every bridge he has, like, let him burn it. Let him make his own mistakes. Let him be that person. Why are you worried about what Sneeko is doing? And you can say, I'm worried because of the way he's influencing culture. I think fear also influences culture. And I think if you don't teach your kids to handle a Sneeko, it's your fault. Because Sneeko is the least of your worries. Andrew Tate is the least of your worries. There's actually, like, they're bad. They're horrible. I agree with you. But when it comes to real life adulting, they're making content for adolescents. So eventually you have to grow past them. And that is why you have to have role models that can guide you. But honestly, between poverty and taxes and inflation and just, food prices, I mean, please, okay? Okay? Like, we have other things to worry about. And on top of that, you're going to like move the responsibility to content creators, which is like, fine, you can do that. So I saw Merk last night in her stream and some of her jokes were mean. Like, I was like, oh, and she even said she would catch herself. She's like, fuck, that was mean, right? Like, or like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Or like, she'll like, fuck. Like, she'll catch herself, but she says it really fast. She'll say it really fast. It's almost like the thoughts you have in your head when you're trying to be like clever. Sometimes like I'll do that with my siblings where, one of my siblings fluctuates with weight, and we all have in the family. The joke is, if you haven't gotten fat once in your life and then gotten skinny again, like, have you lived? So everyone in my family, like, not everyone, but a lot of us have experienced like getting fat and getting skinny again. And we always joke with our siblings, we're like, and we send each other like fat memes. And I know for other people, absolutely harmful. Even for part of my fat journey, I was like, hey, I can't handle the jokes. And my family was like, what do you mean you can't handle the jokes? I was like, I'm too fragile. And they're like, oh my God. And I was like, yep, I'm too fragile, bros, but do it after. And after I got a little bit better with my mental health, I could handle the fat jokes. And again, not everyone can handle it. But that's what Merk's humor reminds me of. It kind of reminds me of like the kind of humor you can only have in a safe space. Because if you're in any way vulnerable, it could be very painful. And I can understand that. So like there was a part of me that's like, oh, that's really going to hurt someone's feelings. That's really going to make someone really hate themselves tonight. And at the same time, if it's said to the right crowd, it's really going to make someone feel seen. It's, sometimes that's the struggle with humor. Some humor can make you feel so human, even though the same humor for someone else can make them feel so awful. And so that's why I say, like, you need to have a sense of responsibility to what you feel humanized by, and you need to know how to humanize yourself first and foremost. And that really begins with knowing that you can get better. And sometimes getting better means different tools for you, and sometimes that means dark humor, right? So I think there's a lot that's been happening, you know, with these conversations that has just really stood out to me. And I'm kind of like, oh, look at this. So what I want to do is I first want to show you a video of Dr. Kirk Honda and how he talks about just some of the mental health things you might happen, like you might go through in life. He's reviewing a video for Love is Blind, but that doesn't matter. In this section, he's just talking about mental health. And listen to the way he talks about it as just a matter of fact. And then we'll move into this video I made about, it's a panel with Wick and a woman named Aurora, and they have a conversation with Merk, and I cut it down so it's out of context, so watch the original stream. I'll link it at some point in the video. And I just want you to see like why Merk got upset. And you know, it's so funny because people were like, hey, careful with Merk, be careful, she treated Wick horribly, look at what she did to Kyla. Why don't you think it happened with me? We had disagreements. We went back and forth. We weren't trying to change each other. And I mean that in the most authentic way. I mean, literally, the way, you know how you get a conservative who's like, I'm not trying to change you, but I just don't understand this gay thing. Can you explain it to me? And then as you try to explain your gayness to them, they're like, no, that doesn't make sense. No, I don't get it. They're not actually open. They just want to pretend they're open so they can say, I tried having the conversation with you. Don't you think being gay makes you sort of a PDF file? Don't you think being gay it comes from trauma? Don't you think being gay, and you hear that enough, you're like, bro, shut up. Yeah, I'm only asking questions. I'm only asking questions. You have no intention to change, and you want to change the person you're talking to. This idea that people want to get to know people is such a facade on the internet. You want to get to know people? Get to know yourself. Get to know yourself. That's all you can do. And that is what Merk has been saying, at least in this interview, and you'll see some of it. And that is what I've been saying. And look, Merk is 26. Leave her the fuck alone. Let her go through her journey, bros. Merk is literally on a very specific journey, and she's in middle of it. How dare these people who are over 30 up until their 40s judge somebody who's doing the work? Just so hilarious. As if she's supposed to be perfect. She has literal BPD and childhood trauma. Oh, I'm sorry that a 26-year-old who was literally sexually assaulted by a father figure might be stunted in her growth a little bit. You fucking condescending cunts. Anyway, see, I want to channel in Dr. Kirk Honda. He's so much better than I am. He's such a good person. And I'm edgy. I'm edgy, okay? He's so calm, and he's like, everybody is on a journey. And I'm just sitting here like, everyone's on a journey. I just want to fight for people. My sense of injustice is so like loud today, where I'm like, this place on the internet that says to care is so self-righteous. No, the person with childhood trauma is stunted. I'm shook. Oh no. Sound with the 1090 or 999 super chat. Thank you so much. Heck yeah, Brittany, send me whatever tea is inspiring you the last few days. You're really hitting some rooted values from my POV. Cheers and thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for the super chat. Considering most of these people have only slightly matured a few years into their 30s, please sit down. Literally sit down. Let's see. I am between Gen Z and Millennial. I experienced the worst of both generations. I saw the super fast change in technology in my teens. As I'm reaching my 30s, I'm just starting to mature. I think that's so normal now, right? We can't really protect others from themselves. I agree with you on this, Brittany. Each path is their own. We can only suggest. And if the horse still won't drink, we showed our concern. The smothering thing, I don't know what that's. Oh, I think that's your helicopter parent gen. 70s and 80s were free roamers. Yeah, so my parents are 60s. They're 60s years old. Like they're 60 and 60, 62 and 63, I think. 61 and 62. They're in their 60s. So they're definitely like very like fearful, and they're also religious, right? So they're very much like they're very much like, oh my gosh, you're going to go to hell. Please let me save you. Like, please let me. And I'm like, phew, you're smothering me, bro. Listen, when my sibling calls me and they're having a problem with money and they don't know how to spend it, or they're struggling, or guys, I've literally like, one time my sibling was in debt and they needed to get out of it. And I said, hey, I want you to get out of debt. I'll pay your rent if you get your debt down. And they're in their 20s, you know, like mid to early 20s, right? Like 23, 24 at the time, whatever. And did they do that? Did they pay down their debt? Or did they get into more debt partying with their friends? Because that was their journey. Now, my obligation to myself is not to give them any more money. So I told them, I was like, oh, I paid your rent for a very long time. And they finally told me, hey, I have to tell you something. I haven't been paying down my debt. I've been spending that money, like $600 a month on partying with my friends. And I'm like, oh, okay, now what? Do you know what's going to happen? And they're like, no more money. I was like, no more money. Never again. You may face homelessness now, or you can go home to mom and dad, or you can call another sibling, but no more Bank of Brittany. I love you so much. Good luck, buddy. Good luck, bro. I love you. And that is my limit. I will help you. But eventually, bro, you're going to have to face the consequences of your own actions. I'm not mad at him. I mean, I was a little emotionally upset at the time, but I'm an older sister, and I know young people be having a journey. I know old people who do this. I know people in their 50s and 40s and 60s who do this to people. And they were never taught the lesson of being cut off. And now we will cut them off. I love you. Now you got to figure it out on your own. I was happy to help. You know, everyone always says, oh, I wish I just had a parent who would help me pay my bills. Even when you do have people help you out, sometimes you don't learn the lesson of gratitude until you don't actually have someone who helps you out. So hopefully he learns. And if he doesn't, what are you going to do? Right? He has other people to reach out to. He's a good person, but he's a 24, 25, 26-year-old. Like, he's a kid. And he's just figuring it out. Has no idea what to do with his career. Has no idea what to do with his life, right? I look at my other siblings, same age range. Everyone's like a year apart. The ones from like, you know, all in their 20s still, they're kids. They have jobs. Some of them make 40 grand. Some of them make 90 grand. And all of them are still living like teenagers. Because that seems to be most people right now. I didn't hit real maturity until I hit my 30s. I don't think my siblings will either. And I think that's just how it goes for most people I know. We're all kind of big kids right now. I mean, look at the people I hang out with on the internet. You think we're all not a bunch of big, sweaty nerds on the internet? Do we all think we're like the mature people in the room? No, we're not. YouTube creators have really mastered unintentional fear and pain point messaging with little solutions. It's nice to hear you really displaying a different angle on Merk and the humility involved. Well, like I said, I see like Merk's just like in her 20s. Like she has to fuck up. She has to fuck up. It's a part of the journey. If I asked Merk to be perfect, I would have to go back and ask 26-year-old Brittany to be perfect. And God knows she was not perfect. She was not perfect. None of us are. The 30 and 40-year-olds who are criticizing Merk right now are the least perfect people. What does Jesus say? Cast the first stone. Okay, what is it? Thee without sin, cast the first stone. Go ahead, bitch. All these people be out here sinning and casting stones. It's like, girl, grow up. Grow up. Okay, so now, oh my God, thank you, Thunderstorm, for the super chat. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field that reaches several feet outside your physical body. People can feel your positive or negative energy. I mean, I definitely think you emit energy. I agree with that. I definitely want to emit more positive energy, but girl, you know, I'm a tough love kind of auntie, so forgive me, guys, but I am trying to be positive today. So let's go ahead and let's watch Dr. Kirk Honda. Again, what we're watching this for is not even just for the content, but for the way he talks about having mental health struggles, the humanity in the sentences, the warmth, and the idea of like a lack of perfection. We're really listening for the way he's talking about the subject matter, and then we'll get into the video that I made for you guys today, okay? And again, we're listening for the way he's talking about it, not for just what he's saying, right? So in this video, again, you do not have to cough, cough, pseudoscience, cough, cough. Listen to this. Do you know that even mental health is rooted in some sort of science, of course, but it is also a construct. When you get diagnosed with borderline, you're getting diagnosed with X amount of symptoms that equal borderline. There is a chance that in my lifetime, I will be undiagnosed with borderline, that they will undiagnose me because I could stop having the symptoms. So even in this thing we call psychology, that some people argue isn't a hard science, some people would argue it's even a pseudoscience, it is a relationship we're having with knowledge and we're putting it together. So again, a comedian knows how to read a room, right? That's what energy is. When someone says like the energy you emit out, people can see it. Of course people can see it. In the same way a comedian can read a room. That's what they're saying. That's what energy is. You're reading the room. And it only might feel like pseudoscience if you're autistic, but it's real. You can read the room. That's your job, is to read the room as a person. And some people have a better relationship with it than others. But that's what energy is. You're reading the room, you know? Okay, let's get into it.
So with the two of them, though, being able to express their vulnerability and their abandonment and their focus on that of both like, I don't want to be abandoned, and I'm going to signal to my partner about that, and especially if they can do it in this explicit way. And the other person goes, I know exactly. Yeah.
Why can't we just have empathy? Why can't we pretend your heart has anything? Why do we have to pretend your heart? That's what empathy is. Empathy comes from an emotional connection to a lived experience. It is to do with, you can't logic empathy. I don't think you can logic empathy. You can logic sympathy. That's what sympathy is. Sympathy is logical. Empathy is emotional. Empathy is saying, I literally understand this. And sympathy is saying, oh, I think I kind of get that. I would argue that empathy is the feeling of knowing something.
Another thing, a parallel with me and my wife, is we both are prone to anxiety and like phobias, that kind of thing. Like one of the, well, should I talk about?
Listen to the way he's talking about it.
Higher degree of some of these phobias than I do, and I have more of some of these phobias like claustrophobia and all the different ways that can manifest. Also, the phobia of holes, which I won't go into detail because I could trigger even myself, but particularly Stacy. Those kinds of phobias we both have.
Stacy is his wife.
And we're both prone to anxiety. We're not pathological, at least currently. I was diagnosable when I was younger, and I effectively treated myself, essentially.
See how he's talking about it, right? He's aware of the nuances of these things. So when people go, are you seeing a psychologist? Do you have a therapist? It's like, yes, go to therapy. But therapy, like some therapists aren't great, some are great. But so much of what gets you better in therapy is actually doing more of the work. Philosophy, spirituality. Some people feel like spirituality isn't a tool to get better. Spirituality and religion are literally key components for some people's brains to get better.
Because that's one of the ways you can treat anxiety is through a lot of knowledge and emotional regulation and learning about how the brain works and that kind of thing. But anyway, it was actually kind of magical. I had panic disorder, and it was really awful, and it affected me in a lot of ways. I started to become a style of agoraphobic. I started to have compulsions and mild OCD around various different things in my early 20s. And then when I took psychopathology at the age of 24, maybe one of the very first classes I took in my graduate degree, and we had a chapter on, we had a week to talk and learn about anxiety, and I learned about panic disorder. And upon learning about it, 98% of my anxiety just disappeared, because I had thought that I was dying or something, or that my brain was breaking when I was having panic attacks. But when I learned that it wasn't that, and that well, I won't go into details, but...
So if you guys suffer from panic attacks, you know that when you suffer from a panic attack, it's not like psychosis, which he'll mention later, but it's like you're in a different reality, but you feel fear that just doesn't make any sense. And you're like sitting here. I've had a few panic attacks in public. They're quite embarrassing, but you cannot help it. Once they're happening, they're happening. And I remember at the time, I had a partner at the time, and I reacted very poorly to his presence because the panic attack was geared around abandonment and being in public, and my PTSD was rising, and a whole bunch of things were happening. And I was at one of the worst stages of my mental health. And I can't remember if this was pre or after diagnosis with borderline, but I remember being in Seattle. I was at a food festival. I was waiting at the food truck, and he wanted a different kind of food. So he went and moved away from me. And then as I was waiting in line, he wasn't answering his phone. And all of a sudden I realized I was in a crowd of like 500 people. And I started to freak out that all the people were going to turn around and like mob me. And I was like, oh my God, like there's so many people. What if they just have a stampede and they don't even know I'm here? Or what if like I just started to freak out, and all of a sudden I was like ugly crying. I left the line. I was looking for him. I was looking for somebody that I knew because I knew I had friends in the crowd who were waiting to meet with us. And I was like, where are they? What's going on? And then I couldn't find anyone. And all of a sudden I was on the floor crying, huddled in a little ball. And I was having this horrible panic attack. He came and he got me, and he sat down next to me with our friends, and they were like trying to calm me down, but nothing would work. And he's like, eat something. And I was like, I can't. Like, I'm overstimulated. Everything is so loud. I'm freaking out. And I knew later that it was a panic attack, and I'm sitting there like having all of these, and he was like, stop doing that. You're making me look bad. And I was like, what? And he's like, you're making me look like I'm hurting you in public. And I know he was afraid because like I couldn't, like every time he touched me, I was like, don't touch me. And it was like one of those things where I was freaking out, just so irrational, right? When I tell some people that story, they're like, oh my God, I could never, Brittany's a red flag. When I tell other people that story, they're like, oh my God, girl, I've had like 7 of those in my life. Let me tell you about this time and this time and this time. And women who have certain birth control reactions will have panic attacks induced because of the birth control. So many people I talk to are like, oh, that's just so, girl, we get it, right? Panic attacks. Other people hear it and they're like, Brittany's crazy. And sometimes I get on the internet, and when someone describes something to me, and like Dr. Kirk Honda, who's like, yeah, panic attacks. We're like, yeah, panic attacks. Other people are like, what the fuck? What? Are you crazy? And I'm just sitting here looking at them like, oh, you don't know. And I bet there's a moment where maybe I would have reacted that way, right? But it is one of those things where now I'm at a stage in life where I'm like, oh, yes, a panic attack. And when people are having one around me, I'm like, oh, yes, a panic attack. When you have the skills and the tools to deal with mental health, or you look at people as just like, oh, yeah, no problemo. I get it, right? Like, no problem. We'll fix it. Optimism, I love you, no big deal. When I see somebody have an anxiety attack, I'm like, no problem. We're good. We're good. But if you don't know, you might feel like your partner's doing it to you. You might feel punished. You might feel like I'm with a crazy person. You might have very negative feelings, which amplifies the attack, which is so ironic, right? Because you're the energy the person is feeling. So even when I'm around people I love and they're having like an anxiety attack, they're self-aware enough to say like, anxiety attack. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to sit on the couch. You know, and I'll just sit next to them and I'll play on my phone, and they'll look at me, and I'll see them going through it. They're ruminating, they're having the anxiety attack, and then I'll just sit there and I'm like, love you, you know, and then they'll finally be like, okay. And I'm like, yeah. And like, it's just, again, when you have the lived experience or know mental health enough adjacent, everything just becomes kind of like, yeah. Okay. It's again like autism. When you go on a first date, some people hear you have autism and they're like, I don't know what that is. I'm out. And then some people are like, oh yeah, cool. Neurodivergent too. No problem, bro. It's like everyone's having a different relationship. And sometimes I do think the area we are on the internet, and look, I'm a part of it. It's a really great area. There's some good people here, but man, some of the areas here are so reductive. They're just so backwards with the way that they're having these conversations, only because when interacting with people like Merk, it's like they see her and they're just like, she's like this. But look, Xena, Merk, and Sneeko are 3 completely different people. Oh, in Lav, completely different people. Sneeko, Lav, Xena, Merk, Not even related. The only thing they all have in common is that they're in their 20s. Everything about these 4 people are so different. So when people are like, Merc's the new Lav, Lav and Merc are in 2 completely different categories of people. 1,000% different categories of people. They're not even the same. The only thing they have in common is that you don't understand them. They're kind of loud and obnoxious. They're in their 20s and they're mentally ill. Those are the only thing these 4 people probably have in common. And Xena's only mentally ill probably in the way that she's dysfunctional. But she's not, I don't know, like the way she yells at Darius, and that's obviously like, I don't want to diagnose anybody. I'm not a therapist. But it's like, they're, totally different bubbles. They're not even the same bubble. They're not even the same people. So when people are in the comments like, oh, this is the new Sneeko, this is the new Lav, I'm like, they're not even the same bubble. It's why people think I'm a crystal girl. It's not even the same bubble. I'm in the philosophy bubble. And specifically the standard philosophy bubble. I just add a little bit of spirituality, which is very philosophy. But like I add a little bit of spirituality, but not even with crystals or tarot or like I just know how to talk to people in those other bubbles, which is why Merc and I could get along, even though I was like, that's not really my vibe. I don't believe in reincarnation, but I like this idea here and I like this idea here. And I actually think I like this.
It's quote unquote just anxiety. It's still horrific, but a lot of the anxiety comes from, you'll essentially the way a panic attack often works is you'll have some sort of trigger, either environmental or you can even come from within. You can have like your heart could skip a beat for whatever reason, or you could have a sensation somewhere, or you could have vertigo or whatever, just some sort of sensation. There's also other kinds of biological triggers, like you could have an uptick in the amount of carbon dioxide in the room that you're in, and that can trigger things for people. Anyway, so some sort of bump that goes, and then because of trauma regarding panic in the past, because panic attacks are traumatic, take it from me, and when you think about panic attacks, don't think about just like, ooh, I was really anxious. No, panic attacks are in the stratosphere. If you've just had anxiety, which can be awful, if you've been very nervous as you're about to go on stage, or there's a dog that you're terrified of, or you're on an airplane and there's turbulence, you can be very, very afraid, and it can be very, very awful. Panic attacks are a whole other level of anxiety. It is all-consuming. It is almost dissociative. It's like you're leaving the realm of reality. It's not psychosis, but just take it from me.
See how he's explaining it? See how he's trying to make it clear to you? If you don't know better, you might look at someone having a panic attack and think like, oh my God, they're experiencing like psychosis, right? But it's not that, right? It's not that. It's different, but see how he's using words where he's like, you kind of like leave reality or the realm of reality. It's because you are, but it's not the same as psychosis, and not the same as like, it's a form of distortion, but it's not the same as splitting, and it's not the same as when people literally don't know anything about mental health and they're not curious about the categories and they're not interested or curious about how you nuanced and amazing people are and how amazing the brain is and how complicated it is. They're going to simplify you down to Crystal Girl, Sneeko, another Lav. Oh, look, Xena point 2. Oh, look, this person. They're going to literally reduce you down, and they're not going to see you. And when you do that, the person you're not seeing is going to look at you and say, like, note to self, can't trust them. What good is trusting somebody who can't see you? It's actually dangerous because they're objectifying you in a way that makes you not a person, right?
And it lasts for a long time. I've had panic attacks that lasted for days. It's really particular. So what the way panic works is one model and one way of thinking about the flow chart. There'll be a little bump. And because I have literal PTSD from past panic attacks, this triggers me because I'm like, oh crap, is that a panic attack?
So did you hear him? He has literal PTSD from past panic attacks. We belong on this space on the internet And look, I'm trying to reach out. Like Finster reacted to my video. I'm glad, like, I'm reaching out. Other people have noticed my videos. I'm trying to get like different voices. I have a panel coming in October. Like, I'm really excited to get different voices in this sphere because, again, when you're aware of all the nuances of being a person, you have different conversations about these things. And like he said, he has literal PTSD, and other people will say, it's your PTSD, it's your borderline. The way you feel is invalid because you have an illness. And Dr. Kirk and people like him in this sphere, people who are my friends and in my sphere, they would say, no, like, of course your feelings are valid. Let's talk about them. Or, hey, that makes a lot of sense. Or, hey, I can see how you got there. One of the reasons I loved the therapist that worked with me and actually helped me change my life is because when I told her I wanted to unalive myself, she literally was like, yeah, that makes sense. Your life is hard. And I was like, thank you. It was so validating. It was so nice to hear. Instead, she could have been a bitch and she could have been like, oh, your life is easy. You have a job, you have a car, you have a boyfriend, you have friends. Like, what are you complaining about? What do you mean you want to unalive yourself? You're so selfish. I can't believe you want to die. Wow, I can't believe that. She could say anything else that other people say. But no, she literally was like, your life's hard. I get it. And I was like, thank you. It is fucking hard. And I'm sick of it being so fucking hard. And then she gave me tools I never had before, and it changed my life. But it wasn't the only tool I had. I also had philosophy, and I also had spirituality. Now, my spirituality is tied to philosophy, and I tried to be as grounded as possible because with, mental health, you have to try to be grounded, which I see a lot of groundedness in Merck. I could get why people might not, but I also think they're just uneducated. And I also think that it makes sense. Like, you can't say Sneeko is lying about everything he says and then say, I'm going to take Sneeko very seriously. Which one is it? Is Sneeko someone who lies about everything he says, so nothing he says matters? Or is he someone who's very serious about what he says and we should take him seriously? You can't have it both ways. So make a decision. You can say he sometimes lies and sometimes doesn't, but then what is he lying about, right? So again, I think what's important is that Sneeko has a history of personally lying to certain women and personally hurting individuals. And that is enough to say Sneeko isn't safe to date or be with, and I wouldn't trust him, right? Because he lies to women directly. He lies to people's face. Versus as a content creator and a entertainer, as they all lie to us, right? That's like kind of the scandal going through comedian circles right now. In the comedian bubble, everyone is, because I watch all their podcasts, they're talking about how a lot of them are being outed as telling fake stories on stage. Now, for some people are like, yeah, of course they're all fake stories, because in certain comedic bubbles, it's obvious the stories are fake. But in certain comedic bubbles, they kind of expect you to be telling real stories. Because when you sell your shtick as I'm authentic, I'm telling you about trauma in my real life, but I'm making it funny, people think everything is real, but a lot of it isn't real. And so even comedians are like, man, if I find out he hasn't been telling the truth, it's going to kill the comedy for me. And it's true. It feels that way sometimes where you're like, oh, this isn't a real story. It kind of kills the comedy. Because when you listen to comedy, some of us do it for catharticism. And we're like, oh, this is cathartic. You're really telling me how to deal with my trauma through humor. But then some people listen to like wholesome, like family comedians. And obviously they're not trying to deal with their trauma. They're trying to laugh at a funny joke. So even in comedy bubbles, there's the serious comics who talk about like pop culture and social issues and depression. And then there's the comedians who just like want to make you laugh on a Saturday night, right? There's like nothing interesting about their commentary. So again, okay, when you're having this like conversation with yourself and you're in this space and you're watching other YouTubers talk about your mental health, remember, they might not know you. They might completely mistake you for somebody else. It's like, it's like people who think like all gay people are the same, or people who think like all black people are the same. Some people think all mentally ill people are the same, and they're as wrong as everyone else who generalizes, right? Dude, therapists that can truly see you are the best, literally life-changing. Literally life-changing. When I had a therapist who couldn't see me, it triggered me so bad. My suicidal ideations, my attempts got stronger because I was like, great, not even the professionals can help me. And then I fired her ass and got a better therapist, and man, this woman saved my life, bro. She just was so amazing, right? Oh, they're so amazing, right? Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Remember, listen to the way he's talking about it and think about it in comparison to the space that you see and the space I even exposed you to, which I'm partially sorry about. But I feel like I have a reason to be in this space. I feel like I might be the only voice in this space that's going to say, hey, like you guys can be different. Because right now the space is saying you're wrong. You need to change. The space is saying we like you. But when you're in this space, you have to be like us, be like us, be like us because we're uncomfortable. And that's fair. But that's why I want to host my own panel so I can encourage a different, deeper discourse and absolutely no trolling or memeing. Jesus Christ.
Left to my own devices, if I didn't have that PTSD, I wouldn't have necessarily been triggered. I would have been like, my heart skipped. You know, another part of anxiety that they found is that people prone to anxiety and hypochondria, meaning medical anxiety, health anxiety, you know, like, ooh, is that cancer? Ooh, my appendix is bursting when it's just indigestion or something. For these individuals, we have found that they pay attention to their bodies a lot more. And for a lot of other people, they just aren't really connected to their bodies, or they're not preoccupied with their bodies. Or
okay, pay attention to this part, right? Pay attention to this part. Pay attention to what he's saying because this is so relatable to people like me. I want to know everything about my body. I can feel everything. My partner and I will sit there like, oh, my toe feels interesting. And he's like, oh, my heel feels interesting. And I'm like, oh, I feel like I can hear, like, oh, can you feel, like, I can feel this. And like the other day, I've been having problems. I'm sure they're nothing. So nobody freak out because it sounds kind of scary because honestly, when they first started happening, we freaked out. I'm about to get health insurance. We'll go check it out. But a few months ago, something started happening where the right side of my body would go numb and I'd get really dizzy and I couldn't feel anything. And then it happened again a couple days. So it's happened twice now. It happened again a couple days ago where I was in the shower and my right side of my body went numb again. And I called my partner into the shower and I was like, hey, like just in case something happens, let's document it. It's happening again. And we're going to go get it checked. So nobody freak out. It's probably nothing, but we're both kind of hypochondriacs. And we're both like, what's that? What does that mean? Like, I think other people would ignore it. And I just can't. I can't ignore it because like, what if it's something? What if it's a stroke? What if it's something? What is I want to make sure. So yes, I have to pay attention to every part of my body because my brain is like, if I don't and something does happen, I'm going to be really annoyed. You know? So again, when that happens and I kind of lose numb or I get numb and everything, I'm like, oh, okay, noted. So again, I'm going to go get it checked out. It could just be related to the fibro. Like it literally could just be a part of the fibromyalgia. No big deal. But it is one of those things where some people would feel that and be like, no big deal. Even people would feel my fibro and like not go check it. Or people would feel they had cancer and not go check it. Like some people just don't want to pay attention to their bodies, which is fine. But I am too self-aware not to. And a big part of that, I think, is just my interest in myself. Like, I want to know everything about myself and I want to understand it. But listen to the way he says that. Like, some people don't pay attention, which is fine. But I'm not a suppressor. I don't want to push my emotions down. I don't want to push my body down. I want to unravel everything about myself to start exploring myself, good, bad, or ugly. And I think a lot of people, especially in this space, are definitely not interested in that. They're not interested. They want to double down. They want to say, I am logical. I am reasonable. I'm not the one who's sick. You're the one who's sick. And I think there's something about that that makes them feel powerful, but it just looks pathetic to me. And I see it in the way people treat other people in this space. And I want to make sure that I say as a voice that says like, hey, that's life. People are going to do that to you, right? Ignore them. Move past it or deal with it in your own way. But just like my parents don't believe their kids have borderline, other people's kids have borderline. Just because, you know, my siblings who have ADHD and autism, my parents are like, no, other people's kids have those. My kids don't. In this YouTube space, it's more like you're the one with problems. I don't have problems. That's what happens in this space.
They just don't pay attention to those kinds of things, or they've cut themselves off. So they might have a little sensation in their body, but they don't even notice it. But for folks that are prone to anxiety, they were either born paying attention to their bodies, or they were socialized, or they were affected in such a way that they started paying attention to their bodies. I don't know. But anyway, so there'll be a little bump. And then because of the past trauma, it's like, oh, in the same way that if you get in a car accident, you have PTSD, and the next time you get in a car and you are driving fast and you're not the one driving, you might get triggered. You might have a PTSD reaction. It's the same.
My mom was in a really horrible car accident when one of my younger brothers, we have like the 4 younger boys is what we call them. One of the boys, she was pregnant with him, like 8 months pregnant too, very, 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 very along in her pregnancy. And she got T-boned on a green light. It was her green light. And the dad who hit her, his kid was in the back seat. And she dropped a toy or something, and he reached behind him to help her get it. I don't remember the details, but he like reached behind, didn't realize he hit a red light, T-boned my mom, and her van flipped, slammed against whatever, stopped eventually rolling. The paramedic showed up, figured she had died, but hadn't. My mom swears to God an old man came to her and held her hand and said her name and said, "You are fine. Everything's great." And she goes, "What about the baby?" And she goes, "The baby's fine." Or he said, "The baby's fine. You're absolutely," she said he was an older man with like the most peaceful grace about him. Now, probably a hallucination from the car accident, to be honest. Could have been a real person. Could have been God, that she thinks it's her guardian angel, right? But she had her pinky severed off, like it was hanging by a thread. Her finger, she was bleeding everywhere. I was old enough but young enough to remember. I was, how old was I? I was probably 6 or 7. I distinctly remember because I was at home. We were having a barbecue that day. My mom was going to church to pick up my brothers. I remember so vividly. We were in a place called Rainbow Falls Way in Orange. I remember the neighborhood I lived in growing up. My uncle was there and all of our extended family was there, and family and friends I grew up with was there. And my uncle answers the door, and it's our old family neighbor, and he goes, your mom's been in an accident." And I saw my dad run down the hallway, hitting every wall, running, so afraid. He's like, watch the kids. And I sat there and I waited as my dad like sped to get my mom. They show up to the hospital. And of course, as she's there, her younger brother shows up. My godfather, God rest his soul, killed himself, unalived himself because life got too much, right? And he made her laugh harder than she's ever laughed before, as her finger is literally just like hanging by a thread. She's like, oh my God, stop it. You know the way only siblings can make you laugh? My mom has major PTSD, bro. When we were learning how to drive as kids, she could not teach us. My dad had to teach us because every time she got in the car with us, it was like, the only person who can drive my mom and she won't freak out is my dad.
Same triggered. And then because of the panic system in your brain, it just is a cascade of anxiety, and it's just an all-encompassing anxiety experience, panic experience. You feel like a big dark abyss is opening up in front of you, and the entire goodness of the universe is about to be swallowed up in it, and you need to do something to save yourself, but you don't know what to do. You feel like you have to run from the monster that is just about to kill you and rip you apart, but you don't know which way to run or if you should be running. It's that constant feeling. So anyway, so I had that, and then I learned about panic disorder, and like I said, 90% of my panic disappeared. And from that point forward, I was able, when I would have an uptick, I was able to relax. I've had mild panic attacks every once in a while since then, but I know what to do in the moment. And I've had a lot of time and experience to have panic where I have not re-traumatized myself. I've even managed to have things go well for me in those moments, which encodes a new neuronal set of pathways in my brain, such that when I do have a trigger, it doesn't cause the cascade of biological systems to freak out the way that it did earlier. Anyway, so me and my wife both are prone to anxiety. And so
okay, that is like what DBT teaches you. DBT teaches you, like, even though your body's panicking and you think something bad is happening, like, recalculate, like, check in with yourself and make sure. And that's why so much of therapy is like talk therapy, or so much of therapy is recontextualizing your brain. It's not like you always need meds. I've never needed meds. Not that meds are amazing. Like, meds really help people. But so much of it is related to like understanding yourself and doing the right exercises and also correlating it with your belief in yourself. You have to believe you can get better. You're not going to get better unless you believe you can get better. So many studies have shown positive thinking, optimistic thinking does make a difference. So when you go to somebody like Merck, who's in middle of recovery, you assholes, and recovery, literally it's like going to an addict who's in middle of recovery and being like, don't you think you're kind of weak because you can't smoke weed without getting addicted again? Don't you think you're kind of weak because you can't snort cocaine without getting addicted again? Don't you think you're kind of weak? She's in middle of recovery. She's literally in middle of her fucking journey, bros. And you're sitting there and being like, don't you think it's weird that you need boundaries during a live show? Don't you think it's weird that you aren't more healed, but you have this confidence about you? She knows what she's doing right there. Right there and then. She said it a billion times to you and none of you heard her. And look, I'm not trying to like blow gas up Merck's butt. She's going to have to work, like fall on her own face. But I'm saying she's a great example of somebody who's grounded enough. She literally works with kids and has a full-time job. She's streaming and enjoying the momentum. She knows her boundaries and says she'll stop streaming if it's too stressful. She's literally exhibiting proper traits of accountability. She's properly apologizing. She's properly holding herself accountable to the extent she can right now with the tools she has. Just because she's not performing to your satisfaction, you narcissists, that's a joke, does not mean she's failing. It means you're failing to see her journey, right? You feel so self-righteous bullying her and Sneeko and Xena and Lav, and I get it. I get it. I blocked Lav. She's way outside my comfort zone, right? But again, I didn't block her because of her. I blocked her because of me. I don't block people because they're unlovable or unhelpable. I block them because I don't know how to help them. I don't talk to the Thorpes, not because the Thorpes are unhelpable. Of course Grace can get better. Of course her dad can get better. My boundaries, I can't engage with that amount of dysfunction. There's a certain amount of dysfunction I can't engage with, right? So of course I can't engage. But I can do fine with like a Sneeko and a Xena and a Merc, and that's fine. That level of dysfunction I can handle, girl. I've been there. I get it. You know what I mean? But I've just like Lav's version of dysfunction is so far from my understanding of like I can't empathize, right? So again, it's about seeing people. Can you see them enough to humanize them? Which is why the conversation I was having with Merck was so lovely and why so many of you loved it. It's because we could humanize one another. Please go like that video so more people can see it. By the way, even if you watch the live stream, go like the video I posted. I made sure to clip it. Go like it, leave a comment, right? Because it will, I think more people need to see this interview. Just again, it's not two people trying to change each other. It is not two people being twins. It's two people who see enough of each other to humanize each other. And that's what's so significant about it. It's not significant because we are the same. It's not significant because we fought and fixed something. It's significant because we were both just living a life and overlapping for a moment. And that's pretty dope, right? Like, why did everyone have a hard time with Merck and I didn't? Because I'm not trying to change Merck. So let's get into Wick's video. What I did was, and Wick has a actual video on this. Let me pull it up for you guys so you can watch his original video. So I am not taking his without giving him some credit here. Let me pull it up for us. Oh, I can't. Okay, his Wick. Hold on. Let me find the video. Oh, I'm so annoyed right now. Okay. He didn't put her name in the title. Oh no, he did. Here it is. Okay, I'm gonna throw this video into chat. You can watch his original video if you would like. And again, I like Wick, so this isn't like, oh, Brittany Simon's going after Wick. It's not that. But I am trying to explain to people that the reason they're having a hard time with a me or a Merc or somebody else, or even not understanding certain people, is because they're not seeing them. They're just projecting, distorting. They're being too invasive. They're also giving so much unsolicited advice. One of the funniest things about this space is that we do give a lot of unsolicited advice, right? And I think that's funny. He titled this video, Merk off to perk wick, mentally ill woman lectures sane man. Right? And already that's contentious. Already he invited her to an interview, which to be fair, his titles are clickbaity. He even says that in the video, you'll see it. But he invited her onto his channel and automatically did not offer her a safe space. He gave her no warning, invited her onto his channel, and already called her mentally ill. Right? That's what I mean. Are these people not self-aware? You're asking someone to come onto your show, and you started off with you antagonize. And again, I'm not even blaming them. I'm just saying so funny that these people are lecturing other people, right? Okay, so let's watch it because, again, this is a clipped down video. I went ahead this morning and edited it into a clip, and I want to talk to you guys about it. Yaya says, do you think your ability to see Merk more than others was because of similar life traumas? Yeah, obviously. I think like there are parts of you that you see, like parts of other people we see, and that's how we humanize people. It's why when I talk to people, I have to decide which version of me I'm talking to them with, like which voice. Because if they're conservatives, I'll bring out conservative Brittany from when I was a kid and be like, okay, I remember being a conservative, and I'll talk to them with their language. But if I'm talking to Merk, I can just talk to her through spirituality and philosophy and borderline because like we love therapy. She speaks my language. When she, says like, do you know what twin flames are? I do. Versus when she asked Wiccan them, like, do you know what twin flames are? They don't. So that's already something where they're like not on the same page, and it's no one's fault. I'm not pointing and blaming people, but I'm saying the reason this space can be so unsafe for people who are on a journey of recovery is because the people who have no idea what they're talking about are the first ones to lecture you, the first ones to make you want to change, and then go, I don't want you to change, but all they do is insinuate a change. If you titled your video, mentally ill woman lectures sane man, which is an accurate statement in a way, because she is a mentally ill woman, but you are putting you're tainting her reputation because there is a reputation with that idea of mentally ill woman, and you are already degrading her and making her the bad guy before the conversation has even started. Now the audience that consumes her will only see her through a judgmental lens of this is a mentally ill woman and nothing's wrong with the rest of us. She's the problem because she's what? Mentally ill, versus trying to say, how do I humanize this person, right? How do I have a conversation with this person that isn't going to degrade her down to her mental illness, right? The worst part is that she was literally, assuming we believe her stories, and I do, harmed as a child, and borderline often occurs because of childhood trauma. And so once again, I'm trying to just point out the flaws I see in these communities and why I think that if you want to talk to someone on the internet, you should talk to me because I will humanize you, and you should talk to them if you want views because they will use you for views. That title feels like he's trying to put himself above her. He is. That's what the title says. I am better than you. And then when people lecture her, and that was even the miscommunication with Kyla, who was so well-intentioned, it's like, I want you to change because I want you to think about things differently. So I need you to then act differently. It was like when Wick had me on his show and Brianna Wu, who I like well enough, was like, don't you see how you're still like, you need to change? And I'm like, no, I see why you think I need to, just like I see how other people think you need to. And look, I have the people in my life who know how to call me out on my shit because they've literally known me my whole life. They know all my facets. Of course, I'm not going to trust some random person on the internet, you freaks. But at the same time, sometimes people on the internet could have some good insight. Some of you have actually had very good insight into my behavior and have allowed me to go, okay, you guys are right. I see that. I see that. But see how I trust you guys because I know you're watching me and consuming me on a pretty deep level. It's easier to hear even criticism from my own audience because I trust you guys not to have a negative attitude towards me, unlike the people in this space who have I want Brittany to change attitudes, even though they say they don't. But they say it with the way they talk. They just don't hear themselves, right? And so it's interesting. I wouldn't say a mentally ill person is insane. I agree. Not all mentally ill people are insane, right? What is sane? It's like what is dysfunctional and what is functional, right? Okay, let's go ahead and check it out. Again, I have clipped this video down. So, okay. And if you guys want to watch this stream after it goes off YouTube and it goes for members only, join memberships now because this stream will be members only after I'm done with it. Okay, let's go ahead and go through this video. Again, I made this video, so this is clipped out of context. I just wanted to show you sections of it that stood out to me. This woman is named Aurora, and this is Wick, and Wick has pulled Aurora in to have a conversation with Merc, and it happened a couple days ago, I think a day before I talked to Merc.
So yeah, you've said you've watched a lot of.
Wick's volume is pretty low on his end, so I'm gonna try my hardest to kind of move the volume up.
Her content.
Hopefully you can hear them.
Yes.
Before she gets here, before you have that kind of pressure on you, I'm just curious, what's your initial impression overall?
First impression or impression after I watched some of her content?
Both. Give me both.
At first, I was like, holy crap, unhinged, edgelord. Like, I didn't know what to expect. And after watching, because I really wanted to make sure I did some research and I wasn't jumping into this blind. And as you know, I have not had the best showings on your channel. And this is sort of like what I'm better at versus
you
like
keep
something.
saying that. Like, you keep saying that you
I
haven't done the best
expect
showings.
better out of myself.
Well, I can't.
Okay, so she's already a person. I heard that and I was like, oh, she thinks she's like either being humble or she's being self-deprecating. So just like note to self, right? Or like not self-deprecating, but like doubtful. So I don't know this woman and no, I'm not interested in talking. Thank you. But as I observe this human and this consciousness that I know nothing about except in the context of this video, already I'm like, oh, she's sending the signal to the audience that she herself isn't approving of herself. Versus a Merc or a me, I'm obviously very approving of myself. I worked so hard to get here. I'm incredibly confident. So why is this woman so not confident? That's the first thing I thought to myself. I also have a notebook here to keep notes as I talk to you guys. Like, so again, we're observing this video. We're not here to judge or condemn. We're here to judge as an observe. And we're trying to figure out, why do you think it went so poorly with Merc? In the same way with Kyla, why do we think it went so poorly? Look at the way people talk about themselves and about other people.
Speak for that, but you performed fine for me. Like, to my expectations, you've done fine.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I did a bunch of research. I was just wanted to make sure I went into this knowledgeable, and I'm very much gathering, and I obviously don't.
Sorry, one last thing. The title of this live show is Are You Healed or Is It a Cope? I think it's something. Are you better or is it a cope? I have a podcast about this. I really recommend watching. But the judgment I'm making of this observation is, look at the people who are condemning Merc for quote unquote not being healed, and look how much of it is because they're not where they want to be. Pay attention to the detail and let me know if you see the same things I'm seeing, because you might see something different.
Don't know the whole story. I'm just basing this off of a quick impression of someone on the internet, but I'm gathering this is a very traumatized person. This is a person that is clearly hurting. And my overall observation, sort of relating this to my own growth pattern, because I exhibited some self-destructive behaviors online about 10, 11 years ago when I was her age. And my concern, I guess, concern is, a big word for someone I don't really know, obviously, but the concern would be that these are self-destructive behaviors that are going to, they're almost like self-harming in a way. So based on some of the things that she said about it, and then the contradictions where she's talked about other things she's regretted. So
yeah, we'll find out, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's again, this is not my normal type of content, and I'm just so curious. I think that's, at the end of the day, what's driving this is I just want to know why, right? Why?
Yep.
Just why? If I were recorded doing a quarter of what, and I don't want to personalize this to her. This is applicable to many people.
Generalizing.
But there are plenty of people where I watch their stuff, or I come across their stuff, and I look at it. I'm like, if I were to behave this way and have it recorded for everyone to see, okay, and then have it clipped and shared around and passed around, I'd die of embarrassment. I would be ashamed.
Okay, pause here. So already you guys are saying, man, so judgy, Their criticism sounds highly condemning in a way. It's not just for observation and framing of their perspective, but they ascribe what they think and judge to be what others are. Literally, they're judging her, Merk. They're judging Merk. They're about to have her on their show. Guys, they're about to have her on their show. Which show? They titled it Insane Woman Lectures Sane Man. So he's framing himself as the sane person and framing her as insane. He's having a guest, a human that he doesn't know. And this woman goes, I don't want to judge her, but she seems severely traumatized. And I'm like, ma'am? Okay. One time, I'm counting how many times this woman references, I see myself in her. I am like her. She's like me. So I've got one count of offense already of projection. I'm counting it. One count of offense of projection. Okay. They're talking about Merk. You are going to be confused if you're watching this, but I have clipped this conversation into sections and I'm going to explain them to you because I watched the whole thing this morning. Okay. Oh, I thought this was after they talked about her. Oh no, this is before. Well, they're waiting for her. They're already pre-condemning her. I would be embarrassed if I was her. I would be mortified if I was her. She's 26, was literally raped as a child, and is currently going through actual therapy to help herself. Right? And she is stunted and in the middle of growth and actually getting better with a full-time job, focusing on her career, trying to figure it out, accountability to the best of her ability. And these old-ass people are literally judging her. I would be so ashamed. Have you never been in your 20s? This is so inappropriate. Of old people, this is why young people don't like you. Because you don't have the grace to give her a moment. I have a notebook. Everyone grab your freaking notebooks. So rude. The arrogance in these people is disturbing. He always rubs me the wrong way. Blinded by delusion of superiority. It's fear. It's worse than superiority. It's fear. These are good people. And good people do bad things because of fear. And this fear is a conversation they'll have later. These are fearful people, right? From what I've seen of Merk so far, haven't seen anything from her that came off bad to me. I've seen far worse from other people on the internet, literally. Don't condemn the serial cheaters. Don't condemn the people who emotionally abuse and gaslight. Don't condemn the people in their 30s and 40s acting like children on the internet. Let's go after the 26-year-old who's actually trying to get better. Perfect. Good job, guys. Great role models, you fucking idiots. I'm going to be very like mother dragon about this. I'm just so sick of being in a place in the world where I just like humans are going to human, which is so true. But I'm humaning so strong right now in relation to protection. It's not that Merk is perfect. Merk is very mean on her kick. And she says things that maybe are problematic. We talked about trans kids together, Merk and I, and see how we disagreed on that. But when I was in my 20s, I also had opinions. Oh, let's not, but did I sit there and tell Merk, I used to think that way when I was 26. Let Merk think how she wants. Just like we watch old Britney have her own thoughts. It is so weird when old people are like, I used to be like that. It's like, then leave her alone. If you actually know what it's like to be 26, leave her alone to be 26. Right? It's like, what are we talking about?
And you have people who not only are okay with it, but who revel in it, who do it on purpose. And
so they get positive attention from it. I think that's a big, motivator.
And so I am... Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't understand it, and I'm going to try to understand it.
Okay, so he's going to try to understand it.
Come across as like I'm attacking this
person.
I'm
not attacking her.
Same.
I don't know her.
I'm not attacking her, but I'm going to title my video Mentally Ill Woman. I'm not attacking her, but I'm going to say, man, if I was her, I would be mortified, embarrassed, hate myself, basically. I'm putting words in his mouth. He didn't say that, but he was saying he would feel shame.
This is getting her on so I can maybe get to know her a little bit.
You can't get to know someone you've prejudged, bro. How do you get to know someone you've prejudged unless you've exhibited skills and learning how to not judge?
Find out.
And I don't mean judge. They're judging to condemn. They've already pre-condemned her, and I'm calling them out on it. They have absolutely pre-condemned her.
Though we are going to have a talk about her XQC tattoo she got. Did you see that shit?
I saw that today, and I was like, oh my goodness.
So they're kind of like making fun of her. And you know, when she and I talked to the XQC tattoo, it was like, but they're like, oh my God, can you believe she did that? We've all had dumb tattoos.
Yeah, she very
okay?
much reminds me. I'm just going to yammer while you're doing this. She very much reminds me of myself. We have a lot of
Sin 2 of projection. She really reminds me of myself. Okay, that's her second time sinning.
similarities from, like, I'm from Michigan. I had a super hard
Ooh, are we both from the same country?
childhood. I was
Same
very
state?
poor growing up. Had a lot of family issues, family trauma, relationship trauma. I exhibited some, like, I'm gonna be honest, not as unhinged, but I've definitely exhibited some of the same edgy, self-destructive behavior online. So it's it kind of spoke to me, learning a bit about her. So I'm very interested in doing this.
I see myself in you. It's like Lydia from the new season of Love is Blind. I am you. We're the same person. Girl, don't be weird, girl. Okay, so here's Merc.
Okay.
Look how cute Merc is.
Welcome. First of all, how's your day been?
My day has been phenomenal. How has yours been?
Oh, well, too soon to tell. The stream's just started. There's still plenty of time for things to go terribly wrong.
I wish Wick's volume wasn't so much lower than theirs.
We're going to find out today, gang. We're going to see how it goes. I'm excited to have this conversation with you, mainly because I saw you talking with Destiny, Turkey Tom.
For the record, I have not seen her do anything other than this conversation with Wick, the conversation with Kyla, and some of her Kick streams. So I have not seen anything else from Merc. So I don't know about this Turkey Tom, Destiny, XQC conversation. I've only heard about it. I have not watched it. Okay, just for the record.
XQC, etc. And during the course of that conversation, it became more and more apparent that I just had to kind of pick your brain on. I had to. Go on, please.
Sorry. First of all, let me explain that whole situation.
Yeah.
So I have
really, first of all, let's see the tattoo.
Yeah, I want to see it.
So, okay, I feel like they're playing up embarrassment right now. This feels very fake to me. Because look, I feel like my reaction to that tattoo felt more based, but maybe it was similar. But I feel like she's even playing up like an embarrassment about it, right? Like, oh my God, the tattoo.
I saw a picture of it. I want to see it.
Let's see the tattoo. First, I think again, as I told my audience, there's a saying in writing.
Okay, it's going to cut. I edited the part. It's not important. She goes on about the tattoo. She kind of plays it up. I think they play it up. It's like, okay, just get rid of the tattoo. But at the same time, it's a tattoo.
Oh, don't tell the wisdom of it, but it's
okay,
not
so
my
it's skipped.
body. So,
yeah, I mean, for me, I'm a very different person off the internet. Everything I do online, majority of the time, is just me fucking trolling around. But off the internet, I'm actually quite normal. So it's like I do these things online that are crazy, and it completely contrasts with my real life. So the only thing that really
are we supposed to believe that though, right?
She's literally telling you. So she's literally telling you, she's explaining herself. Hey, just so you guys know, I actually am a real person. With me, she talked to me totally normal. You see with Kyla, how she kind of was in her character slightly. She was like flirting with her and kind of, she's doing it now here where she's herself, but she's also on edge because she's guarded. With me, and I appreciate this, she was just so vulnerable and open with me. So I got 100% her real self in a way. Like, sure, she might have like, she's on her recovery journey. She's in the middle of therapy. She's in the middle of seeing her doctor. So who knows what part of her was like absolutely transparently honest, right? Because like when we're going through recovery, we don't know what that means yet. But I think she was trying her best to be very open and vulnerable with me. And I accept her best. I don't care if it was perfect. I 100% am grateful for the best. But with Kyla and with them, they're already so antagonistic. And remember, she's reading the title. She'll bring it up later. She's already read the title of what Wick titled this live stream. She's gonna tell him like, hey, you titled your live stream this thing. So she's already on edge. But with me, we had DM'd on Instagram and I said, girl, I just want to get to know you. But if you'd like to keep it on DMs and not come on my show, I absolutely support this. She goes, no. I'll talk to you if it's not a debate. And I was like, yeah, girl, come on, girl. And we did our thing. So I gave her a safe space because I don't want her to change. I just want her to get healthy and better, and that takes time, right? So again, like even in this moment, she's literally telling them, hi, I'm a real person and I'm a grown-up and I know the difference between when I'm a character and when I'm not. And Wick goes, but how do we know that? Well, I'm sorry you're fucking dumb and you can't tell. Just like with Sneeko, I'm sorry you guys can't tell when he's obviously in character. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm being so like harsh right now, but it's because they're grown-ups. They are literally so old and they are punching down. And I am so sick of adults on the internet punching down on people that are on a journey and they're just like, let me live, bro. And again, I'm not trying to infantilize her because she knows how to hold accountability for herself. She doesn't need to be infantilized, but she needs to be met where she is. Right? Like, oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to hold the 26-year-old as accountable as the 40-year-old? You guys are insane, you know? But at the same time, you can do you. So I'm not trying to infantilize her, but I'm trying to say, like, meet people where they're at, bros. You know? The way they're talking down to her gives me the ick. I wonder if she's watching. I wonder if she was watching before joining. Well, probably, right? She was streaming, I think. You know what I mean? Okay, let's keep going. Because again, Merc handles herself so much better and so much more mature than these people, even after she's upset. And I think that's really, really telling of her character. Her character.
Yeah.
Something you said in the conversation that I wanted to pick out a little bit, if you don't mind, please. You said that you do a lot of things for attention. You drum it. You play it up for the audience, for the cameras, etc. This is something you've said. But then you made the statement that now you're trying to be more genuine. But my question is, since you've already said that you make shit up, you drum it up for attention, how are we supposed to believe, or how is the audience supposed to believe that now you're being genuine? Or
okay, now to give Wick the point of view, and to not point of view, the benefit of the doubt. Sorry, to give Wick the benefit of the doubt, Wick might be what's that news guy's name? He might be doing like the news shtick, the news bubble, where it's like, how do we know you haven't changed, Merc? You know, he might be actually putting on a character himself, because that's the problem is like, do I judge him as an entertainer who's putting on a facade to ask a question he already knows the answer to, and therefore is being inauthentic and therefore is sending like signals to Merc's brain that he is fake, when she already said in Kyla's interview that she doesn't like radio voices because they sound fake? So is he putting on a radio voice for her and that's what's aggravating? Or is Wick being authentic and he literally doesn't know the difference between a performance and real life? You know what I mean? And so that's the question we have to ask ourselves when we're observing this and judging it. Are we supposed to judge them as performers who are asking questions they already know the answer to? Not John Stossel, the annoying one, the British one, who's like, how do you know, Andrew Tate, that you've gotten better? You know, that one who's really obnoxious. That's not his accent. He has the other accent. But Piers Morgan, like, is he doing a Piers Morgan thing where he's kind of like being chastising in a way? Or are they being literally self-righteous? Like, which one is it? You know, they don't have to. It's her journey. If people want to believe in her or follow to see if she's being honest, they can. If they don't have to watch. Literally. The problem is like, they don't want to. Like, this woman said, oh, last night I watched all your content. And I don't know if that's enough. Like, you know what I mean? I try to watch at least 10 hours of people's content, but more than that, if I don't have it, I'm just really open-minded. Like, when I talked to her for the first time, people were like, Brittany, don't talk to her. She's on Hinge. Look what she did to Wick. But I was like, yeah, I don't know anything about that. So I'm just going to know her for who she is. And I think I got the best version of Merc. But then again, I give myself that credit because I obviously gave her the safe space to be herself. It was both of our skills together that made the conversation good. But I, as the host, had to be the one to give her the space to be herself. So the fault of an interview going badly, I think, lands with the host, you know?
In whatever place or setting you find yourself that you say you're being genuine, that you aren't still just playing a different character.
I think either way, like, people are going to think what they want to think. Like, once they've made up their mind about me, that's what they think. The only thing I know and the only thing that I go off of is how I feel as a person. I know my intentions. I know who I am as a person. And as long as I remember that and, like, not stray too far from, like, my morals of what I would do on the internet versus real life, that's all that matters. A lot of people have opinions about me on the internet. That's their problem, not mine, kind of thing.
Grounded answer.
But it would be nice to have people believe me. I mean, the people who
that's such a human. She's saying the most reasonable human thing I've ever heard in my life.
Watch me consistently, like, they enjoy me, like, because I
have an interesting history. First up, I grew up.
First of all, interruptee.
in Flint.
which is no problem. I interrupt too, but like, damn.
I'm from Michigan.
Mhm.
We have a lot of similarities with
Number 3 sin, projection. We have a lot of similarities. You are me, I am you. Third time she has sinned.
I watched the stream where you opened up to Steven a bit, and we
I
have a
haven't
lot of
watched that.
similarities with trauma and stuff. I'm 35, so you remind me a lot of a
35.
younger version of
Wow.
myself. And
You remind me a lot of myself. Does that count as the second sin, or is that the first? This is still the first sin. Is this the fourth sin or the third sin? How many times does she have to say in the same paragraph, you remind me of myself, for me to count it? Because shoot, I'm only counting when she brings it up once. Maybe I should count it every time she says it.
I will say this: I used to play a character. I used to be married to a pretty infamous online troll back in the day, back in the Justin TVU stream days, and I played a character, and
I'm sorry, this is such an old person trying to relate to a young person move. Bro.
I ended up hating it. I started developing my frontal lobe later than most people, and I started to really want to just be myself.
Mhm.
And the more I wasn't myself, and the more I played a character, the further I strayed from ever being able to actually be myself.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what's so funny about this moment? Pay attention. Merc has already noticed a month into playing a character, has already noticed faster than anyone else in this panel, faster than the woman talking Aurora, that playing a character has damages. She literally has been online for like a month and is already noticing that playing a character has downsides. So she's literally saying, hey, just so you guys know, I'm playing a character, and then sometimes I'm not playing a character. And right now I'm trying not to play a character, but you're making it hard. And then with me, she's like, I'm not going to play a character with you. And I'm like, cool. But if she had, I would have known when she was playing a character, right? She's literally so self-aware. As 26-year-old, this is pretty amazing, right? She's not where she's on her journey. She's still going through it. She hasn't figured it out yet, but she's figuring it out, and she's done a really good job of it. So major props. She's a month in, and she already knows more than this 35-year-old that is so concerned for Merc when it took her years of figuring out that it was eating her. Merc took a month. So why are you lecturing someone who's better than you, girl?
Because, like you said, you would like if people believed you, and I very much got caught up for many years in a state of just trying so hard for people to see who I was.
But it already happened. I already believe Merc. I already know Merc has a character, and I didn't talk to her yesterday. I only talked to the real Merc, the Merc that was able to be online. So I already know that. I'm a month in, and only 2 videos of Mercs I've seen, and I already am like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. So what are we worried about? The only people here that don't know when Merc is playing a character are the people who still have a problem with her. Do you get what I'm saying? Merc is so self-aware, she already knows. And I'm not saying Merc is perfect. I'm saying she already knows. She already said it out loud. Why are you saying it to her like she doesn't already know? Why are you saying, when I was your age, I also had this problem? Girl, she doesn't have the same problem. She's already fixing, within 30 days of streaming, already making self-corrections. When this girl is saying she took years. What are these adults doing to this person who's 10 years younger than them? Is Alex Jones playing a character? Sometimes. And that's the point. Sometimes. Right? Oh my gosh. I'm enjoying Brittany being so hyped up for Merc. It's not even about Merc. It's about everyone in this space who keeps thinking and inflating their egos and thinking they're seeing people when they don't even have the tools to see people. I'm just so amazed at this space of well-intentioned people who are so bad at seeing people. Jesus Christ. And they can't admit it. God, at least admit it. That's the cardinal sin. Admit it. Say it. Say, you know what? I just can't see you. What did I tell Mr. Girl? I guess I can't see you, bro. My bad. Lav, I can't see you, girl. I can't see you. I don't get it. Just say it. Just be like, I can't see you, bro. Just, it is what it is. But they can't. They're like, I know better. I used to be here. You never were here. You were never on the internet for 30 days, had more of a successful career, was self-aware enough to tell people, hey, it's a character, and then self-aware to try to have the conversations within a month of being on the internet. You are not, and were never where Merc is. She's in a completely different bubble than you. They are not the same. You are not the same. Like, why is a 35-year-old lady pretending that Mark is like a 14-year-old girl who knows nothing about the internet? Oh, Merk is a 14-year-old girl who knows nothing about the internet. Literally. It's just so funny, right? It's like, what are we doing? People who like to moralize and say that playing a character encourages others to actually emulate the character fucking annoy me. And these are those people, bro. Right? It's like, what are we talking about here? You said it earlier. It was fear. What do you think they're afraid of? Not knowing. They're afraid of not knowing when someone's playing a character. So they disengage. They're afraid of not being able to judge someone appropriately, and they're afraid of being judged. They are so afraid of being misjudged that they almost preemptively misjudge people, right? They're so afraid of not knowing. Like later in the conversation, you'll hear them say, like Wick will say, like, I don't know what I'm doing. And Merk goes, oh, no, I know what I'm doing. And I was like, yeah, don't put me in your category, bitch. Just like with H3H3, Ethan's like, man, none of us know what we're doing. I was like, speak for yourself, sir. Now, I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. Hindsight is 2020. Like I said, I know what I'm doing when I go to Chipotle and I order a burrito. I don't know if I'm going to get food poisoning that day, but I know what I'm doing when I go to Chipotle to get burritos. I'm doing the thing in the moment that I think is best. And I know that enough. I'm willing to say I have enough confidence in myself that I'm going to risk getting food poisoning by going to Chipotle. Merk is saying I'm willing to handle the consequences of getting my whole channel taken away from me by playing a character that is so outrageously offensive, it might get me kicked off the internet. She's okay with that. And people won't accept it because they're so afraid of losing the small thing they've created for themselves. They're so afraid of losing everything. And that's the irony. I, like Merk, obviously have a bunch of plan Bs. Like, I don't want my stuff to get taken off the internet. I'll fight for my time here. But like, if the universe sends me in a different direction, if I go in a different direction with my stuff, okay. People act like this is it. No. You have like an abundance of options in life, depending on who you are and your capabilities.
And so I guess I just wanted to, make a point of that, that the longer you are playing that character that you say you're playing, the harder it's going to be for you to actually be yourself online.
Harder it was for you, girl. See how they do that? It's going to be harder for you. They keep telling Merk who she is.
Because
well, that's the thing. I think people have already seen a massive change in the content I put out. Because when I first came onto the scene, like I was very abrasive, very like explicit. I didn't care what I said. Now, granted, there were
You've been streaming a
truths.
month, correct?
Yes, there were.
Okay, look at the way Wick is going to condescendingly remind us that she's only been here a month. Instead of thinking, oh, so what they're thinking is Merk's only been here a month. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing or saying. And I'm thinking, wow, Merk's only been here a month and she already knows to tell the audience she's playing a character so it doesn't bite her in the ass. See how we're watching the same person? And I'm like, wow, Merk is like a child, but also a grown-up and also working on herself and also not there yet and also there and also, wow, look at Merk. She, within a month, knew to correct the audience. And Wick and this girl are like, so you've only been doing this a month? You don't know it. You don't know what I know.
There were truths to some of the things I said, but it was very much so played up so I could get that initial response.
See? She's self-aware. Okay, great.
Do you have at all imagined a world where streaming doesn't work out for you? And if so,
okay, so this is them thinking that Merk hasn't considered that she might lose everything.
So where do you picture yourself?
Well, I'm a very intelligent woman. I have a lot of things I can fall back on, and that's.
Hold on, great fucking comment from Miss P, bro. Do they think actors can't like play a character without getting lost in it? Or do they not realize that not everybody is them when some people play characters for a living and they're fine? Literally, YouTubers are partially actors sometimes. The idea that Merk is going to get lost in the character. Look, Sneeko got lost in his role, but not any more than anyone else with too much power, too fast, who couldn't handle it. So everyone get lost in the role. Some people get lost in the role of being the good person while they're fucking people over behind closed doors. But because they built this role of being the good person, they can never see themselves as the bad guy in the story. That's just, some people are like that. But not everyone is going to be like that, right? Merk is too grounded right now not to know the difference between her character and who she is. That might change later, But as of right this second, it's obvious she knows the difference. And we're only judging her on the merc she is today. She might fuck up tomorrow. She might be a worse person in 3 months. She might be the most evil person who's ever existed in a year. But as of right now, this merc obviously knows the difference.
That's the thing. People see how I behave, which I understand, and they think a certain type of way, like, oh, like, you're gonna not have a job. I do things a certain way because I know that I've got things figured out off the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been streaming since August, and I've leaked things, I've doxed things, and people are like, oh, you're gonna do this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. Granted, they haven't happened yet, and they very well could, but I really believe that, you know, even if it happens, it's meant to happen. But that being said, like, I still work a full-time job. I just got off of work not too long ago. I have many things I could do. And if there is ever a time where streaming doesn't work out for me, it's because it's not meant to at that time anymore. Right now, it's easy. It comes natural. I get confirmation. I get good feelings. I follow my intuition. And right now, this is what I'm meant to be doing.
Yep.
And I don't worry about the future, because if you worry about the future too much, you can't enjoy what's in front of you.
Too much.
And I really like to stay positive and stay in the moment and just be grateful and feel blessed for what I have.
I think that, like, people often over worry about what's to come. Like, and consider the lilies, how they neither toil nor do they sow, but yet is there anything more beautiful arrayed in Solomon's kingdom? That old yarn, that old quote, there's a lot of truth to it. But I guess there's also the kind of opposite take, which is if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So where do you hope that the universe guides you in the future? Like, what's your goal with all of this? Is it simply to be happy, or what do you want out of streaming? Would be a better way to ask.
What I want out of streaming is, right now, I do it because it feels right and I enjoy it. Like, this is, so I guess a symptom of BPD or whatever I have going on is, like, you give up, you start a lot of new hobbies and then you give up and, like, just do something else, and you never stick with something. For me, streaming is the very first thing that I've ever stuck with consistently.
For a month, right?
For a month. See, for him, he's like, for a month. And for me, I'm like, for a month? Good job. A whole month? That's amazing. Good job. But for people who don't get it, they're like, okay, it's only been a month. And I'm like, congratulations, it's been a month. That's amazing. It's like somebody who's sober and they're like, hey, I've been sober for a month. And you're like, okay, only a month? Relax. Do you hear yourselves? Somebody with an addiction literally comes to you and says, oh, hey, I've been sober 30 days. And you're like, okay, so like only a month, right? It's like, no, you're supposed to say a month. That's amazing, because you don't understand mental health. She's literally saying, I'm identifying my personality disorder to you. I'm letting you know it's very rare for people with borderline to keep things. When I first went to therapy for my borderline, my therapist asked me, like, do you have a job? I was like, yeah, of course I have a job. Like, I always have a job. She goes, really? That's so rare. I got diagnosed with like high functioning borderline, quiet borderline, right? Like, I'm a self-harmer. I usually don't bother people. I usually bother myself. I usually punish myself. And then I always had a job. I always functioned. And my therapist was trying to figure out, like, what's my thing? And it's like, I pick up and drop things. I've tried to be so many different Britneys. I relate to this so much. When I did my podcast, guys, for like a year straight, every week, I was like, holy fucking shit. This is even streaming. Do you guys know that in the back of my head, I am so afraid I'm going to drop streaming, because that's my MO, because it's really hard for me to consistently do stuff. It's very difficult. The fact that I can go to work every day is a part of my high functioning borderline, but it's also completely wrapped around my values and my determinism and my rebellion and my need to be independent, right? That's why I can work 2 jobs. But my showing up on stream, like just being here, we're in our 3rd week of full-time streaming, and that's a big deal for me. And I know for you guys, you're like, oh, what's the big? This is a very big deal. My partner's like, babe, I'm so proud of you. 3 weeks. This is your, like, at the end of my 2 weeks, he like celebrated with me. Because again, for people that just do this, they're like, what's the big deal? Huge. Huge.
For a month. And for me, that is a big accomplishment compared to someone who like picks up a hobby every couple of days and stops. This is important because it's the first time where, one, I feel valued. And I don't base it off of other people. I base it off of me. I feel valued because I get to go online, entertain people, and have like that outlet. And I stick with it. It's showing that I can actually put in the effort and be consistent and stream.
And by the way, I can't fault Wick and Aurora for not knowing better, but I just want them to know you don't know better. You're so uneducated. You are so unprepared to handle anyone who's different from you. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And again, you are causing more harm than good if you have enough people like this in your audience. Obviously, it doesn't matter. She has boundaries. She just needs to stay away from them. But you have no idea what you're saying to somebody like Merc when you're like, it's only been a month. That's literally like telling an addict, it's only been a month of your sobriety. It doesn't matter.
Stream every day. I don't know. It just.
Do you stream
I think
every day?
I work every day.
I just finished a 50-hour stream this weekend.
Look at the judgment. Look at the judgment.
50 hours?
Yeah, and then I
in
work.
a
I work.
weekend?
Yeah, I work 9 to 5.
Dang.
And so I go to work and then I come home and stream until midnight and then go to sleep around like 2 or 3. Then go to work at get up for work at 7 and then go to work until like 5
Holy.
This
and then come back home and stream.
Okay, before they get really judgy with her, I want to read the super chat from Gracie. Thank you so much, Gracie. Love you, Mama Simon. Thanks for streaming daily. Yay. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it so much. And look, I only stream 5 days a week and I give myself 2 days to not stream, but then I do Discord events. So this PS, just like on Sunday, we're doing a Discord event on age gap relationships. If you guys want to come for that, sign up October 1st, get the Discord for the month, enjoy the multiple events. But yeah, I'm happy to be here, but it is a big deal. And I know people will see me and be like, oh, Brittany could probably do whatever. Like, they don't even think about how hard it is, how many spoons I had to put into this, how much mental gymnastics, how much like crying goes into this. Like, okay, Brittany, you can do this. You can do this. It is so much. Consistency is so hard, you said, Miss P. And people don't have any form. People who don't have any form of neurodivergency do not understand the fucking mental extra effort it takes to be consistent for somebody who is neurodivergent. Bro, it is so much. It is so much work. You don't even have an idea. So yes, you might look at someone and be like, yeah, dude, like, and then you know what's so funny? Look at the way they're about to lecture this woman for streaming daily and tear her down. I want to see them do this to some of the most infamous streamers on this site. People who do 24-hour streams, people who do 50-hour streams, all the men on this platform who literally do daily streaming, 15, 16 hours a day, people who do 50-hour streams in a row. Dr. Kirkonda just did a 24-hour stream with his coworker. Why are they lecturing her for being a good streamer when that's literally what streamers do? That is very a part of the shtick.
Like, look, I'm not your dad, but this can't be healthy.
Yeah.
Like, this can't be healthy. This
It's also
this sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Why do you say
burnout.
that?
Stream burnout where you're not going to be able to stream or make content.
Well,
Like
Yeah, dude, it happens. And streamers, we're still doing it.
And I've vocalized that to my audience. If there's ever a time where I don't feel like it's spiritually fulfilling anymore, I feel like I'm doing it because I have to do it, I will stop.
See? She's putting down boundaries. She's acknowledging it. She acknowledged her audience. Exactly.
So I'm just concerned, and obviously I say that with a grain of salt because we don't really know each other. So that's
we
take
don't
that
know
lightly.
you too. So yeah, again, like
I don't know you, but I'm going to make all these prejudgments because that makes sense. Literally, Brittany, you make me feel so much better about myself when you talk about your struggle because as somebody with ADHD and, hold on. Even though it's different than your struggle, it makes me feel seen. I'm going to cry. I'm not going to cry.
I'm just concerned that you're conflating, this. What did you say? The spirituality.
Mhm.
And it's fulfilling that spirituality. I'm
Mhm.
concerned that you're conflating spiritual fulfillment with just dopamine you're getting from the rise of, stuff online. That's just
Hey, I'm so concerned about you. Let me prejudge you and then lecture you about your life, even though I don't understand you. That's basically what's happening. You know what I mean?
that's my first thought, I guess.
That's a valid question and argument, but unfortunately, it could have been anything. Because, like, for example, I love horses. I wanted to work with horses for the longest time. I'm super fucking smart. I can do it, Like, my intelligence is insane when it comes to academics, and my love for animals. Like, I've tried that, but stopped because it
we had a
never
panel
worked
meeting.
out. And I've had huge highs while working with horses because I love horses. So if it was the dopamine, if it was the like
Look how
chemicals
self-aware she is. She already knows. She already fucking knows.
in my brain, it would have ended already. Because
Okay.
there's days where it's like I get up and it's like I don't want to stream, I don't want to do this, like but I gotta do
Relatable.
it. I gotta show up. I gotta show up from the people who watch me. It's something I really want to do.
And also, let me make this clear. Everyone overworks their job, guys. Everyone has a moment in their job where they've overworked themselves. They're tired. They haven't had a day off. It's called being an adult in a capitalistic world, girls. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Some of us have to go to work. And so, this idea, like, she's not going to ride this momentum, she's just riding the momentum. It's going to slow down as it should. But look, she probably isn't going to be a chronic streamer like XQC who can't clean his own house, right? She's probably going to have a better relationship with it. Let's hope. But again, they're only picking on her because she's close to their vicinity and they can. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's concerning. We want XQC to get better. We want everybody to get better. We want everybody to have a healthy relationship with streaming, but not everyone has a healthy relationship with their normal 9-to-5s. Some of you are working 7 days a week for bosses that are basically emotionally abusing you because we have to go to work. And people have this idea like streaming is a choice. Streaming is an obligation you have to a YouTube algorithm and an audience that expects you to be consistent. And even though the audience is more lenient, like she said, her audience would be understanding if she needed time off. That's great. And that's something a normal job might not give you. It's still a job and you have to show up. You have to show up. So it's one of those things where they're lecturing this girl about burning out. She might burn out. That's normal. I burn out. I take a day off. I burn out of a normal job. Most of us have burnouts. America is suffering from burnout. But again, you have to have a balance. Don't lecture her any more than you would lecture anybody else who's doing this. I've lectured other people on stream, spend time with your wife, spend time with your family. What are you doing? You're streaming all the time. You're not having healthy relationships. And they can make the decision not to listen. They then give up. If they're not going to listen to you, let them go on their journey. But the same grown-ass people in their 30s who are doing this constantly right now, we are seeing it in front of our eyes, they get lectured, right? But not in the same way they're lecturing this girl. It is not in the same way. It's not. And I think it's because they're men. I'm pulling out the woman card. I do. I think it's because they're men, and it's because they have like a level of success that justifies the burnout, a level of success that justifies neglecting your family. And when Merc gets it, are you also going to justify it? Because I would argue that in some ways, in order to be as successful as they are, they do have to neglect their family, friends, and mental health. That's why some of the biggest streamers in the world are incredibly challenged people. Even Mr. Beast says it. He's like, don't be like me. My life is very hard and I never see my family and friends. Do not be like me. But he can't help but be anyone but him because he can do it. Merc probably is going to be able to do it. I can't do it. I can't stream 7 days a week. I can only stream 5. Right? So she's able to do it. She might be the next biggest streamer we've ever known. She might be the one because she might have the thing. And if you have the thing, you're probably going to do it. And there will be sacrifices. It's one of the reasons I know I'll never be the thing. I will never be XQC. I will never be Mr. Beast. I don't have the thing. I need a break, right? And I need a break very profoundly. Who knows though? Merc might have a thing. And I want to see if she does. And if she doesn't, she'll burn out like the rest of us and be a 200-person streamer like the rest of us, buddies. Papa Gut streams every day. Nobody calls him and goes, watch out, Papa Gut, you might burn out. Watch out, Papa Gut, this is pretty bad, Papa. Nobody lectures Papa Gut about streaming every day. You know what I mean? Why are you lecturing Merc?
And,
What would you describe your audience like?
if you go at everything
I skipped it. That's an edit on my end. I edited that because that conversation didn't matter.
Positive, perspective.
Oh, am I here? What's happening? Am I still live? Why is it doing that? Hold on.
Audience.
Okay.
If you go at everything from a positive, perspective.
Oh my God, what is happening? Is my internet
stuff
pooping out?
online.
Am I
That's just
here?
that's my person.
It was a lesson. Like, my intelligence is insane when it comes to academics, and my love for animals. Like,
Have your audience like?
if you go at everything from a positive, like, perspective, there's not much you can, like, do negatively.
Oh.
It was a lesson. I'm not scared of it because there's nothing to be scared about. If something bad
Oh my God, what is happening? What is going on? Okay, hold on. We're 14 minutes and 26 minutes into this. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I wonder if I can play the video raw
So yeah,
off my computer instead. Can I show you guys this screen? Is that possible? 14 minutes and 26 seconds in. Oh, let me check the pre-recording and see if something happened while it was recording.
I don't know. I'm just playing a different character.
for example, if you're
Yeah.
no,
What would you what would you describe your audience like?
if you go at everything from a
Okay, hold on.
positive, like, perspective, there's not
Yeah, okay, hold on. I wonder why it's freezing on YouTube. Okay, hold on. Oh, brother. Hold on, brothers. Okay, I'm going to play it straight from the media source itself. So I'm going to change my window here. Can you guys see that? This is literally my media source of my original video. Yeah, it looks like the video is having a problem. YouTube looks like it's having a problem loading. So can you guys see this and tell me how the volume is? Because it's a different program.
much you can, like, do negatively. Like, I treat everything as a lesson. I don't allow myself to
okay?
get into a negative mindset. So even if, say, I do have a downfall, it was a lesson. I'm not scared of it because there's nothing to be scared about.
Oh my
If
God.
something bad happens in your life,
Bryson says it's giving me parents who are very different than their child, but convincing that trying to say, but are convinced they've been there. Yes. It literally feels that way to me. It's literally like parents lecturing you and they're like, oh, I've been here, honey. I'm like, okay, but like, have you though? Have you though? Okay, sounds good. Good. Okay, let's keep watching.
it's meant to happen and it's meant to teach you a lesson and you're meant to move on from it. And people don't believe when I say this. I genuinely
This is better?
I
Okay, good.
genuinely think like this.
I could think of a few scenarios where if something bad happened to me because of a choice I made, it would be hard for people to agree that it was meant to happen.
Hey, that's their opinion. It's their opinion, not yours. If other people think it's not meant to happen or it's not that reason, that's their problem. It's because I think about it. Other
Ooh,
people's
I have
opinions
a
don't
fun
matter.
question. Could
Okay.
you imagine a scenario where someone could do something incredibly horrible, but with the best intentions and the most well-meaning person? Where is that line for you? When does it become now, screw their intentions, this person has done X? Is there
So-
a line for you with that?
No, because like if, for example, if you're saying like something really bad, like say someone shoots someone with a good intention, like, oh, I'm shooting this person because I need to protect myself or my loved ones. That is being done with good intention, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like if you have
But
to
what if
defend
I'm
yourself.
capturing people and putting them in my trunk and then burying them
Well-
alive, and I'm doing
well,
that to
you're
like
doing
30,
that-
40 people?
It's
You're
because
doing
they're
that
possessed by
evilly.
demons, okay?
No,
They're
no,
possessed by
you're not
demons.
doing that.
This part is incredibly upsetting. And this part of the internet does this all the time to everyone because they do not understand themselves at all. Pay attention to the way this questioning goes. Pay attention to how outrageous, and look at her face. Merc is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Merc is talking about very grounded things. This is like my mother being like, don't you think being gay causes kids to hurt themselves and commit suicide? And it's like, no. And that's what they're asking. They're basically asking her, don't you think you're responsible? When she literally is like, oh, what? She's talking about just being gay. Like, I'm using an example. She's just trying to be a person. And they're like, don't you think what you're doing is harming people? It's like, what?
And we have to purge the demons, right?
No,
Why not? Like, if I really believe that, I really believe that there are people.
Well,
on
that
the
you
street
believe that. I don't
aren't
believe that.
people. They're wearing people's skin. They're wearing people suits. Okay. And so,
That exists. Reptilians exist. I'm being gang stalked by the government.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
So look at what she's about to say.
Don't
That's my
apologize.
character.
That's my character. Can they not see the difference between her character and her? Her character has a very specific voice. Oh yeah, really? Oh my gosh. It's like very loud. It's up here. Oh yeah. What? Reptilians. It's like in her voice, it changes. Her normal voice is lower and her comedic voice is like higher.
Okay.
But do you see the difference? Like, I'm able to have a normal fucking conversation, but I'm able to also,
Is this
like, you know, this is a normal conversation.
She's trying to prove she's normal. She's trying to say, this is my character's voice. And Wick goes, oh, is this a normal conversation for you? God, these people are so fucking useless. I love them. They're people. Humans are going to human. We're all great conscious. And I love everybody. Everyone's great.
Yeah.
Do you? I have a question. At least for me, and I'm probably projecting my own internal stuff from my
fourth cardinal sin. Comparing her life to Merc's life. 4 times she's done this already.
past. But do you think that your character is at all a safer version of yourself, a less vulnerable version, or a more guarded version, or a maybe it could be like a defense mechanism when you feel challenged? And that's not, and I'm not saying that to be like a dick or anything. Obviously.
No. Yeah, you can't hurt my feelings. I don't take anything personal. No, honestly, if anything, it's done the exact opposite. Ever since I've started streaming, I've become more confident. I would say I'm more vulnerable. I'm more open with people. And that is something that is very important to me. As someone who is like a rape victim or a victim of abuse, like everyone talks about like, oh, make it to where women can be comfortable coming out with it. But yet they don't do anything to make women comfortable. Sure, like people share their stories, but I don't think there's anyone on the internet that is like.
It's true. You invite people to have conversations about rape. It gets ugly. And you blame the victim, like the person who's gone through it and the person who's having a real emotion about it. And you're like, ooh, I want to talk about rape, but I don't want it to get ugly. Ooh, I want to talk about how you were literally physically violated, but I also want to talk about how it's not that big of a deal. Ooh, I want to talk about rape, but I want to make it like kind of fun. Ooh, I want to talk about rape, but I want to make sure like it's very digestible. And I'm like, okay. Cool.
As real, raw, and explicit as I am, because I will sit here and people can call it trauma dumping as long as it's a healthy conversation and it's producing like healthy results. I don't care. I'll sit here and tell you everything because I want. And it's crazy because the response I get after those kind of streams, I literally will cry. It's so heartwarming. But the point is, like, if there's a chance that one person is watching that has been through exactly what I've been through and they see me being open, they see me being honest, they see me sharing that and crying and being a normal emotional human, and that changes them and it makes them come out about that's one person that I've changed. That's one person that I've touched. That's one person that I've affected. And it's like when I have those streams, I get messages upon messages of, you don't know how much that meant to me. Like, I've been through the same thing, or I'm so glad you were open and honest. I'm glad that you were vulnerable. I'm glad that you did this because now I feel better. I feel this way. I feel this way. And granted, I don't want to rely too heavily on others' validation. But in situations like that, it feels good to see your openness and your
self-aware. I don't want to rely too hard on people's validation, but it's really nice to know I'm being seen. Guys, I just cried because freaking your comments are so like, Brittany, I feel seen. And I'm like, oh my God, that's all I ever wanted. I'm going to cry again. All I want with my content is to see and be seen. That's what I want. And it's very emotional to have a stranger on the internet be like, bro. And I'm like, bro, I don't even know you, bro. But it's so nice that you can see me because that means you can humanize me. At least a part of me. Maybe not all of me. That's fine. But a part, and that's fucking dope, bros.
Vulnerability being rewarded.
Do you think that everyone can be as open as you? Do you worry sometimes that maybe your example of being very open with things, which is your right to be, is maybe encouraging people who can't handle it the same way you do to do the same?
Well, that's their responsibility to decide if they can do it like me or not. If they can't, then go to therapy.
Do you have some responsibility on how you influence others?
Nope. Because adult humans are able to make their own decisions. And if they do something based off of what they watch on the internet, that's their problem, not mine.
So you can literally tell your audience anything. You can.
Look how they're
No,
judging.
I'm not going to tell them to go kill someone. I'm not going to go tell them to hate.
Watch the judgment. Look at the way they are amplifying what she said. All she's saying again is like, I just want to be gay on the internet without everyone thinking I'm encouraging people to go like shoot up schools.
Hang
Right?
themselves.
But if you did,
Well, that's her
and you
kind of,
did
you
it,
know,
it's
that's
still
her
they're
responsibility.
adults though, right? So
Yeah.
anything you can influence.
No, I'm not
them
going to tell them to
do
go
anything.
kill someone. I'm not going to go tell them to hang themselves.
But if you did,
Well, that's her
and you
kind of,
did
you
it,
know,
it's
that's her
still they're
responsibility.
adults though, right? So
Yeah,
it's their decision.
That's different. I'm not just going to
Why?
willfully say, I'm not going to just sit here and willfully say, oh, go shoot someone. Now, if someone shoots someone, like, for example, the whole PewDiePie situation, sub to PewDiePie.
Right.
That was
the
like, I'm
manifesto.
talking about situations like that. PewDiePie should have not been chastised. He should have not had to deal with the repercussions because he never outrightly influenced anyone to go do it, like something like that. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's.
She's talking about something that is so basic and normal, right? That's like saying, they're basically saying, oh, because you're a Muslim, you're going to encourage people to be suicide bombers. They're different things. You can be a Muslim who isn't a suicide bomber. But with Wick and Aurora's argument, they're insinuating that Merc, just by existing, is going to encourage people to be X. Oh, you're gay? You're going to like convince children to, I don't know, or you're trans, you're going to convince children that they're trans. Like, oh, you're this, you're going to convince, it's like, I just want to be alive. And I want people to be happy and healthy. And I want people to live their lives. And they're like, but don't you think you're encouraging people to like shoot up schools? And I'm like, what's happening? What's going on, right? Like, what is going on? It's like they did this to me too in this space. They do this to me where they're like, well, don't you think when you say humans are going to human, you are the person, like someone on Kyla's stream literally said, Britney's humans going to human is the reason she justifies like child rape. And I was like, whoa, crazies. And like, they're just crazy people. They're all crazy people in the way that we're all crazy, but like they're just in their own bubbles and they're looking at other people and they're like, you can't be yourself because who you are could kill people. And I'm like, you're being a little fear baity. You're feeling really weird. She's just saying she wants to be funny and cringy and dark humor on the internet. And everyone's like, no. And she's like, why not? Everyone else is. And they're like, oh, we're better than you though. We're better. We don't do these things. And it's like, really? You know what I mean? It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Them acting high and mighty, like they are much wiser than her rather than trying to genuinely understand her where she's coming from. Literally, like, why are they doing this? And it's because they literally do think they're better than her. They came prejudging. It's the only way to do it, guys. Like, you can't come in to actually humanizing someone and assume the absolute worst of them. And then they don't want to hold anyone accountable. Listen, to pay attention to who else they collab with. Pay attention to the space they're in. Pay attention to how they treat people. Pay attention to how they talk about themselves and make this about themselves. Pay attention. They go after people that feel easy to go after. And Merc made it easy in a way because her character is easy to poke holes in. But it's a character. It's a character. You can have a judgment. You can say, hey, I don't like that you play a character that's kind of an ass. I think her character is mean. And though it's like kind of funny, it's also like, I hope somebody really doesn't get hurt because her character is so mean. And her character is mean, guys. Like, her character is mean. But, like, I hope no one really gets hurt because of it. And at the same time, she's on an 18-plus website. So, you know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do? It's like porn. I hope no one gets hurt because they're watching porn. But somebody's going to get hurt watching porn. Because not everybody can handle it the same way. They sound like those people that are like, don't you think because you're in porn, you're actually harming men? And it's like, I'm not responsible for how men interact with porn. You know what I mean? But that's the amount of judgment they're putting on her. The amount of responsibility.
It's the viewer's responsibility.
So why don't you tell people to go kill people in your chat? What's the thinking behind that?
What the fuck is that question? Look at Merc's fucking face. Why don't you tell people to go kill themselves? It's like, are you insane, bro?
Why wouldn't you? What's stopping you there?
Because that's not nice. Why would anyone want to go do that? Why would anybody tell anyone to go kill someone?
Well, I'm just saying it sounds like you are sort of taking a little bit of responsibility then. Like there are things
she's
that you
acting
wouldn't
within her
say.
values, dumb fucks. She's acting with, I'm so mean. I can't help it. She's acting within her values. What a fucking stupid question.
Right.
When I
So,
say
You know what? I'm going to make sure I ask every panelist, like, hey, so why aren't you raping people? And it's like, what? Like, why? What a dumb fucking question. Jesus Christ.
When I
I'm
say,
just-
no, I think you're like, it's
This
when
bubble
I'm
is
saying don't take
insane.
responsibility. I'm saying if it's something that just happens because someone watches you. Now, if I tell someone to go kill someone,
Exactly.
that is personal responsibility.
How many times does Merc have to explain this for them to get it? Literally, Merc is explaining kindergarten to them. She's explaining the most basic part of being a fucking adult and thinking, and they're literally like, "Oh, this person's crazy." She's explained it to you 4 fucking times. Jesus Christ. This is why Merc is so good, though, because she works with children, so she can handle them.
When someone watches me and they do something thinking that it's okay, or thinking like, oh, she would like this, that's their problem, not mine. Because I've never explicitly said, yo, do this. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're trying to communicate. Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to communicate. Look at the condescending energy, girl. I understand. No, she's communicating it literally fucking clearly. Merc is holding your baby fucking hands and literally slowly explaining it to you like a fucking preschooler. And you're like, I understand what you're trying to explain. No, she is the one who's trying to explain it to you. You literally, Jesus Christ.
I guess trying to figure out a way to ask this.
Wow, I'm really trying to figure out the condescension is insane.
Question. Okay. What is your, if you can imagine, what is your ideal outcome from your online presence? Like I'm talking this is the magical fairy world of the best outcome possible. What's the dream?
The dream? So I've got it already planned out. I've been manifesting it. So far, it's been going extremely well according to plan. My ultimate goal is to be married and have somewhat of a
Love that.
successful career. Whether it's, I want to start a podcast. I would love to do
Great.
a podcast. I already have.
I love this. This was my goal a few years ago. And girl, married, podcasts poppin', money poppin', views poppin', people poppin', good life. Manifest, but also work towards, like all of it. Like, I think this is a great goal for her. That's a great
Have
goal.
the name for it. I already know what I would be doing. It's not ready yet. That thing's not ready. It'll happen when it's meant to happen. But yeah, podcast maybe, some sponsorships from like certain dispensaries. I think that
Weed sponsorships. She knows her brand, bro.
would be cool. And just be married and have a family and be happy.
Okay. I mean,
I feel like you
Wow. Ugh. You want to get married and have a good life and have a successful streaming career? Gross. What was that judgment? What was the judgment for? Look at this. Uh-oh. Is it also?
I am normally
and
Hold on.
have somewhat of a successful career. Whether it's, I want
Watch.
to start a podcast.
at Wick's
I would love
face.
to do a podcast. I already have the name for it. I already know what I would be doing. It's not ready yet. That thing's not ready. It'll happen when it's meant to happen. But yeah, podcast maybe, some sponsorships from like certain dispensaries. I think that would be
Okay,
cool.
watch
And
Wig's
just,
face.
be married and have a family and be happy.
okay. I mean,
I feel like you guys are searching for things to hate me.
And
for.
look at this
I
girl.
don't hate
Look
you
at this
at
girl.
all.
Have
Look
a
at her
family and
judgy
be
face.
happy.
okay. I mean,
I feel like you guys are searching for things to hate me for.
no, I
She's
don't.
right. This is the most aggravating interview I've ever seen in my life. This is the most brain dead interview I've ever seen in my life. She's so right. Why are you looking for reasons to hate Merc? Why are they judging her for wanting a family, sponsorships, and a podcast? She wants to be Joe Rogan. What the fuck are we talking about here? She literally is so much smarter and self-aware than them, and she's 26. This is so sad. This is so embarrassing. They're literally 10 plus years older than her, and she's the one literally being the adult in the conversation. That is the most normal thing to want. A family, a job, sponsorships. What are they fucking so judgy about? Yeah, now they're like gaslighting her. They're like literally looking at her like, you want to be loved? Bro, you want a job? Gross, bro.
I hate
No,
you
I'm not at
Like
all.
I don't.
No.
I know. I'm just. It's a different side of things than I normally do. Like I am normally my audience right? We talked about your audience, my audience.
Actually, I lied. I'm going to keep this stream up. I was going to put it for members only, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm leaving this stream up because I think people need to see this, bros. People need to see this stream if they're going to watch it. Because honestly, like, I am so sick of these judgy ass people with sad lives judging people who are trying to be happy. Because Jesus Christ, like, again, all people are good people and they're like really trying. No, some people are good people. And like, obviously, like, they're good people. And I really appreciate being on Wix panels. But obviously, bros, oh my God, the way they're treating her right now. It is so offensive.
Very different side of the internet, I think. So I, too, am a believer in free speech. I applaud that about you. One of the things I like about you. What little I know about you, at least. However, having no mods is a lot. And also
I have no mods on my Discord. I have somebody who helps out on occasion, which is really great. And she's like kind of a mod because she used to be a paid mod. And now she just like volunteers on occasion to help us with tech stuff because I'm a boomer. But like, I don't have somebody who mods my Discord. Nobody mods my Discord. And my audience, we lightly mod. We barely mod. And she's on Kick. Kick can show porn. What does she need a mod for on Kick?
having your goal, if your dream is marriage and a family, I don't know if it's exactly healthy to have.
Listen to this.
Is a lot. And
Listen to
also
this.
having your goal, if your dream is marriage and a family, I don't know if it's exactly healthy to have a family and to be a live, like a 50-hour a weekend streamer.
What is this comment? What is he saying? What does the comment mean? And she answers it perfectly. But literally, I don't know if your goal of being a wife coincides, and a mother coincides with streaming for 50 hours through a weekend. What does that have to do? What a brain dead fucking question. I love it. It's so fucking dumb.
I
Well,
don't know.
obviously, there's going to be changes. I'm not going to be streaming like that all the time. I will definitely
Yeah, no fucking shit. No fucking shit, bro.
have a schedule.
Will you stop streaming once you get married?
I don't know. Maybe I will. I don't have the finite details. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Whatever happens, happens. But I planned it. All I've planned out is I know who I'm going to date while I'm streaming. I know who I'm going to practice what I've learned.
Who you're gonna do? Do they know it yet? Have
They,
you told them?
I think, okay, so I don't know if you guys believe, okay, we're getting into the gobbledygook, but this is how I truly believe. I don't know if you guys know about like twin flame versus like soulmate and stuff like that. I believe in all of that.
Would you
I'm-
say
Okay, I
you
skipped
have-
again. Sorry. She starts to explain in her relationship and stuff, and I skipped that after. But can you believe it? Can you humanity, human stupidity never ceases to amaze me, bro. And you want to call me judgy for making an introspection level system? I'm sorry. This is what I'm talking about. You ask questions that are so fucking dumb, and you want me to sit there and I'm sorry, I'm being so mean. This is a real person. I love Wick. God, I love him. But Jesus Christ, what is this question? And then the community that rallied behind him and this woman, like, what are you doing? And again, I'm not trying to burn another fucking bridge, Jesus Christ. But I'm trying to say, how could you ask a woman, again, oh, do you think at 26, while you're single without a family and you haven't even met your partner yet, that you can have a why would she be doing 50-hour stream weekends as a mom and a wife unless it made sense? Like, why would you even ask that question? Why would you think the person she is today is going to be the person she is in 10 years when she has that life? What do they have to do with one another? They don't deserve her vulnerability. Amen. They don't deserve her vulnerability. How dare you ask Merc to be in any way vulnerable with you when you ask the most offensive fucking questions I've ever heard somebody ask? Like, Jesus Christ. I am shocked that you think you were owed her vulnerability. Like, it's like when I don't even understand the question. For the next 2 years, my goal is to work 7 days a week so I can buy a fucking house and hustle and get my life in order. So if I want to have kids, I'm ready. Is he going to look at me and be like, Well, as a mom, do you think you could be working 7 days? No, fucker. That's why I'm doing it now in case I do want to be a mom in 2 years. I'm putting all my energy into my job so I can do less of my job later, 5 days a week instead of 7, if I'm a mom. Of course, I'm not going to fucking work 7 days a week if I become a mom. Of course, the goal is to do that now. So that way in 2 years, if I want to be a mom, I can take 2 days off a week and not feel bad about it. Because I've built a career up. Of course, I'm not going to fucking work like this as a mom. And by the way, the moms who have to, because sometimes that fucking happens, they would be so lucky as to be streamers because at least they could be home with their kids. At least they could be right across the hallway from their kids. Some people aren't privileged enough to not work 50 hours through the weekend. It's like, what? That's literally how people build their careers. Literally, this is how you have a job. Do none of you have a job? Does nobody have a job here? What?
You have do you feel in control of your life? Like, do you
Oh,
feel
here
in
we go.
control of your destiny? Do you
Cardinal
feel,
sin.
because I
Yes.
heard you say before that you have OCD, so do I.
Mhm.
Oh, you have OCD? I have OCD. And because we both have OCD, we both have the same experience with OCD. You know, I've dealt with callers with OCD and stuff. I've dealt with people in my life with OCD. It is so different for every person. But see how she does it? Oh, you have OCD? I have OCD. So, fifth time she brought this and made it about herself. I know what she's trying to do is she's trying to say, oh, I also have this shared experience. I'm like you. But she's doing it so much, it feels like she's not even bothering to see Merc as a person.
And that you kind of like do certain things to feel more in control of your life, or that's what your therapist said. And it's just, I just wonder if you truly do feel in control of your life, because I'm kind of seeing a pattern of different reasons why you aren't taking action or taking responsibility or planning
I'm seeing a pattern. I'm sorry. Are you her therapist, bro?
for your future or planning for the worst case scenario or so
And these are your thoughts, right? For me, these are your thoughts for me, right? Just to confirm.
yeah, and
them.
I'm
Good
not,
job,
I just
Merc.
want you to know I'm in the future or planning for the worst case scenario or so
And these are your thoughts, right? For me, these are your thoughts for me, right? Just to confirm.
yeah, and
them.
I'm not
Guys, I'll be really honest with you. I'll be really honest. When I was hanging out with a particular couple in a particular place, one of them started to give me relationship advice, and I went, I don't need marriage advice from you. And they're like, ouch. And I was like, no. I don't want it from you. Hello? No offense. Don't need your advice. I would like successful people, their advice. People in successful marriages, I'd like their advice. People who are successful with streaming, I'd like their advice. People who are successful in what I'm reaching for, I'll take their advice. People who are, successful in mental health knowledge, I'll take their advice. The way the unsolicited advice, bro. What is this, an intervention? No. Just because she's sharing doesn't mean she's also volunteering to be picked at, though that seems to be the space here. Okay? I'm Brittany, not the vague posting. Come on, girls. I can't help it. It's too funny. The people in this space who just think, like, look at your own life. Look at your own life. Who are you to give advice? Look at your own life. And I know they say that to me. Brittany, look at your life. Look at it, girl. It's great. Tell me different. Go ahead and tell me how my life isn't the best for me because I've made it this fucking good. Go ahead and tell me. Name me one thing I complain about. Name me one thing that I'm grumpy about. Name me one thing outside of reason that I'm dealing with right now. Tell me that I haven't won the game of life, bro, because I've worked this goddamn hard to do it. By 34, I'm old. I'm behind. But I'm doing it, girl. So go ahead and tell me in my direct life, Brittany's life, how I am not walking the walk. And how, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and tell Merc, like, oh, like, blah, 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 blah. You have to be exactly like me. Girl, go do your own life, girl. Come to your own conclusions, girl. But look at these people. Are these people even married? Are they even successful streamers? Do they do this full time? Like, what are we talking about here? Do they have a handle on their mental health because they haven't figured out projection?
I just want you to know I'm not here to attack you or pick you apart. Like, the
No,
reason I'm so
no.
interested is because I really do have a very similar story to you, down to like the
6.
traumas and everything. Like, I have a
6.
crazy ass story and a very similar.
See, I'm going to give her that. That's a 0.6. I'm sorry. She's like, I'm very similar. I have the same story. No, you don't, girl. You don't have the same story. You are not the same person. You are not the same person. Merc and I, guys, as much as Merc and I can see a little bit of each other, we're not the same person. We have completely different mothers, completely different lives. We have enough overlap. We completely have a different relationship with spirituality. We are not the same. But I don't need to be like, we're the same, we're the same. It's like, oh, cool. I like that we kind of had this overlap. We both like Pokemon. Cool. We both like anime. Cool. It's like, can you imagine meeting somebody who also likes Pokemon and you're like, we are the same person? It's like, okay, relax, weirdo.
Or sort of the vibe you have in the audience and everything that used to be the communities. I have been streaming since for 11, 12 years. So I'm talking a long time ago for me, but that's why I'm so interested. So I just want you to know what my intentions here.
Not to interrupt, and I'm sorry to do this, but a little housekeeping order. Gang, if you're in my chat and you're saying, oh, I want to propose to her, put up or shut up. The only proposals I'll accept is if you're willing to come live on stream, turn on your camera, and pose to her face. Okay, otherwise, cut that shit out. But go on.
Amen. I think, yes, I feel in total control of my life because you can go against your life path. You can go against your destiny, but it's not going to be easy and you won't be happy. That's why I've just chose to surrender and follow the signs, follow what feels right. Because like intuition is a very real thing. I think people forget that they're born with an inherent intuition, and like social media, technology, it all deadens that. You're literally connected to the earth, and like the more like you fall into like capitalism and technology and all that, you lose that natural sense within yourself. And luckily for me, like I'm able to use my discernment and practice and figure out what's real, what's like delusions, and that's what's really important. You have to have that discernment, because if you don't have discernment, you'll think every single thing is a sign. Like, oh, I saw this.
Grounded answer. Oh my God. Ugh. Grounded answer. She's saying, look, I know that if I don't pay attention and I don't have good judgment, I'm going to think everything's a sign. One of my brothers went through everything's a sign stage. He's like, Brittany, 111, Brittany, this. And I'm like, bro, please, you're exhausting me. Not everything is a sign. And he was like, you're right, right? Wait, is this a sign? I was like, not everything is a sign, but everyone has this intuition. Everyone goes, oh, maybe that's a sign that I should do this. Hey, maybe that's the universe giving me a life lesson. Hey, maybe that's the universe giving me an opportunity. Hey, maybe that's God telling me I should be better. Maybe that's whatever X belief you have is telling me to take an opportunity. In therapy, you learn to take opportunities, right? So again, Merc is just saying, I'm going to surrender and try not to be such a control freak. I think I have control over my life because I'm accepting where I'm at in this moment of time. And I'm going to do my best and hope for the best. I know I'm a good person, and whatever happens, happens. That's all she's saying. She's saying, hey, I'm doing my best. I'm a good person. This is what I can offer the world. I hope the world accepts it. I hope it turns out good. But if it doesn't, okay. And they're like, no. And I'm like, what do you mean no? But they have so much fear. They have so much fear. They're projecting onto her. They're demanding from her some sort of comfort for them. They want to be comforted. They do not care about Merc's feelings.
Today, that's a sign. That's not how it works, because it does take a sense of personal responsibility to have discernment and figure out what's real and what's not.
Have you ever been wrong?
Yeah.
What's the worst you've been wrong on?
I hate that question. Everyone always does this to people who are like, I hate this question. Have you ever been wrong? Girl, have you never taken the wrong turn during directions? Like, who's dumb enough to say, I've never been wrong? You know what I mean? It's also a dumb question, because if you're going to lie about it and not be humble about it, then you're just going to lie and be like, yeah, of course I know I've been wrong. Why do you ask this question? It's a dumb question. I hate this question. It's so condescending too. It's like they want you to grovel, or they want you to say, it's just such a bad question, right? I'm literally screaming. I'm screaming. Your chat is so comforting. It's like, why would you ask this? Like, what a dumb question, bro. And look, right away she's like, well, yeah, but it's a trick question. Nobody ever asks that question unless they're upset with you, prejudging you. It doesn't make sense. Now, if Lex Friedman maybe asked it, or a Dr. Kirk Honda, somebody who's literally neutral and interviews people, then they're going to be asking from a real perspective. But like, these people are not Lex Friedman. They're not actually having a real conversation with openness and a lack of judgment. They're literally prejudging her, and they want to hear her say, I've been wrong, and I'm really sorry, and I'm a bad person, and please forgive me, random streamers who no one's ever heard of. I'm such a bitch. Fuck.
this discernment thing, like where you've fucked up the signs and you discerned incorrectly?
I think with my ex-boyfriend, he was a big trigger for me. I think a lot of the times I asked the universe for a sign to keep me in the relationship.
Yeah, Lex is literally genuinely curious. If you're really curious, you will have a real answer from people. I don't believe these people care about her real thoughts.
And in reality, they were trying to get me out of the relationship.
Personal life might be harder and harder for you to tell the difference. We talk about signs sometimes, right? You're a big
Listen to this,
believer
and
in
this is how I
discernment.
know. This is how I know he is not actually curious about her thoughts. I pre-watched this, obviously. I edited this myself. Look at what he says right here. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. This is how I know he's prejudging her. Listen. Oops. God, every time I do that. Why does it freeze?
Ride with me on this. Is it possible that I
Oh, for sure.
to tell the difference? We talk about signs sometimes,
Okay, listen.
right? You're a big believer in discernment and signs. Do you ever think the universe speaks through other people?
Oh, for sure. For
Do you
fucking
think-
like 100%.
And ride
I
with
know
me
where
on
this
this.
is going.
Ride with me on this. Is it possible that I today am the
No.
vessel for the universe? Not at all.
What a
No.
fucking
No?
No,
arrogant,
because the
narcissistic
people who
question.
have affected my life don't present them.
What a fucking arrogant fucking question. This is how I know they're not really curious. They are. I love the internet. It's such a cesspool of good people. Good people. These are good people. This is it, girls. This is humanity. I love it. It's beautiful. They set her up. It's a setup. It's a setup question. Lex Friedman would have said, hey, so do you think you've ever done anything wrong? And they'd be like, oh, for sure, bro. And he'd be like, I'd have done something wrong. And it would have been a conversation. I would have logged off. Bro, your comments are killing me, guys. Bro, what was this question? It was such a leading, what a trap of, and listen, wait, Merc is so good. Listen to her retort. I'm going to rewind it. Listen to Merc's retort. It's so good.
Is it possible that I today
Oh, shit.
am the
No.
vessel for the universe? Not at all.
No.
No.
No, because
None
the people
whatsoever?
who have affected my life don't present themselves like this. And
Like
I
this.
also
What do you mean
use
by-
energetic
What do you
down-
mean by like this? What do you
The
go?
fact that you're saying this is like, oh, you're wanting to paint that picture. I would get an energetic download, which means whenever I get a message, I get like shivers, and I also get, I don't like talking about this because people don't believe it, but I'm not psychic, but definitely.
Okay, hold on. This happens to me where look, even your inner circle, guys, to be nuanced, even the people who've known you, like my parents will say, Betsy, I know you better than you know yourself. God is telling me you can't be gay. And I'm like, okay, well, tell God. I said, I decline. Thank you. God bless. And like, that's the problem. Wick is like everyone's mother who's like, what if I know better than you what you need? And it's like, no. And that's why you have to go to therapy, and that's why you have to do philosophy, and that's why you have to know yourself, because good people will come into your life and try to convince you you're wrong because they don't know themselves. So that's why I have 2 people in my life that I go to specifically to hold me accountable. That's my partner and my brother, because they somehow, my brother, even though he's religious, somehow can judge me and like understand me without projecting onto me his Catholic beliefs. Somehow he's so good, and he's like my little brother. He's like a few years younger. He's so good at being like, I know who Brittany is, and that's not something Brittany would do, or that is something Brittany would do, or Brittany does have trouble in this area. Like Brittany, like I trust him to call me out on my bullshit because he doesn't project his beliefs onto me. He doesn't force me to be Catholic. He doesn't like force me to believe like he does. But my mom, I can't trust. Even my sister, who I love so much, like she'll sometimes, because of her own issues, she'll say things like, I don't know, dude. I'm really like not sure about this dude. I'm not sure about this dude. And I'm like, I know, girl, relax. I'm going to go talk to other brother because other brother knows what's up. She's like, yeah, I can't handle this. Like she'll at least admit, thank God, that she's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. And like my other brothers, they'll just project like, oh, you're bullshit. Like you're a feminist, so you suck. I'm not even a political feminist anymore, bros. But like, you have to go to people who will see you. And the problem with the internet is total strangers on the internet will say, don't I have the right to see you? Now listen, that's why I always say I could be wrong. I am absolutely possibly wrong about things. But again, I tried to correct myself. I'm not always perfect at it. I handle things not perfect on the internet. And I'm willing to be told I'm wrong if it's like objective and not like with wrong information. The worst part is when you're criticized with bad information like this. They're trying to criticize her and hold her accountable, but they're like lying. It's not good information. So the dilemma is like you can't accept someone's criticism with bad information. The criticism has to ring true because the information is correct. If the information isn't correct, then the criticism is a lie. You know what I mean? So if somebody sits there and goes, oh, you're triggered right now, this is your borderline, but that's not true, then they're denying the truth of, hey, I think you're upset right now. Can you imagine if somebody came to you while you were upset and said, bro, you're pretty upset right now? And you're like, you're right, I am upset, my bad. Versus, hey, bro, I think you're really triggered right now. If they're wrong and you're not actually triggered, it's like, what? I'm not triggered, I'm upset. And they're like, no, you're triggered. They're wrong. And then the information they're giving you is wrong. And even though they're trying to help you, it's doing more damage. But if they come to you and say, bro, you're upset, you're like, oh, you're right, I am upset, because that's the truth. Or, hey, dude, I think you're triggered right now. And it's like, no, dude, I'm just upset. And it's like, dude, do your DBT steps. And it's like, okay, hold on. Fuck, you're right, I am triggered. My bad. Because if it's true and you have a good sense of character, you will admit it's true. The dilemma is when you don't have a relationship with yourself and you're afraid of the truth, you are afraid of facing that it could be you could be wrong. If you're open to being wrong in a really authentic way, then like saying I'm triggered is not going to be shameful. Saying, oh yeah, wait, fuck, you're right. That's my bad. That's my bad. But what happens on the internet is people will do leading questions. They'll say things that are like, oh, I'm open. I want to know who you are. Don't you think you're wrong? Don't you think you're wrong? Bro. Could it be that Wick is just challenging her belief from his own perspective? Doesn't make it right or wrong? Just an exploration. It's not an exploration, but it's not an exploration. It is a judgment. He's prejudging her while saying, I'm not judging you. If he said, hey, I'm going to judge you, I'm coming in pretty hard, I don't believe you when you talk, that'd be different. But they keep lying to her. Oh, I don't want you to change. I'm not trying to judge you. Don't do that. You're lying. You're starting the conversation with a lie. He titled the video Insane Woman. He like prejudged her. If he came in saying, I'm going to judge you, I'm going to go hard on you, this is a challenge, that would have been so different. But he set it up as, I'm not trying to judge, I'm really open. You're not open and you are prejudging. So you're lying going into the conversation. Now, because of the cognitive dissonance, I doubt he knows that. I doubt they know that they're lying to themselves about being open to Merc.
Like one of the Claire chairs is what I call it. There's clairvoyance, clairaudience. There's clairvoyant, clairaudience, clairsentience. There's different types of clairs, and I dabble in the clairs, so I'm able to actually tell. And like the more you practice your spirituality, the more you actually do this, the easier it gets. It's like riding a bike.
Aurora, and what about you? Like, someone's else, like, look, I've already been... Am I at least the voice of the universe for you today, Aurora? Come on, I want to be the voice for something.
Look at the way he's like, am I the voice of the universe? It's like they don't even respect her beliefs, and that's a big part of it too, is they're very disrespectful to her beliefs. And just say that. Just say, I don't believe you, and I think your beliefs are dumb. But they won't say that. And this woman on the top right is super judgy about spirituality. She'll mention it later, but that's what Wick's doing. Merc is trying to say, I'm spiritual and this is my belief. And they're being like shitting on her beliefs, which is like, fine, but say that. Say, I actually think you're dumb because you believe this. Versus, I don't believe this. See how Merc was telling me, oh, I believe in reincarnation. I was like, oh, okay, I don't believe in reincarnation, but actually I've read a book on reincarnation. Have you read this book? And then Merc was like, oh, I know that author. I actually do know of this lady, but I haven't read her book. And then we could talk in a way that says like, look, I don't believe in reincarnation, but you do you, girl. See how she was able to tell me, oh, I believe in reincarnation. And I didn't go, so disrespectful. So disrespectful, bro.
Maybe the voice for sanity. I don't know.
I mean, this happened. I'm not saying this didn't happen for a reason. This happened for a reason, but you're not like a prophet or a messenger or anything like that. This is literally just to be able to kind of bring my...
Look, people come in and out of our lives every day. This is what she's trying to explain to them, and they're so fucking dumb. I love them. Love them. People come in and out of our lives every day. Some are more meaningful than others. Wick, God bless him, is not meaningful to Merc's life. Sorry, Wick, she's not going to remember you in 5 years. You're going to be a guy she had one conversation with, like the clerk at Walmart. I have more of a relationship than randos I've met in my local neighborhood, and I know at my local coffee shops, than I do with some streamers I've collabed with. right? Because some people come into our lives and have a more meaningful relationship with us than other people. That's all she's saying. She's saying, Wick, you're not one of those people for me. And sometimes people come into our lives to give us wisdom, to humble us, to give us some sort of insight into ourselves. And that's, yeah, dude, that's basically life. And then some people are like, you know, oh, maybe I can be that thing for you. Nope, sorry, bro, you're not it though. And then they get offended. They're not it. I'm telling you. Okay.
Attention to maybe things that I'm lacking or things that I have been achieving and
Oh.
draw attention, because I tend to forget about stopping and smelling the roses and realizing how much I have achieved and how far I have come from where I used to be. So this is an opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Do you ever discuss your spirituality and like these beliefs with your therapist? I've
yeah.
never heard you comment on it, so I
Yeah.
was curious.
I do.
And what do they say?
Well, I go to a holistic therapist.
That's a judgment statement. She's trying to see if the therapist thinks she's crazy for having spiritual beliefs. And then Merck says it's a holistic therapist, which is fair.
So it's someone that sees all sorts of different people
Lots of people are credited as therapists and also do holistic medicine.
who come from different religious backgrounds. Like, she does everything. And she, let's just say, like, I am not at a risk for anything like schizophrenia, paranoia, delusions, anything like that. So it's definitely, I don't know. I feel like this
Wick's
goes back
making a
to
judgment face.
it's other people's problem. Like, people always try to find a logical reason for the way people act, for the way people believe. Sometimes it literally is just spiritual. Why did, when certain people go to church, they get the sudden urge to dance or they start crying and
Mhm.
like a sudden emotion? We are spiritual beings. We're not just humans. We're not just, you know, meat sack robots or whatever. Like, we're spiritual people. We, you know, we're
Streaming
created
is
from
the new
stardust.
church. Streaming is a new church. Like church.
I wouldn't
attendance
say
is down.
that.
We are
I wouldn't
preachers.
say
We are
that.
at the altar. We are giving a sermon. The audience is watching us. The audience gives us money. The audience reacts to us. The audience can.
This is the narcissism I'm talking about. Streaming is not church, bros. The fact that he is even saying it's like church means he thinks of it that way. And Merck and I are like, that's not what streaming is, dude. That's so weird. What are you doing? People tell you who they are. And I don't know if Wick knows that's what he's doing, but the fact that he thinks it's like church, it's like Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl used to be like, I feel like YouTube is a cult and Destiny's a cult leader and you're a cult leader. And I'm like, that's because you're a cult leader, bro. You think everyone is like you. And he did, by the way. Mr. Girl did think everyone was like him. And Destiny's not a cult leader. He's just stupid. And like, I'm not a cult leader. I'm just stupid. We're just people who are dumb enough to come on the internet and enjoy our time here. And we garner an audience. But we're not cult leaders. And Mr. Girl is kind of culty. And that's why he's like, everyone's culty, right? And Wick is sitting here like, everything's like church, right? I have a congregation and they give me money. And I'm like, streaming is not culty, bro. And it's not church. It's just a thing to do. It's like, man, maybe I'm too dumb for this space, but bro, I just feel like I'm chilling, bros. Listen to the way I talk, bros. It's like, what? Do they ever talk to a spiritual person? Come on, your local alternative witches are more wiser and humble than some of y'all? Literally. What are we talking about here? Streaming is more of a sideshow attraction. Streaming is whatever you want to make it. But if Wick wants to make it church, that's on him. Don't project it onto us. Okay? We're just out here making dumb content, having fun. Okay? Like, I like my content. I know other people like their content. But like, I am not here trying to be a church. Andrew Tate is kind of culty, right? But like, again, it's a job. Yeah, it's just a job. It's entertainment. It's a lot of things. But like, I've never thought of streaming as church. I don't even know where he got that. But the fact that he's thinking that is fine, because in his bubble, it probably makes sense. But like, no. No. Oh, thank you, Discord. And people really have the audacity to say Britney is the cult leader. They are literally the ones using cult language. This is so weird. When people say, I wish I had the confidence of a white man, this is what they're talking about. Ah! Oh, I love it. This is just their bubble, and it's fine if you think of it this way. But we ain't doing that here, okay?
Experience large amounts of joy, passion, hate, anger, etc. all in what we do. We are building the new scriptures as we speak.
I feel like
that
that's
is
a little
serious
blasphemous, and
take.
you should probably not say
Super
that.
inappropriately weird. Super weird.
Where's the lie? Why is that wrong?
Because you're comparing yourself to something holy when in reality you're just a streamer.
Do you not think we can be holy?
I mean, yeah, but we're not. We have no to compare us to like
You got a mouth in your
scripture
pocket? Why do you
and
keep saying we? Right? I don't think you're familiar with my content, are you?
No, I'm just saying, like, my personal beliefs are you should probably not compare yourself to anyone like holy like that, saying, "Oh, this is the new church," because that is blasphemy and it's not okay.
Unless it's true.
Yeah, it could be. It very well could be true. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine.
That's true. Also, I think that it hits all the same notes in a lot of ways. And I'm being serious with you right now. I think it hits all the same notes.
I
But
cut it. That's my edit. I'm the one who cut it. That's what I'm saying. When people come into this sphere and they're like, I think it's the same thing. It's very close. I'm like, bro, only if you make it close. It's culty if you make it culty. It's like cringe if you make it cringe. It's coomer if you make it coomer. It's whatever you make it. And like, I'm just out here saying, like, why'd you even mention? I'm trying to get away from church, girl. I'm trying to leave Jesus at the pulpit, girl. Okay, here we go.
I
Exacerbated.
I have a question. Ooh, how long have you been online? Really quickly before I continue.
So I've always, I mean, I grew up
Like
with,
in like
I'm
this
done,
kind of
girls.
space, not like on
Oh.
Instagram, not on a social media, but
so
like
This is literally such a spoon draining conversation. Yes, Kay. It is literally so spoon draining. Again, just like, I love your content, but I don't let anyone tell me what to do. Yes, girls, that's the attitude you should have. That's the attitude you should have. Atheism can be culty too. Yes, it can be. But to say it is insane. To say like atheism is always a cult is such a bubble narrative. It is not a cult. It can be a cult, but it's not a cult. Catholicism could be a cult. It doesn't mean it is a cult, right?
like for
And-
streaming.
not a normie. How long have you been not a normie?
Bro.
Uh, maybe since August 7th.
Okay. You
But like
the
I
reason
used to, this is, and it's just for streaming. I was always in Discord. Like I've been using Discord since 2015, 2014. I would always go on VCs, always talk to people, and I've always been pretty edgy with my content because like I find that shit funny. That's that's how I grew up. Call of Duty lobbies. Like I am a true believer in
Oh
saying.
yeah, I used to
like,
be in Counter-Strike Source
Yeah.
lobbies and Ventrilo. I know all
like-
about
like,
it.
That's
I guess I'm just speaking from the position of, and I'm gonna sound like an old crotchety lady.
You do,
But the
girl.
ball is dropped for me. And
Mhm.
I am now in a position where since turning 30, I'm very much picking up the pieces and figuring it out. And you and I are a lot alike, down to the smoking weed every day.
Cardinal sin number 7. You and me are a lot of like, even down to smoking weed every day. Not every stoner's the same hoe. 1, 2, 3. She's already at 7 offenses of saying, just like me. Fuck, is everyone taking a shot? I should have drank out. Guys, I would be so drunk right now if I was taking a shot every time she said, you're just like me. Jesus Christ, bro.
And like now I'm at a point where I'm desperately trying to quit because it's negatively affected
But
my
are those-
executive
are
function. And
those-
stuff. I'm just saying that. Just let me finish. I'm just
let me
saying that.
finish. I hate her.
I,
interrupted Merc
not
like
in the
3
spiritual
times.
way, but found a lot of ways to just go with the flow in life and ride every high that was handed to me. And it was like waves, but eventually the waves get smaller and smaller and the water will still. And then I was left with, as Wick said, the bill collector came. And now I am in a position where I very much regret a lot of the actions I've had. And I've heard you say before you regretted some things. I'm not going to bring up what you said.
what have
you've
I regretted? No, you can bring it up.
Well, that's a very sensitive topic. I'm not trying to trigger you or anything.
Oh,
but
you won't trigger
you
me.
said
Go
you
ahead, bring it up.
regretted. You were emotional, and you said you regretted self-harming in the emotional state you were
Oh,
in
yeah.
at the time. To
Yeah,
lead you to that.
I regret cutting myself because at the time I was dealing with mental illness and I didn't have a supportive foundation. I didn't have the tools I needed
Based.
to cope with what I was feeling, and
Good
I
for
was
her.
abandoned by my family. So yes,
Same.
I regret
Same.
it. But now I have positive coping skills. I have techniques and methods, and I have faith in.
Again, it goes in waves, like Blondie was saying, only for literally real. See how she's trying to like, she's like literally trying to undermine Merc at every point, whether she knows it or not. Like she might not know. She might have no clue, right? She's doing it, but it's so condescendingly rude. And I know half of y'all are like, oh, I'd be like, listen, girl, listen. But it goes in waves. So like Merc is better than she was a month ago, better than she was 2 months ago. And the coping skills are again, it's a spectrum. It's not like, oh, I go to therapy and then all of a sudden I'm better. It's like, yeah, I'm better today. And you need to celebrate your wins for health. It's again, if you're doing sobriety and you say, oh, I have my 30-day chip, that's amazing. You don't say, oh, only 30 days. You say, that's amazing. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard. 30 days sober. That's great. And then that person is going to say, yeah, I actually have so many better skills for being healthy and I'm coping so much better. And then you say, yeah, that's great. Well, you got 30 days sober. So obviously you're coping better, right? But instead they're like, only 30 days. Like, oh, only 30 days. Like, how good can your coping skills be? Good enough to get to 30 days. And that's the point. Merc is just saying, hey, I'm at like, I'm using like an example, but she's trying to say, hey, I'm healthier than I was a few months ago, so I'm doing better. And they're like, not good enough. Not good enough. And I'm sitting here like, girl, look in a mirror, girl. Look in a mirror.
I think everyone needs faith in something because it gives you a reason to.
Guys, why are you saying congratulations? I'm not an alcoholic or an NA person. I'm saying I'm giving it as an example. Why are you guys saying congratulations? Is it to me? I just want to make it clear. Like, I'm not saying I have that. But if somebody else does congratulations, did I miss a congratulations? Do I owe someone a congratulations? Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I've been sober from alcohol for 1 month tomorrow? That's amazing. 30-day chip. Let's go, girl. Ooh, I'm blowing out my mic. Let's go, girl. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know, better yourself every day. Even if it's Buddhism, fucking Islam, whatever it may be, religion, fucking just trust yourself, worship yourself. Whatever it is, whatever works for you, do it. Because a lot of people have nothing to live for and it shows. It definitely fucking manifests.
I very much relate to you. You're kind of like, at least from the
7, 8. I'm going to put this on 8. 8 offenses.
reactions I'm seeing where if someone at all critiques your version of current happiness, it's almost like I finally get something that makes me fucking happy and people are shitting on this. And I relate to that feeling because I used to feel that a lot. But my
Yo, this is emotional abuse, bro. This is like emotional abuse, bro. This is so emotionally abusive. This is insane. This is insane, bro. I swear Aurora does genuinely think she's looking in a mirror. I wish she would look in her own mirror. Merc does so well right here.
I guess my concern is that there's blinders on and you're not seeing outside of those blinders and the person that you might blossom into or become down the road. And if time changes a lot, and the older you get, the faster time goes. And in a blink of an eye, you're going to be my age and your brain is going to be different and you're going to be thinking differently. So all I'm saying is
really quickly before I
I'm
forget,
noticing that you're kind of living in the now. And
Aurora loves to hear herself talk, bro.
not really looking outside of that. So that's it.
I have ADHD. Sorry. If I get a thought, I will forget
I'm on
it.
medication for it.
So the thing is,
Look, she goes, I have ADHD too. I have medication for it, but then doesn't understand why Merc's like, let me say it before I forget. But it could just be her ADHD fighting her ADHD.
I will say ever since I've started like spiritual alignment and doing all these things, time has slowed down exponentially. So for you saying that time is speed, like the older you get, it's actually quite opposite. Ever since I went down this path, time literally, it feels slow.
I'm concerned with you taking off the
See how she like doesn't listen? Because probably her neurodivergent brain, maybe their neurodivergent brains are clashing. That's fine. That's life. But like this miscommunication right here is upsetting, bro.
headphones that anytime you're challenged outside of this current world you live in, that you just want to kind of divert away from it.
I agreed to come on here today, didn't I? I knew it wasn't going to be easy because he put mentally ill in the title.
Hold on. I made a graph. Hold on. Let me pull the window down so you guys can see it. Hold on. I need to change my whole fucking setup right now so you guys can see it. This was the title. Merc off the perk versus Wick. Mentally ill woman lectures sane man. That was his fucking title of this video before she even came on stream. That's what she saw. And I don't even know how that's real or why she knew it was mentally ill woman. Maybe he changed it to like lecture. I don't know why he would title that. I don't know why she would know that before the streams even started. Why would he pre-title that? I'm so confused. I feel so weird. I feel like this can't be true. Is there a possibility that Wick pre-named it this before the stream even took off? Why does she know that? That he put mentally ill woman in the thing? How is that even possible?
If I wanted to leave, I could. I could leave right now.
You
Yeah,
did?
you could.
Yeah. So I mean,
Look,
if you're
my
saying
titles are clickbait, to be clear, right?
okay, so
It's
yeah,
just
but
to get
still,
people
if
to-
My titles are clickbait. That's fine. But then you don't deserve her vulnerability.
if
Click
you
on
want to
it.
use that as an argument that anytime you get triggered or upset, you take your headphones off. No, because I was triggered by the title, but that's your opinion
I
of
also
me.
noticed that you kind of went into character when you were challenged, and I heard you talking to Destiny, and he challenged you pretty well, and you started screaming a word, and I'm not going to repeat the word, but
it was not. I don't think
This is like what I mean. Aurora is so weird. Like, what a weird brain. I want nothing to do with her. Don't ever contact me. Thank you. She's like so Merc, you're doing this. Like, she's gaslighting Merc. She's gaslighting the fuck out of Merc, bro. Maybe totally unintentionally, by the way. I don't even think she means to do it because she's so in her own trauma. But she's literally gaslighting Merc and making her think like, hey, you're thinking this? Like, what are you, like, do you know? Like, wow, like, this is, bro. Like, she's literally just... It was actually, this is one of the reasons, again, I tend to block people that don't see me. And if you think I'm splitting, if you think I'm having a borderline trigger, if you do not understand my mental illness and you keep saying like, I see myself in you, I see myself in you, I know this is what I'm seeing, don't be creepy, bro. I'm not you. Just because you don't have your shit together doesn't mean I don't. And also, you're not seeing the right thing probably. Like, Aurora is making so many assumptions about Merc, which, by the way, like, it's okay to make the assumptions, but get ready to be corrected. Merc has been nothing but thoughtful, based, very grounded. She's been nothing but like clear about her answers. They are deliberately misunderstanding her desire to even have a family and a full-time job. This is how I know it's not in good faith, because they're literally misunderstanding even the simplicity of like, oh yeah, I'd love to stream full-time. Whoa, that's crazy. And I'm like, what? Like, they're reacting and she's like, yeah, I eat meat. And they're like, I'm not even vegan, but what? And I'm like, what? Why are you acting outraged? Like, what are they doing here? Aurora sounds like an unhealed parents who are neurodivergent but couldn't be because of the time they grew up in, and they just reject all their insecurities onto somebody else. Maybe. She obviously has a lot going on, right? Yeah, the assuming you know everything about someone because you relate sometimes is immature. It's just so irresponsible. You know what I mean? It's just so irresponsible.
that I was meant to take that opportunity. I think that I was being tested.
So in this segment, I cut it because I edited it down. In this segment, if you guys want to watch the full thing, I linked it in Discord and on chat. And in this section, she's talking about the XQC interview. And look at the way Merc explains the XQC situation. In life, we're given opportunities. Look, in many ways, guys, I feel like I failed my opportunity with Destiny to be the bigger person and to be thoughtful. And I did at the time what I needed to protect myself around my own trigger. But at the same time, like, that's why I'm saying I'm open now, but he doesn't have to talk to me, obviously. But I know he's not talking to me because he doesn't want me to actually, I think he's slightly afraid, which might be projection. But I only say that because he'll let everyone else come on stream to talk to him. He'll let literally a white nationalist do it. But I fuck up one time, and I don't even think I fucked up in that way because I don't think he could actually make it. I think he would have a hard time proving I fucked up in a way that he feels, and I'm not allowed back on. That I'm like, why aren't you talking to me? But that's okay if you don't want to. But you're still a content creator, and I got to talk about you because you're in the space, right? It's like, I have to hold myself accountable because I didn't handle that situation well. I mean, I can't help that I was triggered, but I fixed that. After I was triggered, I DM'd him and we fixed things. So the reason the fact that he's bringing up the rape conversation makes no sense. since the reason I'm mad at him is his denial that he's ever done anything wrong in a real way enough to change and be held accountable for it. Again, you can keep trying to hold 26-year-olds accountable. You can keep going after Sneako, but why are these people in their 30s holding people in their 20s more accountable than they're holding themselves? You can't hold younger people more accountable than you're holding yourself. It's so obnoxious. And everyone keeps doing this to all the crazy 20-something-year-olds that, by the way, Destiny and I were very cringe in our 20s. Destiny and I were not perfect 20-year-olds. We have horrible content on the internet. We've made awful jokes. We've done horrible things, right? Like, we're not perfect people. Who are we to judge these 20-year-olds? Like, who are we to judge these people when we know we were awful in our 20s? Like, why do we think we have the right to judge, right? It's just so weird. He never said he denied cheating. You know about it because he shared it online. No, I know about it because Melina shared it online. But yeah, he shared it online. That wasn't the problem. He knows that's not the problem. That's what I'm saying. If he knows it's public, why can't I talk about it? He literally said, I can't talk to Brittany because she sees me so differently than I see myself, because he doesn't see himself as a bad person for cheating, which is fine. Do you get what I'm saying? He said, I can't talk to Brittany because she sees me so differently than I see myself, which is valid. But that's what I'm saying. He's upset that I see cheating as bad. Why? Because he doesn't see it as bad. He sees violating his partner's consent as reasonable. And that is very interesting to me. So that's fine. He can say, I am uncomfortable around Brittany. She triggers me. I'm not safe around Brittany. That's fair. But remember that he feels unsafe about me because he didn't realize that I was anti-cheating and that I think it's morally wrong. That is very interesting. You know what I mean? I don't think he ever said cheating was okay, but then he has to say, yes, I violate my partner's consent and I think it's okay. Do you get what I'm saying? He wants respect without being respectable. He doesn't want people he respects to talk poorly about him. Sucks. That's the problem. Again, you can't, if he says taking accountability for the cheating is literally being okay with people criticizing his lack of consent when it comes to partnerships. He just doesn't think it's the worst thing in the world. Yes, I know. He doesn't think consent violation is the biggest deal in the world. I know. That's what I'm saying. And he's like, why are you making that out to be weird? Again, yes, humans going to human. So true. Thank you for the super chat. He often says cheating is not the worst thing in the world and that people blow it out of proportion. That's fine. Lots of people think consent violation is not the worst thing in the world. And it's fine. But again, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong that Sneako did it. I think it's wrong that XQC did it. I think it's wrong that Steven did it. I think it's wrong to cheat and violate your partner's consent. It's fine to think it's okay to violate your partner's consent. It's totally okay. It's weird. I actually don't think it's okay from my own moral compass, but it's fine in yours. But I don't know how he doesn't think people are going to look at him and be like, yeah, I wouldn't tell my girlfriends to date you or be with you or trust you because like you lied to your own wife and like cheated on her. Why wouldn't you do that to people you were just sleeping with? You know what I mean? He thinks if you get hurt from your partner cheating, then it's your problem and stems from insecurity. Wild. That's what I mean. I don't mind that he thinks cheating isn't bad. But why does he mind that I think cheating is bad? I think it was more about you comparing him to Sneako. Once again, crazy. I don't know what to say to you. Sneako is very disappointing. The way he hurts women is very disappointing. I'm very disappointed with the men in this space. I'm very disappointed with the men in this space and the women in this space, especially in this conversation alone. Okay? So again, if that's what's so offensive to you, get over it, you fucking grown up. You're 34 years old. Get over it. Or 35. I compared you to a 26-year-old because you're both cheaters and liars. That's the way you are similar. Like what? That's the truth. I'm not even lying. And if he could own that, then we're Gucci. But if you can't own it, I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't like the hypocrisy. Just say it. Just say, oh yeah, I am a liar and a cheater and I'm working on it. Cool. Now we're fine. But yeah, the problem, Jade, is that he's downplaying his own cheating on stream, which made Melina call him out. His own feelings about cheating were used to downplay Melina's hurt from him cheating. Like, he doesn't care. And that's the problem, right? Again, you do you. Be a consent violator. I don't care. But you can't expect me not to call you out when my whole shtick is consent, bro. And again, I can be nuanced. We violate kids' consent when we make them go to school. But when a grown adult cheats on another grown adult, it's a violation of your own willingness, right? You called Sneeko open-minded. Sneeko is open-minded. Guys, open-minded, you keep moralizing it. He is literally open-minded. He has changed so many times. He has tried to be so many different people. Open-minded doesn't mean good. It's a neutral statement, right? It's a neutral statement that is open-minded. The way I was raised, that's why that saying is, don't be so open-minded your brain falls out. Open-minded means good or bad. It's neutral. It's literally neutral. Like, that's what I'm saying. When it could either be good or bad. It could be, oh, you're open-minded in a good way, or you're like, again, he is very open-minded in the bad way. And he was at some point open-minded in the good way. Just like Destiny was open-minded in the good way at some point, but then became closed-minded, right? How are they cheating if they have an open relationship? You can cheat in a relationship because you negotiated something. They negotiated something. He violated the negotiation. That's how you cheat. How do you cheat in anything? You agree to something and then you lie and don't do it. That's what it is. That's how you cheat in an open relationship, guys. They have rules in their relationship. He can't get girls pregnant. He can't spread STIs. He can't romantically date anybody else. They have rules in the relationship. Every relationship has a rule, even open-minded ones. Right? Anyways. Okay. So with this situation, why did I talk about this? Oh, in this situation, it's hard to take accountability, but you have to be honest about the conversation, right? So I'm happy to go through it because at the time I didn't handle it the best. But now that I've really sat down and thought with myself, yeah, I would have handled it differently now, but I still think it's really weird that he wouldn't talk to me in private because he was my friend, allegedly. And then it's really weird because that way we can talk privately about things he doesn't want me saying on stream, right? Like, why would we talk about it in public? But then if he wants to talk about what I said in public, that's fine. But also, it doesn't make sense because, why wouldn't we have the full conversation to fix our friendship? Because he doesn't want a friendship with me. He wants a viewership with me. If you want a friendship with someone, you got to talk to them privately. If you want a online friendship with someone, sure, you can make me into content if you'd like. Why? Right? It just doesn't make any sense. Honestly, Tiny is so disengaged from his emotions that he starts to look like a sociopath sometimes. It scares me. He's not. Destiny has such a good part in him, such a wonderful part in him, but it's just not the loudest part. And it's not the dominant part of him. And that's just the reality. So he looks like he's uncaring. He looks like he's all these things because he mostly acts that way. And I think he probably is how he acts. But also, there's a part of him that could be better, but he can't actually face that part until he tackles all his trauma and issues that he knows he has. He's not stupid. He knows he has them. He just can't deal with them. Just like Aurora and all these people, Wick got mad at us because he couldn't face his own death on a panel. It's not my fault you haven't faced your own death, my bro. It's not my fault you haven't meditated on your own funeral. Right? It's not, you know what I mean? I think it was more he thought you wouldn't have the conversation at all. Why? Of course I'd have it online at some point, but I wanted to talk to him first out of courtesy. And then we could talk on the internet, of course. Just like Kyla and I, we're going to talk in private to talk about our friendship and actually for her to get to know me more. And then we can talk on stream again. You know what I mean? But it's like these people are going through their life and they haven't faced part of their mortality. And they're like, well, you don't know things. But some of us know more things than other people. He knows more than I do about certain things and vice versa. So Aurora, who hasn't faced herself yet, is just projecting and projecting and projecting and projecting and projecting onto Merc, who's already doing completely different work than she's doing. But she's like, I used to be there. I was 26 once. If you were 26 once in the way that Merc was, you'd be in a much better place.
I really do, because I have a big problem with
tested and you think you failed.
Yes, because something I've been communicating with the universe lately is to teach me patience and kindness and just waiting and not always jumping at the first opportunity. And I feel like that's what that was, because granted, it was something I really, really, really wanted, but when it was at the time that it was meant to happen. And I think how it ended and how I felt about it showed that it wasn't the right time, even though that opportunity had presented itself. There may be down the line an opportunity where it was going to be a one-on-one conversation, but I don't know, because I didn't listen to my gut. I didn't listen to my intuition, and my intuition and my gut told me, do not go in there.
Okay, this is really important. She's talking about that time she went on XQC and Destiny's stream and talked to Felix, and she tried to think this was an opportunity from the universe, but it wasn't. So she saw XQC in Destiny's Discord room, right? So she saw him there, and you know how Destiny lets you come into his room? Instead of thinking like they're having their own conversation, she came into the conversation and used it for her own advantage, not thinking that it's going to send the wrong message. And it was the wrong decision to make. It was the wrong decision to make. And that's okay. Sometimes we embarrass ourselves. She's taken accountability. She's explained it's embarrassing. She's already proven she's sane about it. She's a little silly and sensational about the XQC stuff. But in general, she knows she fucked up. It's embarrassing, dude. I'm embarrassed for her. Who cares? We all do embarrassing shit on the internet. Have we all seen my past content? Who cares, girly? Welcome to the internet where you will be so embarrassed of your past self. Who cares? You know what I mean? It's okay. No big deal. But of course she's embarrassed because none of them would have the guts to ever do it, by the way. None of us would ever have the guts or the youthful energy to interrupt a conversation with one of the biggest streamers and Destiny to possibly get a moment in front of them. But you know what? In entrepreneurial circles, that might have been her opportunity. Depending on what book she might have read, that might have been the move. Actually, depending on how she conducted herself or XQC, that might have been the move. But she made the wrong move and it's no big deal. Right? So again, we can try to judge her, but also let's admit it, I bet some of these people are jealous or envious that she even had the gusto to try to get XQC's, attention. And to be fair, she did get his attention. Maybe not the kind she wanted, but now he knows who she is. And that might make him wonder one day, I wonder how that girl's doing. She has massive balls. Exactly, Lakara. Like, exactly.
And I did. Because I was scared.
I think fear is an interesting thing.
Ooh, fear talk.
Because it's one of the experiences I've had in the online space is unfortunately, I've said this live on stream before, it has really impacted my ability to trust other people.
Okay, this part is so funny. Where Wick and Aurora are going to start talking about how hard it is to trust people in the scene. You are making it hard to trust people in the scene. And I am contributing to it, by the way. Because I'm being clipped out of context and Destiny is seeing random clips of me, he's starting to build a narrative in his head that his audience is trying to convince him of, which is like, Brittany's going to spill some shit on you. I don't have any. I'm not going to do that. If he wants to have the conversation on stream, I don't know why he would want me to do that. But like, I'm not going to do it unless it causes direct harm to somebody and I need access to saving somebody, right? But like, I'm not going to do that. But again, people keep clipping me out of context and sending it to him, and then he gets triggered on stream, and he thinks I'm like this evil villain behind closed doors when I'm like, just talk to me, dummy. Just literally talk to me so you know what I'm thinking. You can even record it. How about this? We'll talk, we'll record it, and then you can post the whole fucking thing if you think it's kosher. Right? Like, I'm not trying to hide something. I have nothing to hide. I'm not trying to deceive him. Okay? I'm just trying to clear the fucking air because I know shit. And I'm confused about why things don't add up to what I've been told. Okay? So here it is in the scene. Wick is like, I can't trust people in the scene. I don't know who's my real friend. Yeah. How are you going to know who your real friend is? And when they tell you, hey, I'm playing a character, and you're like, are you though? Are you, guy? Are you? Are you? Literally, people are trying to bond with you. And you're constantly neglecting it. And there's fake personas and all these things. And it's because like, bro. My question is, why is Destiny even watching the clips of you if the bridge is burned? Because I live rent-free in his brain, just like he lives rent-free in mine. Because we're both upset with this friendship burning. Because we both thought it would end better. Because we're both upset with how it went. Okay? Because we were both upset with how it turned out. When it could have been so much better. But it can't be better if he doesn't face his fucking issues. Okay? And again, he doesn't have to do anything. But we're both upset it didn't work out. Because it could have. It should have been a great friendship. But it can't be. Because you can't be friends with clips. You can't be friends by taking me out of context. You can't take your friend out of context and run with it, bro. That's fucked up. It's fucked up to say, I'm going to see you as a friend and I'm going to take you out of context and then I'm going to burn the fucking bridge. That's fucked up. But that is the world of streaming. And that is what Wick is saying. And that is what Wick is doing to Merc. He is taking her out of context. She's explaining to Wick who she is. And Wick is going, no, that's not it. And I'm like, she's literally trying. She's literally trying.
One of the things that I see all the time happen. People come into this space, they're genuine, and then people take advantage of that. It happened to me. It's happened to others.
It's happened to me.
It will happen again, right? So I guess like when it comes to your intuition, and maybe this is just a me problem, my intuition for real life interactions works pretty well, but when it comes to online interactions,
That's fair.
I have realized that I just don't have it. I don't have that discernment. I cannot tell in a large in most cases. People
Fair.
I would have swore were my actual friends or did not end up being my friends. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe.
Is weed made in a fucking lab?
Okay.
Oh, hold on, that was a weird edit. So that's the problem, is like Wick will say, I don't have the discernment to know, but that's what I want him to carry on when he's judging Merc or anyone else. If you don't have the discernment to know, do you have the discernment to judge Merc or even understand her, right? But I get it. The online spaces are confusing. People are weird here. They don't know what friendship is. It's really strange. Did you see the picture of Keffels, Vosh, and Destiny and Kyla and everybody? And I was like, I don't even... That's great. I love that. Like, I remember when I did Brunchgate and I sat with Shu and Contra and everything and the internet blew up. But at the same time, like, I thought Keffels was a bad guy. I thought, like, you know what I mean? Like, Keffels. Like, isn't she kind of inappropriately, like, lie? Like, doesn't she lie? I'm just so confused. But yeah, like, you do you, right? Have fun. Associate with who you want. Keffels. It's like, cool. So I can have, okay, that's cool. Yeah, okay. That's what I mean. What are values? Like, what is that? You know? Like, I love it. But like, I don't know what this means. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? What does that even mean?
Weed is not a drug.
Okay, so right here, in this part of the conversation, I cut it, obviously. They're talking about drugs, right? And it's fine. Like, you build the bridge with whoever you want. So, okay, we're watching the weed conversation. Okay, and I want you guys to understand something. Look at the way she's saying something that's, like, really understandable. And she even goes so far as to jump into their bubble and be like, you know, I know what you're saying, but they cannot join her in the conversation. They called weed a drug, and she's saying it's not a drug. But you know what people mean when they say weed isn't a drug, right? Like, do your bubbles know that? When someone says like weed isn't a drug, you guys know what that means? She's going to explain it. But like, that's a very common thing I heard growing up from weed activists. Like weed isn't a drug. Like, that's a very common narrative I heard growing up, versus I think all drugs are neutral and how you use them is what's good or bad. So like, I'm like, drugs are drugs or drugs or drugs, don't care. Bubble words. These are definitely bubble words. Okay. So let's see how she explains
Weed
it.
is literally a
Weed
fucking
is-
plant.
What do you think drugs are?
It's a drug, but it's not a drug. It's a fucking plant. A drug is anything made by a pharmaceutical company.
Don't know if that's, but fair enough. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe.
Is weed made in a fucking lab?
Look,
Can
what do you
be.
think penicillin is?
That's an antibiotic. That's a fungus.
Yeah, but it's a drug.
It's still a drug.
definition, right?
Yeah, but it's a natural drug. It's a fungus.
So
I'm talking about like fucking Adderall and heroin. Like that shit's drugs. To me, that's drugs. Weed is not a drug to me.
Okay, so weed is not a drug to me. That's very common, right? That's like a really normal narrative. It's just meaning to say weed isn't bad like drugs are bad. And I think drugs are neutral, but this was a common narrative put out by weed activists, like weed isn't a drug. How about it's okay if it's a drug and drugs aren't inherently evil? But like, people have a bad association with the word drug, and it's like, you know, very common to have that happen because that's how criminalization of weed was encouraged, right? It's a drug. It's a drug. It's a drug. You know what I mean?
I know it has effects of a drug. Like, I get what you're saying. Like,
See how
yes, it
she
is a
says?
drug,
See how she says, yes, it is a drug. I get what you're saying.
but to me, it's not like a drug. A drug.
Have you
'Cause
ever
it's a
done psychedelics?
See how they can't meet her where she's at? So she can meet them. She's like, I know what you're saying. You're saying weed is a drug. And she's saying, no, weed's not a drug. And they can't be like, oh yeah, I get what you're saying. There's like, okay, Merc. Okay, Merc. It's so condescending.
No, I mean, I literally did too, because I'm like you. Like, I
Okay, it cut. And once again, I'm just like you. Offense number 9. We're on offense number 9. I'm just like
like
you.
I get what you're saying. Like, yes, it is a drug, but to me, it's not like a drug. A drug.
Have you
'Cause
ever
it's a
done
pl-
psychedelics?
No, I mean, I literally did too, because I'm like you. Like, I have that sense of humor where I can laugh at myself, and I laugh at things that are like that because I don't know. I appreciate the effort, okay? All I'm saying is there have been a lot of instances where people very close to me have turned on me, and especially in the streaming world too, like Wick is saying, you never know what someone's intentions are. And that's also why, like, someone bigger like XQC would probably be pretty apprehensive wanting to get to know a smaller content creator, right? Like, so all I'm saying is I've been in a lot of places on the internet in my day, and the trauma doesn't really happen until you're already being betrayed by someone. And I saw your reaction to Vic, and how that sort of played out, and you seemed
It's going to cut right here again. This is a really weird conversation. She trusted this guy and he like super took advantage of the situation, said that he wasn't streaming or recording their conversation, but he was streaming it onto the internet. Super, super big betrayal. Very inappropriate. Hello, Discord.
pretty distraught that he shared those personal texts.
Yeah.
And considering
Here's
you've
the
not
thing.
really been active for a long time in the space, I assume you trusted him quick enough to give your number out. And
I mean, it wasn't the fact that I gave it to him. It was the fact that, and the messages weren't even bad. It's the principle behind it. I asked
Exactly.
you not to share. I made that clear boundary, because that's another thing I'm working on: setting clear boundaries and not backing up no matter what. If you're genuinely doing something wrong and people want you to like reel it in,
Hold up. Brianna, you're so intuitive. Are they trying to talk her out of pursuing her goals and dreams? That's a great question. And that's funny you say that, because it's about to get spicy in the conversation about that, because it almost sounds like that, right? It almost sounds like they're trying to convince Merc not to be a streamer, because don't you want to be a mom? Don't be a streamer. You're not very good at it. Doesn't it almost sound like they're saying, don't do it, the thing everyone else does in this space, to be a streamer?
and like I get that, but this is my boundary that I set. It is not unrealistic. It is a very clear, respectable boundary, and he crossed it. It doesn't matter if the text messages were sensitive or not. I made that boundary, and I keep it.
Oh yeah, and you should stick to your boundaries. Do you have good real life connections? Like, I know your family situation because you spoke on that. Do you have friends? Do you have coworkers you hang out with? Do you have people like you like spending time with in the real world?
I would say that since I started streaming, definitely my need to leave the house has definitely like gone down.
I'm sorry, fun fact, they just did a study that neurodivergent kids react differently than neurotypical kids to media consumption. That kids with neurodivergency actually show less signs of addiction and problems with social media and computer use, but not like social media, Instagram, like having communities online, than neurotypical kids. And it makes me wonder, and that's why I always joke, like all these spaces are neurodivergent. You think like Destiny and everybody else, like he's already said, doesn't he have ADHD and he won't take his meds or whatever? Like, isn't that what he said, right? Am I taking him out of context? But like literally, right? It's one of those things where we're all neurodivergent, bro. That's why we can handle online spaces. Neurotypicals aren't online the way we are. And if they are, they're not consuming it in the same way, bro. And like, it actually coincides with that study that I read, and I thought it was interesting. I gotta find it, bro. But it makes so much sense why I feel like, and again, everyone's different. I'm not like, I don't mean to generalize, but there's so much strength in having access to like this isolation time to like neurodivergence versus neurotypicals, especially if you're not very extroverted, though you can be. Discord is a place to be extroverted if you want to be. But I know for me, right, I benefit so much for having an online life. Like, again, I have my people in my real life, though technically I live in Croatia, so the only person I see is my husband and his mother and father, but and his friends. He has friends. But we don't see them very often because they're all neurodivergent and online. Like they live in the same town as us, but we're all neurodivergent. So we just talk to each other on Discord. Well, they talk to each other. But like, you know what I'm saying? His best friend and him are both neurodivergent, and they spend more time through Discord together than in person. And it's a great fucking friendship. They've had it for like 20 years. It's wonderful. But people might be like, you should go outside. You should talk to people. Do you have real life connections? It's like, well, like not necessary for all people in the same way, but I get what she's asking, right?
Down, but before I started streaming, like I would go out and drink and do all that and like try and make friends, but it never worked out because it was very surface level.
Yeah.
So I think that now in my real life, I do a lot more of trying to teach myself that it's okay to be alone, because there's people all over the world who have nobody. And while I am alone, I'm not alone because I'm guided, I'm blessed, I'm protected, I'm, all of these things. I have the universe, I have whoever's listening taking care of me, so I'm not alone. And I think Winnie, my ex, leaving me, like he used to always say like, oh, I'm never going to leave you. And I was like, you're the only person I have. And I think losing him showed me that it's okay not to have anybody, because eventually someone will come into your life that appreciates who you are, loves who you are, and is there for you no matter what. And in some sappy, cheesy way, on a different kind.
Whoa. Who called Relly the R word? I don't think she's a nice person. She can be really nasty. Like calling Irrelevant the R word and raging at him. Who? Wait, I'm trying to scroll up on this chat. Who yelled at Relly? I will protect Relly against anybody. Who was it? Was it her? Was it Merc? Merc and I are about to have words. I'm just kidding. Merc did. Oh, Merc. How dare she? Was she in character? If she was in character, fine. But if she was out of character, where is she with Relly? Somebody link me. I'll watch it. Maybe not today, but I'll get there. I'll find it. I love Relly.
Kind of level the internet is at for me. I used to be one of the people.
And by the way, she does have a mean streak. There's a meanness to her, but I get that. As a borderline, let me tell you, we know how to go for people's guttural. We know how to make people feel very low. Let me tell you.
They're like, oh, online friends are weird. All that shit's weird. Like, get a real job. I used to be like that. But I will tell you that I've had more memorable experiences on the internet and like more meaningful connections than in my real life.
So you connect easier with people online. Like it feels easier for you. I relate to that. Yeah.
If it was in character, I don't care. Sorry.
I understand.
And it's I don't know. It's just, I know that there are some people you can't trust. And I think I have gone from a point of not trusting at all to trusting way too much. And now I'm slowly working towards that median of really assessing people, following your gut, following the signs, like all of that, to learn to give a little bit, but to not give too much, and just be in that like sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? You can always meet people. You can always be open to meeting people, but I have set boundaries that make sure.
No. Q, you're crazy. She doesn't play a character. She just masks her poor behavior. Insane. She's obviously playing a character. If you can't tell when she's like she is, I'm not saying when, but if you can't tell she's playing a character, that's fucking insane. Ice Speed Show plays a character. Yes, but so does Merc. If you guys literally cannot tell she's playing a character, you're the reason the internet is confused. She's obviously playing a character. There is no fucking way she's not. Now, not all the time. Right now, she's not trying to as much. I'm not saying she's always playing a character. I'm saying you have to understand, you can't say she's never playing a character. It is literally absolutely clear she's playing a character. Just like Sneeko's playing a character, just like Ice Speed's playing a character, just like K.I. Senate is playing a character, just like everyone who is exaggerating is playing a character. It's absolutely a character. Not all the time. She's trying to make it clear when she's in character and when she's not. Okay? Borelli said he was okay with it at first. And look, she probably went too far. She's new to the scene, but she's obviously playing a character. Again, I can't. This is why there's so much confusion in these spaces. I feel like, Trump is also playing a character, right? Oh my God. Do you guys think Trump isn't playing a character as well? Like, he's obviously playing a character and he's himself. He's obviously playing himself and he's playing a character. Can't you tell when Trump is playing the character and when he's being himself? You know Andrew Tate is playing a character, but then he's also being himself, right? And the scary point, like Jordan Peterson is never playing a character. Jordan Peterson is never playing a character, ever. Ben Shapiro is never playing a character. Steven Crowder plays a character and is sometimes his real self. Okay. Andrew Tate plays a character and is sometimes his real self. Okay. Like Sneeko is a character and is sometimes his real self. Merc is a character and sometimes is her real self. It's like pro wrestling. It's like pro wrestling. It's a character and it's them, but it's the character. Like again, wait, exaggerating is playing a character, then anybody and everybody is playing a character when they're being recorded. Almost everyone is in character at certain times of their life, but they actually have a character to the way they speak. Like when Sneeko goes, like that's a character. When Andrew Tate is like, Candace Owens. Candace Owens is playing a character in the sense that, it's different though. Okay, guys, there's playing a sensationalized character, like Piers Morgan sensationalizes who he is and plays this character on TV. Tucker Carlson sensationalizes who he is and plays this character on TV. And it's more muted and more acceptable than Andrew Tate, who plays a character and exaggerates, and far more acceptable than Sneeko when Sneeko's playing a character, and far more acceptable than when Merc is playing a character, right? So everyone is playing like some version of a show, but everyone's playing a different game. Like Merc sat down and thought of a character to play, right? She was like, I'm going to be this character, but it's an exaggerated version of a part of her. Even when I was younger, you're nailing it, take my money, I would love to. When I was younger, I thought about playing a character as well, but then I realized like I couldn't keep up with it and it was exhausting, but I tried. There is a video. Oh my God, do you guys want to see it? It's on the internet because I can't take it down because I can't log into the channel. I had a character that I created and she lives on the internet to this day. Okay, remind me after we're done with this. Should I show it to you now or after? No, I'll show it to you after. It's bad, but I tried to pretend I was playing a character, but it's like me, but it's not me, right? It's a character. It's really interesting when you decide to do it. So again, when Merc was talking to me, she was out of character. Not saying she was like fully honest or anything, because like what is honesty? But she was definitely more raw, more grounded, right? And then again, Wick plays a character a little bit when he asks questions because he's going into like interview mode. It's not a character the way Sneeko has a character or Merc or Andrew Tate has a character, but it's a news performance character. You know, have you ever seen those videos of news people going to their normal way of speaking? What is it called, guys? When you're not masking your, what's it called? Oh, fuck. When you don't talk a certain way, but then you pretend you talk a certain way so people don't they don't know. What's it called? Oh, I can't think of it. You guys will know in the comments. But it's like that. When you're watching a news person that's like, hello guys, welcome to the news. Oh my God. It's like the news is like the character, but it's not a character the way Sneeko has a character. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh my God.
That I don't get hurt. That the internet doesn't cross over. And the minute
rappers do play characters as well. That's been the new controversy in the rap community. Have you seen that? The biggest controversy in the rap community, Code Switch, thank you, or Code Swap. The rap community's been talking about this a lot, where they're all admitting they're playing characters. They're pretending to be bad. They're pretending to be cool. They're pretending to be, it's all a show. It's all a show where they pretend they're doing things. They're pretending they came from a rough life. Not everybody. Some people have real authentic stories. But rap has absolutely become a character. Your definition of character seems meaningless, if anything done performatively, now playing a character. I don't know how to tell you guys this. Words have different meanings in different contexts. Words have different meanings in different contexts. It's only meaningless because you refuse to see different context. It's only, when I say I kiss my mother, what do you think that means in a certain context? If I said it's in a sexual context, do you know what that means? If I say it's in a platonic context or in a family context, do you know what that means? When I say I kiss my mother, like a daughter should in a family way, because I'm Middle Eastern, that usually conveys I'm kissing her double cheek. Because that's how we kiss in Middle Eastern culture. Men kiss men, women kiss women. We all kiss because that's how we greet each other. If I said I kissed my mother sexually in a different context, can we all imagine what that looks like? Pretty gross. Kissing my mother, okay? Linguistics 101. Words mean things in different context. Literally.
That you fuck with that, the minute you even touch it and it like threatens my in real life and all that, that's when it stops. Because
So you mentioned you're kind of okay with the idea of loneliness because you're meant to be with someone else in the future, or because you might find someone else, or because spirituality nurtures you in a way, right? These are the things that sort of feed you. So I just wanted to ask, in what ways do you sort of see you? What ways do you nurture yourself? What
So
ways do
listen.
you have your own back? What ways do you care for
Listen to
yourself?
this.
I'm just curious.
I do a lot of inner child work, so I actually have it
Yum.
with me right here.
Shadow
it's
work?
a binder I have that it's shadow work. It's got like prompts. It's got like a bunch of like stuff like this, and I
It's only broad. I think Q means it means nothing because it's so broad. It encompasses everything that falls under performative. Yes. And it's still accurate. Guys, I can't fucking spell it out for you step by step. You're not paying me enough. And I know a majority of my audience is smart enough to pick up the pieces and see the nuance, but literally I would have to step by step explain to you context in order for you to keep up with the live show. If you can't understand when I broadly speak, you have to understand the context of how I'm speaking. Someone in the comments said, Brittany, you're literally on point, take my money. And somebody else says, you're not making any sense, I don't understand. You have to learn to understand. You have to get enough tools from the way that I speak or the context clues in the conversation or the way other people are commenting to understand. If you don't know the difference between performance, whether you're in hospitality, whether you're a priest, whether you're a public speaker, whether you're the fucking president, of course it's all characters. Like again, it means something depending on the context. I cannot hold your hand and explain every single nuanced context. You have got to ask the audience. You've got to ask yourself.
swear by this. Anytime I'm feeling triggered, anytime I'm feeling, a certain type of way, I will do some of this. I'll do meditation, I'll do journaling. But here's the thing, people don't realize it's kind of like getting the ball rolling. Once you start down a path of like spirituality, it makes the healing easier. And then
That's true.
once you
Science backs
start
that up.
healing,
Science backs it up that people with religious or spiritual beliefs have a little bit of a better time healing, right? Because they have something to turn to, something to give their pain to. That's why in AA, to help sobriety journeys, they give you a higher power to lean on because people tend to do better when they have something outside of themselves.
makes the whole process quicker because it's like things aren't affecting you like they used to, which allows you to do the self-healing and allows you to fix all these things. And I don't know, it was like it happened so quickly. And that's why at first I was apprehensive. I was like, there's no way that I already feel like this. Like there's no way that these signs and these like the progress.
Dr. K literally said that if you get therapy for borderline, you can see improvements within months and remission within years. It's true. If you do the work right and you're really ready to heal, you will heal so fast, and it will be fast depending on your goal. So don't hear me out and say, Brittany said it will be fast. It will be 2 weeks. No, it'll be faster than it's been before, but it will feel, it's like gains. It's like new gains when you first start working out, right? When you start working out, you get like beginner gains and it looks like, oh my gosh, and then it kind of teeters. Same thing with therapy. You get beginner gains and then you got to take the long road, okay? But the beginner gains are real. You don't heal, you just get really better in a really significant way. It's like you're eating poison every day, and then the first day you don't eat poison, you feel like 80% better, and you're like, what the fuck? It's because you didn't eat poison today, guys. So it feels like I figured something out. Yeah, you figured not to eat the poison, so I feel 80% better today, right? So again, when you go to therapy and you actually work on it and you have a good therapist and it really works out, well, then when you start doing it, within months, you're going to feel like, holy crap, I'm 80% better. You're not actually 80% better, but it feels like you're 80% better, which is why Merck is still definitely on the journey, but she's doing way more than the average people do. She's doing way more than the adults on this panel are doing, and they're in their 30s. 35 and what, 40? These people, 38, I think, I forget how old Wick is. She has done more work for her mental health than the 2 people lecturing her right now.
that I'm making, and it's actually like I'm actually changing. But then it's like, who's to say that I am not changing? Like, it's been a consistent time period. It's not been like a week thing or a month thing. It's been May is when this all started, and it's just, even aside from the online shit, like May until now, it's crazy how much my life has changed. And people may not believe me. People may think I'm manic. I have mental health professionals.
Okay, hold on. I'll answer this with good faith. Nick says, for example, Merc said when she's in character, she says she hates FAGGOTs. She's exaggerating, and that they actually just discussed her. So I think it's hard for some people to discern. Okay, I'll actually explain this to you. My family will literally be like, ew, gays are disgusting. Trans people are disgusting. And I'm like, yeah. And then they'll invite us over for dinner and we'll hang out and I'll babysit their kids. They don't think I'm disgusting. They think being gay is disgusting. They don't think Britney's disgusting. They think being gay is disgusting. Okay? But in their head, they're thinking being gay is disgusting. But they don't think Britney's disgusting. And it's still a problem. It's still homophobia and it's awful. But they don't mean that it's like kind of like the weird cognitive, actually it kind of works. Hate the sin, not the sinner. This is actually the problem people have with me on the internet, because they'll say, you can't think I do bad things, but I'm not a bad person. Why not? Good people do bad things all the time. Why not? Good people do bad things all the fucking time. Why can't I think you're a good person who does bad things? Why not? Why not? Can't you hold two contradicting thoughts at the same time? Why not? Yeah, they love the sinner, hate the sin. But okay, so Merc does have a problem with LGBT people to an extent. Obviously, she expressed that to me in her real voice to me. And we disagreed. I'm very pro-LGBT. I'm a queer person. I fight for, everybody. I want my kids to feel safe as a trans person. You know what I mean? As a trans kid, as a gay kid, whatever. Okay. Once you use a slur, you're insulting the person. I mean, I use come on, I say the F slur. Come on. We're queer. Get over it. It's not even that. It's why is she saying it? It's not that she's saying it. Why is she saying it? And I think Merc has to deal with that. She's going to have to learn how to deal with her thoughts around gay and trans people. And that's her journey. But let's not act like most of the world is an anti-trans. And let's not act like every religion out there that's prominent and dominant isn't also anti-LGBT. And let's not act like gay people are still fighting for their civil rights. Let's not act like Merc is not a representation of culture, right? You guys keep acting like, again, I don't know why you're holding Merc accountable and Sneeko accountable and not everybody in the space. If she says she doesn't care if she calls people slurs, then it shouldn't matter. Just like if you don't care you cheat on your wife, it shouldn't matter. Hold everyone accountable or hold nobody accountable. Just own your shit. Merc obviously has problems with LGBT people. She said that on my stream yesterday. That's fine. My mom also has problems with LGBT people. It's your life. I'm going to fight against it, but you do you. Lots of people have problems with gay people. I think it's fear-based. I think it's silly, but you do you. You can keep cheating on your wife. I don't care. But don't hold Merc accountable and Sneeko accountable and not yourself. Don't hold some people in this space accountable who are in their fucking 20s. These people are in their mid-20s and you're not even holding the people in their mid-30s accountable. What are we talking about here? Why are you fucking lying to yourselves? Either hold everyone accountable or allow people to go on their journey and hold each other accountable on different wavelengths. I hold Merc accountable by showing up and saying, hey, I'm pro-LGBT. I think trans people need representation. I think trans kids especially need to be protected. Period. Hey, I think consent is important. I know people cheat, but I really think you shouldn't do it. And I don't think people should date you. I would not trust my gay kid with Merc. Is Merc going to end my friendship because I wouldn't trust her around my children? She works with children. I personally wouldn't send my child to Merc's daycare or school. Sorry, she's a teacher. I wouldn't send my child to Merc because Merc might end up saying something anti-LGBT to my kids. And if she burns the bridge with me over this, oh well. I'm not going to send my kids to be babysitted by my own mother unless my mother promises, and she has to, someone's got to be a witness to it, that she doesn't say anything anti-LGBT to my kids. I will not have my children being told they are not valid. So again, I don't know why everyone takes everything so personal in this fucking space, holds everyone in their 20s accountable and no one in their 30s. Ridiculous. Halians with the super chat, off to do homework. It's been a wild ride and a great stream. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. It's like the intention thing with Merc brought up earlier too. It's mainly about the person's intended action to someone versus the outcome of the action. And that's the thing, is like, she doesn't intend bad. You know what I mean? But there's obviously like a bad there. There's something there. Like I was watching her kick stream and this trans person came on and she said a very mean thing to them. And I was like, oh no. Oh, I hope that person's okay. And that's what I told my husband, man, I hope this person's okay. Because that was really mean. And she even said like, oh man, that was kind of mean. Or she said I went too far. Like, but at the same time, she has a problem with trans people. And that's a journey, dude. It's a journey. And acting like our parents don't have those problems, like society doesn't have those problems. Trans activists keep telling you the world has a problem with me. And you keep saying, no, they don't. But here is Merc being a real representation of a person who's young and has a problem with trans people. And she has the right to go through the journey of, learning to humanize them. But they don't have to tolerate her. They don't have to be on her team. They don't have to be nice to her. She's the one dehumanizing them. And that's a part of her journey. And you guys can be mad about it. But you better be mad in a consistent way or I don't want to hear it. Cass, gifting 5 Brittany Simon memberships. Thank you so much. You're so great. Oh my God. Q was given one. Vlad was given one. Saska, girl, I don't know how to say your name. Sparky, Momo, amazing. Woo! I love it. Merc just isn't around enough gay people. She'll soften up over time. I hope so. Right? That's the thing. At the end of the day, she's on a 18 plus website, right? Kick is 18 plus as far as I know. She's talking to adults. She's being mean to adults. She is being mean. I'm not denying that. Her content is mean, bro. But I'm not going to hold her any more accountable than anyone else in this space. And I won't see other people try when they won't hold themselves accountable. I refuse. We're all on a journey. And I also said cringe shit when I was young and growing up. And half the people on this planet don't like trans people. And you act like trans people aren't constantly telling you people don't like us. Well, you sit here in denial when Merc is a great example of it. And so is Sneeko. And so is so many other people. But then I can't even believe half of them because they're stupid and in their 20s. They don't know shit about the world. They're just learning. Just like I didn't know shit about the world when I was in my 20s, but I thought I did. They certainly don't. But you hold them more accountable than the people in their 30s who claim to know shit about the world. The people in this panel are literally 10 plus years older than her. And they're trying to hold her more accountable than they'll hold themselves. Don't fuck with me, bro.
Take care of myself. I go to the doctor. People only see what I allow them to see. And, I definitely make time for myself and I nurture myself. And I've noticed that, like, when I speak to my inner child as a child and, like, I'll talk to myself and it's like, I feel so much better because literally all my inner child wants is to feel validated, to not feel abandoned, like all of these things. And I can give that to myself simply by talking to myself, journaling.
I did that work too. After my therapy, I was told to like kind of, I would dom myself, but like mommy myself, like, it's okay, Brittany, you're doing okay. Take a deep breath. Look at the work we're doing.
Acknowledging the emotion itself is the biggest thing you can do. Because like if you hide it, if you try and suppress it, it's only going to get bigger and bigger. And that's why it's called your shadow self. That's like your shadow. It's something that's hidden in the dark that you don't allow to come out. But once you bring it to light, it's okay, and it makes it smaller, and eventually it'll be a little tiny speck, which, you still have insecurities sometimes because you're a human and you still have like negative thoughts sometimes. It's life. But what you do with that negativity is the most important, because you can transmute negative energy into positive, and that's what I live to do in my life every single day.
Okay, hold on. It's going to skip again. I edited a part. Charles says, when you ask yourself the who am I question, how do you differentiate, you know what I'm trying to say, between the answer shaped by your bubbles and the genuine core you do what Merc's doing. You get messy. You test everything. You go from bubble to bubble like Sneeko does. You blow yourself up. You hit rock bottom. You throw things at the wall. You ask yourself like, oh my God, what am I doing here? Because guys, if you say I'm a logic bro, you can logic yourself into a Holocaust. Okay, so don't rely on logic alone. Think about your feelings. A lot of people go, I'm logical, so I don't think about my feelings. And then you become a mean person. Think about your feelings. Think, I'm kind of sensitive to this and I don't want to be this mean person to somebody else. You have to be messy. You have to test ideas. You have to be challenged. You have to ask yourself, okay, what part is the bubble and what part is me? And if it's me, why is it me? Why did I get here? So when I see someone in their 20s being a hot mess, I'm like, cool. When I see someone in their 30s, I'm like, ooh. When I see someone in their 40s and 50s, I'm like, bro, it's all a journey. You should get that worked on though. Cause like you don't want to reach 80 unless you do. Right? Like, again, you have to find yourself by being messy and trying to find yourself and ask yourself again, when you say, okay, how do you know what your favorite foods are? How do you know what your favorite music is? How do you know if you like an anime? Okay, thank you, Virginia. I love you. Differentiate. Thank you. Okay, how do you know what your favorite anime is or if you like an anime? How do you know if you like a movie? That's the same way you figure out what are my beliefs, what are my thoughts, how do I feel about the world versus other people. You make a fucking judgment. You talk to yourself. You allow yourself to change your favorite movie. You allow yourself to say, actually, I don't think I like that anime anymore. I like this anime more. I like this belief. Actually, I think I like this belief better because I've changed as a person. You have a conversation with yourself.
And we'll pull you in for a little bit and see what you have to say.
Okay.
I think that...
So note, at this point in the conversation, they were going to actually pull people in to have a conversation, you know how Wick normally does, which I love. And they didn't get to that point because for some reason Wick ended the conversation between them. And I'm not sure why, but you'll see what happens. So they're about to basically get into their fight.
At the end of the day, I'm not here to convince you of anything. I just wanted to kind of find out where you were coming from. But I would...
Is that true? Did you feel, as we were watching this conversation together, did you feel that Wick was not trying to change her mind, but just trying to see where she's coming from?
Be remiss if I did not say that I am...
I'm sorry. The way he's about to contradict himself is hilarious. The way he's about to contradict himself is so comedic, you could not write it into a comedy. Oh my God, I'm rewinding it. I'm sorry. Listen to this.
I just wanted to kind of find out where you were coming from. But I would be remiss if I did not say that I'm older than most people in this space, and I see you making the same mistakes I've seen other people make in life. You were building a foundation on sand, and it might stand up, but when the storms come, when the waters rise, will it be enough? I don't know. I hope it is. I hope I'm wrong.
What do people mean when they say I'm not trying to change you? What do people mean when they say that? What do you think people mean when they say, I don't want to change you, but I feel obligated to tell you you should change? What? If I make an observation about why Merc confuses people, it doesn't mean I'm not holding anyone else who's above 30 accountable for their actions. Wick usually seems nonsensical to me. Well, I don't mean you literally. I just mean people. If you really don't understand Merc, it's okay. You're not meant to understand everybody. Right? I feel like I understand her pretty well. Doesn't seem like that big of a mystery to me. You know what I mean? Wick is spitting right now. Q, you are nuts, Q. Q2, fired. But you're technically correct. He's just trying to present a convincing argument. He is not spitting right now, bro. He's literally needs to mind his own business. So they're saying they aren't actively trying to force you to change. Well, literally trying to make you change. It's so funny, bro. It's like, I'm shook.
If that happens, it's meant to happen.
Yeah.
It's my responsibility to deal with the feelings.
Literally, if she eats Chipotle and she gets diarrhea, okay. She's accepting the consequences. She just said it. She's accepting the consequences.
That arise from that. And it will be a lesson, not a curse. So
I guess what I would have to say is I very much, and again, you can view yourself however you want. Don't, what I say doesn't matter, but I'm going to say it anyways.
We know, girl.
What I see is a person very much strapped in on the roller coaster ride of life without giving themselves any agency to get off on their own and maybe get on a different ride or
So you're saying you want me to stop streaming?
no.
Brianna said that earlier. So you're saying you want me to stop streaming? It's right? And they're like, no. Then what are you asking? They're such fucking. So you're telling me to stop streaming? No. You're telling me not to be myself? No. You're telling me to change? No. Okay, so what's the problem? Well, we're uncomfortable with who you are and we'd like you to be different, so we're comfortable. So you're asking me to change? No. Bro.
Not at all. I understand where you're coming from with that because like you something you find again, you found something that finally makes you happy. And anytime someone critiques or is concerned, you feel like someone might either want to take it away or shit on your happiness or whatever. But like what I'm saying is you put a lot of work into this. I'm not gonna at all discount your hard work. Putting that many hours into streaming is insane. I can't do it.
Sit down then.
It's a lot of work. And I just see you accrediting spirituality instead of giving yourself
bias. This is called bias and we all have it. I see you accrediting religion, God, spirituality, things that make me uncomfortable to your success. And I just feel like you should give yourself the credit. I see you into therapy and you're giving therapy a credit for helping you get better, but you did the work. It's like, yeah, girl. Like, they're so racist, but not racist. They're so religion what are they? So they're so anti-religion. They're like so anti that they can't understand. Like, girl, don't be mad because it worked for her, girl. Who cares if spirituality worked for her? Let her fucking give it the credit. Who fucking cares?
Credit for your own hard work.
I am a spiritual person.
Okay, so at the same time they're calling her arrogant and conceited, subtextual, like subconsciously, they're calling her arrogant and conceited and like she can do no wrong. And at the same time, you don't take enough credit for your successes. You say spirituality is doing it.
No.
Yes, but what I'm saying, but you're also a person. And so I'm just seeing you sort of rob yourself of your personhood by allowing yourself to sort of ride the wave.
Do you actually watch my streams? Do you consistently?
I've watched I've spent a lot of time yesterday watching a lot of your content because I didn't want to come into this like uninformed and assuming a lot of shit. And of course, we barely know each other, right? So I can only go based on what I've seen of you.
Trust me, I give myself plenty of credit. Like I said, I'm grateful. I acknowledge my hard work all the time. I just, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, yes, everyone is allowed to have opinions because I'm on the internet, but it's like, where do these opinions come from? Do they come from your emotional feelings? Do they come from your insecurities, your shortcomings? Like, I get like trying to understand a person and how they think, but when it's come from a condescending point of view or like, oh, we think you're
condescending you.
Girl, if condescending was a person, it would be Aurora. If condescending was a literal human being, it would be Aurora. But she doesn't know it because she doesn't even mean to do it. She's just, that's why she's not introspective. You don't even know you're being condescending. God, even I know when I'm being condescending. I've been condescending through this whole fucking stream. Even my ego is so big, you think I don't know I'm being condescending? Of course you're being condescending. I've been condescending this whole stream, bro. Say it. Say I'm being condescending. Of course you are. You're looking down on her the way I'm looking down on you, girl. Because you're 35 and you should fucking know better or shut the fuck up. It's all a journey though, and 35 doesn't necessarily mean you figured it out because not all 35s have figured it out and it's okay to like do it later.
I'm genuinely speaking from my heart with this.
Your heart is condescending.
I was going to come into this and I'm being very transparent and real with you. I was going to come into this and I was going to grill you, but I watched your content and you really touched me because when I saw you crying and opening up about your childhood, we have so many similarities. And if you
ding, 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 offense number 10. 10th time she keeps comparing herself and saying they're the same person. 10th time. Guys, I would have taken 10 shots by now if I was playing a drinking game. Okay says, I think this is the outcome of just wanting content for content, not actually being curious and open to learning about someone in the space. They didn't come in this fairly or neutral. Literally. 10th offense. 10 times Aurora has said, we're the same or we are like each other. I know you because of me. She's making this about herself the whole stream.
Want me to be very vulnerable with you.
Does Aurora want somebody to interview her and ask her questions? Is that the problem? Does she wish she was in Merc's situation?
See a person who is still hurting and dealing with a lot of trauma and codependence issues, and
Me?
yeah,
I love Merc. Me?
It's your opinion.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
nice,
You
Mark.
just the way you described your past relationship with your ex seemed a little codependent.
You
and
move
again, I don't know
on. You
you.
seek mental.
Lakara, you know I always have to give caveats. I'm being clipped all the fucking time, okay? You know I have to give caveats to these bitches on the internet. Okay, listen to this. So Merc says, I'm going to therapy. I'm going to the doctors. I'm working 2 jobs. I have a book. I do my shadow book. I'm doing the work. She's giving herself all of this credit and saying, with the tools of spiritualism and therapy, I'm getting better. Purposely dense or just clueless? I think unknowingly dense. I don't think it's on purpose. I don't even think it's malicious. I think it's just lack of introspection. These people just lack interest. They're just not no introspection, but very minimal just enough introspection, but not a very no extrospection. Just don't.
Help. Go.
Hold on, I want to rewind it because what did I want to say?
It's your opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. You just the way you described your past relationship.
Oh, look, the way she described her past relationship, it's true. Even the way she described it to me, I was like, okay, we're still working on some stuff about forgiveness and we're working on some stuff here, but that makes sense. She's 26. She's freshly out of the relationship. Guys, just look at her. She's telling you who she is. She's screaming who she is. She's screaming who she is. She's a new streamer who's recently out of a relationship. She's still praying and deciding around the forgiveness of that relationship. She's meditating on it. She's going to need time to heal. And everyone's like, hey, I think you're still fucking up because you're still in the trauma and you're not fully healed. Yeah. Let her fuck up. Let her make mistakes. Let her go on the journey. If you love it, let it go. Like a mama bird pushes her kid out of the nest. Figure it the fuck out, kid. Let Merc figure it out. Let her heal from her relationship at her own pace. Okay? This woman can't stop talking about her ex-husband who's dead. Okay? We all got trauma, girl. We all still talk about our ex-boyfriends. I get it. But like, let Merc figure it out. Okay? Like, we need to all figure it out. Merc is going to talk about this relationship for many years to come because it's going to be so impactful to her. Even if she heals from this, she's still going to talk about it because it's a part of her life. She'll just talk about it differently. And she's not ready to talk about it differently yet. I remember when I first broke up with my ex-boyfriends or girlfriends, boyfriends, because the girlfriends had great breakups. But the boyfriends, I would make so much content about it. I was such a bitch about it. And now I don't have any of that content private or public. I've privated it because it's cringe. And I don't mean the things I said then. And I've grown and I talk about them differently now. She's going to eventually talk about her boyfriend differently. She's just not there. Let her heal without reopening the scabs every 6 hours. Literally, that's all they're all doing. She's trying to heal and they keep going, heal. Why aren't you healing? Hey, why aren't you getting better? Oh my God, why isn't she getting better? As they're stabbing her over and over again.
Relationship with your ex seemed a little codependent.
You
and
move
again, I don't know
on. You seek mental help. Go to a therapist.
She's
it's
right.
not that hard.
She's
I
working
see a
on it.
therapist, I see a psychologist, and I see a psychiatrist as well as my MD. So to say that I am all these things and I'm triggered because it's like
I'm not attacking you.
You are attacking
you are, though,
her.
because you're
You
coming
are.
from like a
You
sense of
feel attacked.
No. Ooh, this gaslighting. I'm going to she's literally, she doesn't know she's doing it. Aura has no idea she's doing it. You feel attacked. You feel attacked. Hey, you feel attacked. I'm not doing anything, you ugly fucking bitch. You feel attacked. You're so fucking dumb. You just feel attacked. I'm here to help you, you fat, dumb, stupid bitch. Like, I love you. I love the way you look, even though, like, you got to work on some stuff. Like, I love you. I'm here for you. That's literally this whole fucking video. Jesus, I'm triggered.
I'm not
no.
attacking you.
I'm not triggered.
your tone of voice, the way you're
I just
coming at
sound
me.
like a bitch. Everyone thinks that. They always get irritated with the way I sound. I can't help how I sound. It's from you know what? If you smoke weed as many years as me, you're gonna sound like this too.
That's great. The point is,
That was such a cope. God, grow
you're
up.
saying, I see a person who's got a lot of this, a lot of this. Why don't you focus on yourself? Like, I don't get why people are always
We're
like,
here
I
to
see.
focus on you.
I mean,
We're
that's
here to
great,
talk
but
to you.
don't say, but are you a medical health professional?
No, but I think that when you go to therapy, it's not on, oh, I go to therapy. When I like fixed my life a lot and I said, you know what, I couldn't have done it without you, to my therapist. She said, you know what? Therapy is a tool and you're the person who uses the tool. And some people come into
and
this
I
and they
journal
don't
and I
use
do-
the tool. So that's all I'm
This-
saying is that you just
Spirituality
seem
is a
very much
tool. Spirituality is a tool.
like
I
you're willing
don't-
to strap into the ride and just whatever happens, happens.
Yes, it's called letting go and surrendering, girl.
And I'm not
And-
condescending you. I don't think I'm
You're so condescending.
better or smarter than you. You are far more educated than me, and you are honestly doing better when you're like, as far as what you do for a living and all that. You are further in life than me in a lot of ways, and you are younger than me. So what I'm
But this
seeing
is
is
the
a
reason
person.
why. Do you see how you're treating me right now? Do you think that that's the reason why? If
I'm
it's
not-
working
I'm-
for me, if
I'm
it's
talking
working
to
for
you with
me,
respect. I'm
She's
I'm,
not. She's not.
I'm being very. I've
I know. This is like very upsetting, right? It's like insanely upsetting.
seen a lot of people like Kelly treat you like shit.
And Merc talked
and I'm
I'd rather
Merc talked to me the next day. Look how good she's handling herself, dude.
have
to you
Kelly
very
treat me like
nicely.
shit. Because this is a real life conversation that actually matters, and you're coming from a condescending point, even though you don't think you
No,
are.
I just think you feel attacked. I just think
Hi, Steve. How are you? Steve McCrae. I've known Steve for so many years. Hi. Guys, what is this, bros? At least she can admit Merc is better. Like, that's a 35-year-old woman talking to a 26-year-old woman. That is a grown-up, 10 years older. I know I'm doing a little bit of bad math, but you know what I mean. Yeah, she regrets her own decisions, and now she's pushing that regret onto Merc. Let Merc learn to have her own regrets. Like I said, if you ever become a parent, you're going to have to watch your kids make horrible decisions. It's a part of them growing. As an older sibling, I have to sit there and watch my siblings make horrible decisions. You know? Miss you too, Steve. I hope you're well. We should collab soon. I hope you're doing well. Truly. I stream Monday through Friday. We should catch up. Though I stream 11 a.m. Pacific. I start. So if you're ever around. Okay, this is crazy, bro. Let's keep going.
that you don't like what I'm saying and it makes you feel attacked because I'm attacking your foundation of who you believe you are as a person. and
You are valid to have your own opinion.
that's
just-
fine.
Wait. 9 rounded up to 10. Wait. Oh, yeah. 9 rounded up to 10. Thank you.
Absolutely.
conversation is
I don't
positive.
expect to I don't expect you to walk away from this changed or anything. I'm just here to, I guess, do brain tickling because that's what Wick does on his channel.
You're tickling a whole lot right now.
I can
Oh,
tell.
oh
Hey,
my
well,
goodness.
This went
It's just so
What
fucking funny
direction
because
are you-
now I'm actually gonna get a little.
go ahead.
What bothers me is like if you have so many people trying to convince you that you're crazy, you're gonna get pissed off. Imagine every single day.
This is true. I'm sorry. I want to say this. This is the problem of being on the internet that's hard and everything else, right? Like, it is one of those things where if you haven't, it's what people do. I had a video about this. Are you triggered? Are you upset? Or are you whatever? I have a podcast about this. People will literally insult you and insult you and insult you and insult you and insult. And finally, when you're at your breaking point, they're like, oh, triggered. You're at fault. I can't. This is why liberals can't have a conversation. This is why the right is crazy. This is why you're insane, mom. This is why you're crazy, Merc. Like they'll literally poke at you, abuse you, and then be like, look at the way she's acting upset over nothing. It's just a fact, bro. I'm logic, bro. I'm logic and facts, bro. I'm logic and facts. I'm logic and facts.
You log onto the internet and you hear you're crazy, you're this. It doesn't matter what fucking guards I put up because it's still
I don't
eventually.
think you're crazy. I'm not trying to gaslight you into thinking you're crazy.
You see a hurt individual who has a lot of like codependency issues, and I literally have not been with my ex-boyfriend for months now. I haven't thought about him until we actually.
Okay. I will be nuanced and say Merc has 5 to 10% of codependency energy with her ex. Triggered is a real thing, though. You can be medically triggered. It's a real thing. I, as somebody who gets medically triggered, it's a real thing. So just FYI. But like, okay, so here she is, okay, in the situation, right? Okay. She's like making it clear. She probably has she's still getting over her ex. It was a few months ago, guys. Relax. It takes a while. So, of course, there's going to be some toxicity left over. The relationship was slightly dysfunctional because of her, and she takes accountability for that. And also, of course, like it takes two to tango. You know what I mean? Of course, she's still thinking of her ex. Of course, she's still considering her ex. Wouldn't you? I still think about my exes from 10 years ago. I'm like, oh, I hope, what are they doing? Or like, I hope they're well. But also, so again, we all think about our exes. She's just newly out of the relationship. They say it takes half the time-ish to get over a relationship. So I assume they were together for more than 6 months. So give her some time to move on from the relationship. You know what I mean? Give them some time. It's what I'm saying. She just got out and they expect her to be better the next day. Who thinks they're mentally health aware and says like you should get over it fast? It's just insane. You're right, Steve. It can be used as weaponized as an emotional rhetoric. Absolutely. Which is like kind of what they do to Merc, right? They like, oh, you're triggered. She'll even say like, hey, I'm kind of triggered. You're bothering me. And they're like, triggered. And it's like, bro, she's literally trying to convey to you that she's upset. You know what I mean? And she's trying to like give herself time. And people are like, why aren't you better yet? It just happened, bro. Give her time, bro.
Just talked about him. I talk about him because he was an experience. He was a lesson that I had to go through to get to where I am. And I'm thankful for the things he taught me.
Whoa, Vash. You said, wait, I thought this was months ago. It was recently or not? Months ago is recently. How long do you guys take to get over a breakup? Do you get over a breakup in a few months? Like, of a relationship that mattered to you, dating someone you really loved? Like, this did happen recently. It happened a few months. Vash, are you saying that a few months isn't recently? What bubble is this? Where you love someone and you get over them, like, what? I'm just checking, Vash. I don't want to assume your intent here.
But you're not going to sit here and discredit my whole fucking transformation.
Amen,
I'm not discrediting you.
She is.
I'm not
She is
discrediting
discrediting you.
I also have
She is. Again, she is discrediting her. It goes back to the 30-day chip. Oh, you've only been sober 30 days? Not that long. Versus, I'm so proud of you. You've been sober 30 days. That's amazing. That's amazing. They can't say it. They are absolutely discrediting her work.
I'm mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. But you don't get rid of your mental illness, but you can change things and you can have
you might be able to get it into remission where it's basically gone though.
Happy life, no matter what you suffer.
True.
It's what you make with what you got.
What I'm feeling is like I'm talking you up. I'm being respectful. I'm trying to actually like empathize and be kind to you. And I understand that I'm saying some things that are annoying or you don't agree with or whatever. But I clearly see you like pushing away energy that to you feels like you're being attacked. And I just want you to know, again, my intentions are not to attack you. I'm not trying to take away any version of happiness.
I probably agree that her intention isn't to attack, but that is what she's doing. I don't think these are bad people. I think most people are good people. I think good people do bad things. I think they don't mean to attack her. I think they don't really, I don't know. You guys keep saying, well, maybe it's intentional. I don't know if it's intentional. Like she's thinking, I'm going to torture Merc because she's basically emotionally torturing Merc right now. I don't think she means to do that, but she is doing that. She's emotionally torturing Merc by giving her she's been insulting her this whole stream. The whole stream has been insulting. And then she's like, I'm not trying to belittle you. And I'm like, ma'am. Like, the intention feels misdirected. I feel like that's a good word. You know what I mean? The mental strength of Merc is amazing. Just sitting there and being manipulated by two severely gaslighting, like people severely gaslighting you. Like literally, they're both older than her by over a decade. And I don't think they're intentionally doing it. Like Wick is so confused about what's happening right now. He literally was like so lost about the conversation. But yeah, self-awareness is not there. I agree, Momo. It's like there's no self-awareness here. And Merc has it. Merc is 26 and has more self-awareness than these people in their 30s. And that's amazing because she's doing the work.
Issue have, and I'm not trying to invalidate or discredit anything about you. That's just my view and my
I respect
opinion. So
I respect
I
it.
don't. I'm not here to
Everybody's got
trigger you.
opinions. Everyone's got opinions. But I respect it. It's your
Why?
opinion, and
I
I don't
wanna
respect it.
ask because I'm confused. I thought we were having a great chat, but
It's like Wick dozed off and totally lost context in the conversation.
like we talk about energy. Energy's changed, and I have
yes,
no idea
because
why.
she's coming from a point where she is the authority and she's not. You are
I'm not an authority. I'm just sharing my personal
your energy
experiences and
presented
my
itself.
lessons.
We are not.
What do people think it means when they say, I'm older than you, I've been there, I'm older than you, I'm older than you, I'm older than you? What do they think that is playing to? Do they think that's not playing to authority? What do they think that is literally playing to? I'm older than you, I've been there. What do they think? What do they think that means? That is a play, like a play or a play to authority. That's like what's that called? I'm like literally saying I'm older than you. Even Wick is saying I'm older than you. I've been around. What?
The same.
But
just because we went
Merc,
through similar things.
I'm not saying we're the same,
Oh.
exact same. I said it multiple
Oh.
times.
Oh, offense number 11. 11 times she's either associated herself with Merc. She's literally said we are like so similar. We're like so similar. And now she's saying I never said we were the same person. Bro. Yes, Steve, you are older than me, so you must be right. Exactly. What?
We're
okay,
not.
okay. Just let me get this out there because I'm curious and I'm confused because Merc, I've said a lot of the same things that she said to you.
I think at this point, hold
What's the
on.
difference?
I think at this point you are trying to find a reason to get me upset. I think you're trying to find a reason to hate me. You guys have already made your mind up about me. Like
I
you
agree
said,
with
you
that.
came on-
Well,
the point is,
I don't know if they're trying to find a reason to hate her. I think they already disliked her. I do think, remember, Wick called the live show Insane Woman. He insulted her as clickbait, which, again, if this is your first time having a guest on, why would you insult them with the title of your stream? Or wouldn't you warn them, hey, I'm going to clickbait my live stream. Is that okay? But he didn't even do that, right? Appeal to authority. Thank you. So it's like they're literally the whole time being condescending, using the age gap as their like appeal to authority. And she's like, yeah, you're trying to speak from a place of authority. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's like, I'm going to go crazy.
the conversation is no longer productive because you're sitting here trying to paint me as a certain type of way, and my
I'm
chat
not.
can see it, and I'm not the only one who can see it that way. So if I was the problem, I would acknowledge, well, maybe I'm a little insecure, maybe I'm a little triggered. But if other people can see how you're coming at me, it's a problem.
I'm throwing out ideas as shots in the dark to try to like learn about you and figure you out. And that's what I gathered about you. So again, I am coming from a space where I relate a lot. I'm not saying we're exactly alike. I am
12. I'm going to count that as 12. 12 offenses.
I can only speak from my own experiences and I don't have the same beliefs as you. And for me, I'm just trying to figure out your spirituality and how it guides you versus your idea of yourself. And I do notice that sort of Wick was challenging you a bit and asking certain questions, and you did react a bit differently. Now, I don't know if it's my tone of voice or if it's because I'm a female or whatever, but
This is comedy at this point. Bro, this woman, I'm never talking to this woman. Blacklisted. Aurora, I'm sorry, girl. Peace and love and chicken grease and all that. Papa bless. And I hope you're so well in life, but I could not talk to this woman. She is infuriating. She is the most infuriating human who I've ever seen on the internet. Pulling out the woman card, bro. The only reason she's going for Wick less is he's being 10% less venomous. The venom is coming from the woman, and the old man crotchety I'm older than you vibes is coming from Wick. Wick is very nice. I've worked with Wick a lot. He's not as venomous. Like, this woman is being very condescending, and she appealed. Wick wasn't saying, I'm like you, I'm like you, I'm like you, I'm like. This woman 12 times told Merc, I used to be just like you. You and I are so alike. You're so like me. You're so like me. You're so like me. And Merc is like, hey, we're not the same person. I'm a different person than you. And she goes, I never said we were the same person. And I'm like, girl, you said it 12 times. 12 times. Wick is just being, nobody goes after Wick as hard because Wick, generally speaking, has a softer side to him. But this woman does not feel soft. That's probably the only reason.
She did not just pull the female card. She did not just, every single woman I've ever met on the internet, I have not had problems with because I'm actually nice, because I treat women with respect. Even
You're not
Kelly,
being nice to me right now.
Because you actually did something to insult me. You're coming from a point of...
I apologize if I insulted you. That wasn't my intent.
Oh, I apologize if I insulted you. That wasn't my intent. That's what I mean. She's not even self-aware enough to know she's been insulting the whole stream. The whole stream, so insulting. That's what I mean. Your apology is no good unless you know you've been doing wrong. That's what I mean to say. You can't say, oh, yeah, like, it was bad or whatever, but I'm going to do it again. Or, yeah, like, my bad, but, like, also I'm going to do it again. Like, literally, she's like, oh, I'm going to definitely do this. She's doing it right now. Oh, I'm sorry if I was insulting, which is an insulting apology. She's doing it right now in the moment.
Oh, okay, well, then let's move on from the conversation.
Okay, callers. Do we got callers in?
Let's talk about this. Why does everyone
It's like,
think
get
it's
me out of
because
here.
you're a
Save
woman?
me. Someone come in here now, please.
Oh my
We
God.
need a circuit. We need a circuit breaker. No, what was your question though? I wanted to hear it. Maybe answer it. Go ahead. Ask your question, Merc.
I don't know why people think that women have to be mean to other women. Like,
Amen.
even when you're mean to me, like, I'll be the nicest fucking person. I'll be there for you because at the end we are all connected. We are all interconnected, and we're connected by soul, spirit, body. It doesn't matter. I don't want to be mean to women on the internet because women already fucking get it on the internet. So why would I be mean to a woman? And when you're coming from when you're coming into a debate, you're supposed to put all emotions aside. And yes, it's normal to show emotion. It's normal to get triggered by things, but I think as long as you're getting triggered by the right things, then it's fine. The reason I was so triggered is because it irks me. It irks me to the absolute core that when a person who does not know me, who I can guarantee hasn't even watched maybe 10 hours of my content, doesn't know a lick about me off the internet or anything else, and just comes in here and is like, I see a hurt, individual, a person suffering from certain things.
You literally shared like your entire trauma.
Do I talk about what I talk in therapy? Do I talk about what I talk to my psychologist about? Do I share every single vast detail of my personal life? No. So even if I did, even if I don't, that doesn't mean you know who I am just because of what I put on the internet. Even though I put a lot on the internet.
You better get used to it now because it's only going to happen more. And I am a very gentle version of it. What it could be.
I've had worse.
I'm a gentle rapist. So you better get used to it, girl, because it's going to get rougher. I'm gentle. I'm a gentle bully. So you better get used to the real bullies. I'm a gentle cunt. So you better get used to the nice, like the mean cunts. It's just like, so again, you don't have to have this relationship with the internet. Like, you don't have to have it. You can talk to people that are nice to you and kind and thoughtful and curious and open. You can talk to people who have strong opinions but differ on those opinions and still be okay. You can have any space you want on the internet. But like, this girl is 35 years old and still traumatized from whatever ex-husband she dated 20 years ago who was a Reddit mod or whatever she said. Some troll she dated or something. I don't know. She got severely bullied and I feel bad for it. Go to therapy, right? Because like, you're putting your shit on Merc and it's so unfair. Look at Merc being more mature than the people who are older. Even though they tried to be like, I'm older. It's like, Merc is a kid. No, she's a kid adult. I'm a kid adult, but she's more of a kid adult. She's 26. She's trying to figure it out. She's a mess in her own way. Like, she's going to figure it out. She's working on it, bro. She's working on it. And she's open to being wrong, and she's open to throwing everything into the gutter. Like she's open, like she's just okay. She's figuring it the fuck out. But for this woman to double down and be like, you better be ready. The internet's going to be worse to you. And I'm the nicest part of it. You shouldn't be a part of it at all. The internet is a bad place because any of you are a part of it in that way. I don't think I'm a part of it in that way. God, I hope not. Do I sit here and gaslight people and literally insult them for 3 hours and then tell them like, oh, like I never said those things? Like, do I gaslight people in my fucking streams? This was like 2.5 hours of gaslighting. Don't do that to people, bro.
I've had worse.
This conversation
The
is
only
triggering you. I
reason-
pray
Yeah,
for you.
you know why it's triggering? Because I actually take the time to actually have a normal conversation and not troll. This is as genuine as I'll get. And when people have a genuine conversation with me, I'm going to get upset by the things they say.
Now, she was more genuine with me the next day. We had a great convo. Merc and I had the best convo.
Now, if we were trolling and you were just being a bully or whatever, like Kelly or whatever, that's different. Do you see how it's two different kinds of conversations?
I think you were feeling vulnerable, and you might have felt like I assumed something about you, which annoyed you. And
all right, that's different. Do you see how it's two different kinds of conversations?
I think you were feeling vulnerable, and you might have felt like I assumed something about you, which.
This was 2 hours of assuming. This was a 2.5 hour. We only watched an hour because I condensed it. Links for the original in Discord and stuff in chat. Guys, she literally is, what is this on purpose? I can't tell. I'm like, am I just dealing with like the least introspective person I've ever seen on the internet in the last 10 days? Like, who am I dealing with here? How could she say that to Merc? How could she say this to Merc?
Annoyed you and
or whatever, that's different. Do you see how it's two different kinds of conversations?
I think you were feeling vulnerable, and you might have felt like I assumed.
You might have felt like I assumed something about you. You did assume something. You assumed 2 hours of content. That's insane. Thank you, Mashakata. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you. Bro, this doesn't even feel real. I think I'd leave the stream and have to call someone and make sure it actually happened. Thank God we have the internet and it's recorded. This is the worst. I've never, like, she's being treated so badly. Just so, and why is Wick just sitting there? I think Wick is just lost. Like, he's literally completely lost. And I'm sitting here like, how did you guys not know you were gaslighting and mistreating her for 2.5 hours?
Something about you which annoyed you, and
all right, we are talking in circles. You think I'm a defensive. I think you're a cunt. That's what it is.
I mean, girl.
Oh, my badge.
I mean,
shouldn't have said that. Sorry.
It's not a forbidden.
see how she lashed out with her feelings because I wanted to do it, girl, and then she apologized because she knows. But you are being a cunt. I mean, you know, you're being a human, and humans are gonna human, and you're being a cunty human right now, which is fair. We all are cunts. I'm being a cunt right now. See how I can say it? I feel cunty because I want to be so badly to this woman who has literally talked down to someone 10 years younger, who's literally working on herself and has the audacity to, again, unintentionally. I can't believe she's doing this on purpose. I just think so good of people that I can't imagine she's doing this on purpose, but maybe she is. I can't imagine it though. Like, is Aurora literally sitting there and being like, I'm gonna convince Merc she's fucking crazy, but she's doing that. And I don't know, I'm having a really hard time imagining it's intentional, but damn, it feels very bad. It feels so unethical, just so wrong. Because the whole time, insulting, belittling, just the whole time, she was basically calling Merc like ugly for 2 hours. And then Merc's like, hey, I know you think I'm ugly. And she's like, whoa, I never said you were ugly. And she goes, you've been saying I've been ugly. She's like, no, I never said that. I said you just aren't pretty enough to be seen in public. I never said you were ugly.
Fine. You can again.
I'm high. I smoked a little bit.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's not a word that bothers me.
Okay. I wanna try to just briefly and okay, gang.
My cheeks are so red. Sorry, I'm really high right now. Sorry, continue.
If you like this content and you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button and subscribe button. If you're watching this on Kick, hit that follow button. Throw me some love. That's great. I just don't know where to go from here, to be honest with you, because I think we've reached an impasse where nothing either of us say are going to get through to the other. Does that make sense at all? Like, I don't think that, like, because I wanted to figure out a little bit about you.
I think you figured out a lot. I think you got a good amount. You've tested the waters. You've seen me.
As much as one can.
What do you want to know?
Like
my
this.
favorite color?
No,
what my favorite song?
I don't give a shit about any of that. I guess I would just want to know, the last question I'll ask. What is your biggest fear?
My biggest fear in this space. My only fear in this space is me giving up simply because I was scared. Like, I know you've got to have a fear to be scared of something, but like, if that really makes sense, my only fear is that I give up because I fear. And whether that's, I fear that this isn't meant for me, I fear this, I fear that. I think we all have this inherent fear that we all need to deal with, that we all need to address, because fear is literally the only thing holding you back from what you're meant to have in your life. And I don't fear anything specific. I fear fear itself. And that is it. That's the only thing I fear.
He who has lost fear has lost a friend. A lot of cases. Fear is a protective mechanism. While I understand the sentiment, there is something to be said about caution. But it is your life.
Well, there's caution and naivete. Just because I'm not fearful doesn't mean I'm naive.
Bro, Merc has been reading her therapy books, bro. Fear is the root of all evil, and there's cautionary fear, in which you use wisdom to discern good and bad choices. And then, you know, wisdom is thing you're like, I always say, like, I'm never going to be truly wise until after I'm dead, because, like, what does that mean? And I don't think I'm a wise person, but I have moments of wisdom that allow me to think, you know, maybe don't drive my car with my eyes closed, right? Okay. Fear is great, but I think fear is the root of all evil, because fear stops you from acting. Fear keeps you from doing the right thing. Fear often keeps you from living your best life. If you have a bad relationship with fear instead of a wise one, you will end up stifling your life, which is fine. You can do that. I don't care, right? I'm afraid to see if I'm mentally ill. I'm afraid to get a diagnosis. I'm afraid to face my mother. I'm afraid to go to therapy. I'm afraid to skydive. I'm afraid to live my life. I'm afraid to fall in love. I might get hurt. I'm afraid to face my own death, right? I'm afraid to face myself, which is fair. It's really scary to face yourself. But she's working on it. She's 26 and working on it. And all these two people can do, and I love Wick. I don't know Aurora, and I don't want to, but they're over 30, nearing 40, and are on a completely different journey, not even close to what Merc's doing. And they have the audacity to be like, hey, I think you might be doing a very bad thing with your life. When Merc is like, I'm just doing the best I can. I hope it's good enough. And if it's not, you know, I'll handle my consequences. And they're like, not good enough. So I am here to say that I think unintentionally, these two very old people are emotionally abusing Merc. Not intentionally, I don't think, but I think it's bad enough that I would not talk to Aurora myself, because she doesn't seem very safe to talk to. And then Wick, like, he's probably going to want to talk to me about this, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Because I titled my videos, you know, how I felt. I do feel like this is emotional abuse, but I think this is like humans do this to each other. Like, it's like your mom gives you an eating disorder because she literally calls you fat and unattractive starting at the age of 6. And you're like, and she doesn't even know she's doing it because her mom did the same thing to her and her mom did the same thing to her. And it's just like cultural. In Middle Eastern culture, my mom didn't really do this, but she did it somewhat. She even had tenets of it herself. But I know some of my cousins' moms literally will call their daughters very fat at young ages so the girls stay quote unquote attractive. And they don't mean it to be harmful, but damn, is it bad. And they will literally joke about it. And they're like, can you imagine? She thinks I'm hurting her because I'm trying to get her to be pretty. And I'm like, bro, it's like they don't even know. And you're looking at them like, how do you not know? But they know, but they don't know. They don't know enough to face themselves. They don't know enough to face themselves because it's too scary to do it. Because then they'd have to say like, oh, I was a bad mom. And I'm like, yeah, you were a bad mom. In this area, you were a bad mom. But they can't. Name a parent who loves admitting they're a bad parent. Girl, not in the Middle Eastern community, let me tell you.
Just
Maybe
because
not.
I'm not fearful
Look,
doesn't mean
and-
I'm fucking retarded.
And
and
let's
just scared.
let's be real. I don't know what I'm doing either. Okay. I
I
have
know what
no
I
idea.
know what I'm doing. See how you included me in your verbiage?
Mhm.
Don't include me in that. You don't know what you're doing.
Sure,
I know what I'm
don't
doing.
know what I'm doing. I'll be real with you.
Neither
I
do
have-
That's one of the problems I've seen from so many people where they're like, I don't know what I'm doing. I was like, okay, but I know what I'm doing. And I might be wrong. But for the person that I am in this moment, I know what I'm doing. It doesn't mean, when I say I know what I'm doing, it doesn't mean I know every single detail of what I'm doing. I'm saying I trust myself enough to do this with intention. To do this with intention. To say, yeah, I'm going to consent to this. When you get a job and you join the military at 18, I know what I'm doing. I'm joining the military. But do you really know what you're doing until you're in boot camp? Do you really know what you just consented to? It's you're saying, I know what I'm doing enough to do it. I hope it works out. You're not saying, I understand every single thing about this thing and I'm never going to be surprised by what life does to me. I'm going to have a kid and I know, I know what I'm doing. I'm having a kid. I'm not having a kid. This is an example. Let's say I'm going to have a kid and you're saying, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to have a kid. You're not saying, I know every part of everything that's ever going to happen as a parent and I know no. You're saying, I'm doing my best. Here's what I've got. I know what I'm doing. It's like when you consent to sex. I know what I'm doing. I'm consenting to the sex. I don't know what that involves. Maybe it involves a lot of things. Maybe I get pregnant, but I'm at least consenting. I'm consenting to eating Chipotle. It might give me diarrhea. I'm going to take the chance. Okay.
No idea what I'm doing. When we talk about like, I know who I am. Who am I? I'm still trying to figure that out. I don't know. I guess that is me, is if we had to figure out Wick, then Wick doesn't know what he's doing, who he is, or why he's even here. But we're trying to figure it out, and we learn a little bit each day. Gang, I guess where can people find you if they want to find you in the future? If they like what you're saying and they want to come and check you out, where can they get you?
My kick, Merc off the perk. My Twitter, Merc off the perk, and then my Instagram, which is a little more difficult.
Did you have any questions that you wanted to ask or things you wanted to share that we didn't get to talk about that you wish we did?
Not really. Pretty much
enough.
get it all out.
Gang.
I will say this.
Oh, please.
I will say this. I hope that this aids some people in getting an inside scope to who I am as a person.
It did, girl.
I think that there is value in being real sometimes, even though the internet itself isn't. But yeah, I hope that this was able to answer some questions and maybe encourage people to work with me in the future. Probably not, considering I called her a cunt, but my apologies.
Oh.
I just,
I'm like you, like literally there is
13 sins. I'm like you. 13, number 13.
after having that profile picture on Facebook put up of me and that sent everyone, I'm so fucking numb to shit. Literally, I'm chill. It's good.
So good. I think this was a positive experience.
I'm glad we all think so. I enjoyed it. So
It's weird that Wick's not going to bring her on to answer questions, or keep her on to answer questions. I think nobody's in his room, and that's probably why that's happening.
thanks for coming on. And if you ever want to come on my show in the future, like normally we do panels and stuff like that, it's up to you. Reach out. I'm always welcome to have people on. But for now, Merc, we're gonna say goodbye. Say bye-bye.
Thank you for having me.
To the void.
Okay, so now I've cut the video. Like I said, if you guys are just tuning in, I cut the video. You guys can watch the full stream if you want. I watched it all this morning and I went through and I edited all the parts that I thought stood out to me as very like inappropriate because I didn't want to watch the whole thing with you guys, no offense. So here's this section. This is after Merc has just left. That's always the interesting part of a stream, is to see what people say after you've just left. So we're going to watch that and then he's going to switch over to taking panelists. And I think because what happened is Merc left and then people joined the stream. So I just want you to listen to some of the way that people have the conversation. So here's this section. What prompted this conversation? Merc was on Destiny and XQC and Tom Turkey, something Turkey Tom, and she had made the rounds, and Wick saw it, and Wick wanted to have her on. And then Aurora had some problems with her and wanted to talk about it. And then boom, here we are. And it was just, and he titled the video like insane woman, like mentally ill, whatever he titled it. Like he just basically, like, it was just the worst. This is one of the worst, I think, conversations I've ever seen on the internet. It's just so weird. You know, it's because she's mentally ill. 13, Brittany. Oh, yeah, true. Okay, here we go.
Okay, wow. Okay, that was a thing. Did I miss something? Did I tune out for a minute?
Bro.
Maybe I just don't have an ear for it. But why was she angry at you?
Okay, wait. You guys really think they're doing it on purpose? Do you really think they're doing it on purpose? Thank you. Yeah, I felt like I was missing context. There is context. I've edited this down. But like, it's pretty bad. Like, the whole conversation is basically like this. The whole conversation is like one thing after another, but watch the full thing on your own. This is only an hour and it's 2.5 hours long. So watch the whole thing and come back and tell me if I got anything wrong. But literally, do you guys think he's knowingly? I just feel like they can't be knowingly doing this. I mean, I just can't imagine that Wick would knowingly do this. I can't even imagine. I don't know, Aurora. You absolutely believe they're doing it? I think they're unconsciously doing it on purpose. Oh, like, I don't think they realize that they're doing it, this thing, because I think they just... Wait, Mudras operandi? What is that? You tuned out for multiple minutes. I think he tuned out, like, he seems clueless. She did it on purpose. I don't know. Like, I can't imagine they're really doing this on purpose. But I think it's like subjective. Maybe it's just in different bubbles. Maybe it's different ways. Like, look, I've had a hard time in these spaces sometimes because people just hear you and they just assume like the worst of you. And I'm sitting here like, why are you doing that, bro? Most people are just kind of like basically good. You know what I mean? Is it an ignorance or malice? I think it's ignorance, but it's malicious. It's like malicious ignorance, which I know is an oxymoron. I know it's like a contradiction, but I think malicious can be unintentional, even though it's malicious means intentional. I think you can be unintentionally malicious, personally. I really do think you can be unintentionally malicious. And I know that doesn't make any sense, but I really think you can be unintentionally cruel. How about that? It's like unintentionally cruel. Modus operandi means usual methods of operation. Thank you. Wick does debates for years. Let's alone with Destiny and all of them. He knows what he's doing. Maybe. Advanced ignorance can be indistinguishable from malice. Yeah, maybe. It's so just, I'm shook. Let's get to this part because it's interesting.
Okay. First up, I brought up the female card because when I was that age, I very much didn't trust females and tend to trust males.
14. Projection number 14. 14th time in an hour of a 2.5 hour video that she has once again made it about herself. Thank you. So 14, when I was that age, I liked men more than I liked females. So Merc must hate me because I'm a woman. Cool. She did fine with me, girl, and I'm a woman. So, wonder what that was about. Do you think maybe it had to do with the fact that I humanized her and you all didn't?
More. So that was my assumption. It wasn't because but I think what happened is, and I just want to say I was really trying to be respectful, and I am technically assuming shit about her, right? I don't know her. We don't know her, but I just very much saw someone who was sharing a lot of hurt, and I wanted to describe my vision of what that is and my concern for maybe self-destructive behavior because of that or something. That's the direction I was trying to go. And I think she was just feeling vulnerable and I struck a nerve, or she felt defensive or just didn't want to go down that route. Or, maybe she did feel attacked. I don't know. It wasn't my intention.
Olive, you're a little late to the party. What you got?
Well, hi. I was going to help translate.
Olive's volume is really low. So turn it up, guys, because it's up on my end.
Maybe why it kind of came off a bit rude to her, if you guys wanted. Just because, look, here's
I'm totally willing, yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. So I have a pretty big age difference with my little sister. It's about 8 years. And one of the really rough parts about 8 years is like 8 years is just enough time that you can see someone making some of the same mistakes you made, and you were like, why can't you just do it like I did it? And it's kind of like a self-protection. It's a projection of like wanting to protect yourself. So I know where you're coming from. You feel like I'm coming from this place of love. I want to show her all these things I've learned. But the problem is there's like just enough space there where this information is kind of coming kind of out of nowhere. And I think it also misses the point that people need to make their own mistakes, and they might not even learn the same lessons from those mistakes that you did. So that's actually why it's important for them to make their own mistakes.
Okay, hold on. This is a really great point. But Yaya says how weird she's feeling the way she told you she was feeling. That's why I'm upset. Merc literally said it over and over again. I am hurt. You are triggering me. I'm upset. You are doing this. And they were just like, I can't believe. I'm so surprised. She's upset. She's been literally telling you all stream like, hey, you're getting me wrong. It's like, hey, that's not, it's like they basically called her the wrong name the whole time. It was basically like they were like, oh, hi, Susan. Oh, this is Susan. This is Susan. And she's like, hey, my name's Merc. My name's not Susan. And then at the end, she's like, my name is Merc. And they're like, whoa, why are you upset, bro? And she's like, you've been calling me the wrong name. They're like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you the wrong name, even though you corrected me 100 times. It's like they kept calling her literally like the wrong name the whole stream. This is an example. And then wondered why she eventually lost her cool. And barely, by the way, she kept pretty cool. She did really well. But look at the way she's twisting it. It's like, what? What?
Because the thing is, my sister, if she had listened to everything I said, she would have had a really different life path. And so luckily, she and I had a really contentious relationship where we always fought and none of my advice was heeded.
True.
But I'm glad she didn't, because we're really different people in the end.
Same with my sister. We're very different. She seeks out my advice sometimes, but honestly, we're so different as people. She deserves to be her own person and make her own mistakes.
So I think that's one of the things I always advise is like kind of this whole like this giving advice of being like, you're making this mistake I made. It almost, I've never seen it land, to be quite honest.
Well, I'm not, I guess, I'm not necessarily trying, like I said, to get a result from her. That's not my end goal. I don't know her well enough. And I honestly think that she's just going to do what she's going to do. I was more trying to lead down a path of where I could kind of learn more about why she does what she does. And I bring up the age thing, and I understand how that can feel because I have older people who give me advice, and I know exactly what you're saying, where it's like you know, someone wants to seize the answer, but I'm just going to generalize. Someone sees the answer and they want to give this person the answer.
She doesn't have the answer though. The cringe part is like none of them gave her an answer that was valid for who she was as a person. None of them gave her the right answer, just like no one's giving Sneeko the right answer. As much as we want to pretend we do know the right answer for these people, we obviously don't. And if we do, I'm not sure what it is. Like, I don't actually know what the right answer is for either Sneeko nor any of these people. I know what some of the right answers are. I know what some of the things would be better than some of the things. But they are acting like if she would only listen to me. But if she listened to them, it wouldn't make sense because none of the advice they gave would make her life better. It would only make it worse. None of the advice they gave her today would help her in any way. That's my problem. They keep saying, oh, like what this girl is saying is like she needs to make her own mistakes and she's not going to learn the same lesson from them. And they keep saying, like, if she would only listen to me. But I'm saying, no, she shouldn't listen to you. You gave horrible advice. No.
But the answer is different for every single person.
Right.
So that's not what I'm doing. And that's, I can see exactly where maybe that's how she felt. So I appreciate that insight, but that's not the position I guess I'm trying to necessarily take. I am more, I guess, trying to delve and pry to the why. And I was sort of trying to lead that as an intro to the path. And of course, in the end, everyone's a human being and everyone's going to project a great deal of, you know, how they feel about their personal experiences. It's natural that I'm going to obviously feel concerned if I see someone do a certain thing and lead down a certain.
Oh my God. Cass, you're so cute. Cass says, did they give advice? God, I'm as bad as Wick. Would you guys say that they gave advice throughout this stream? Again, it is a clip stream. The full stream is linked in Discord and on chat. Do you think that during this stream, they were giving her advice? I would say yes. They were trying to give her advice, unsolicited and very rude, but that's what people do. That's like the kind of thing Just like when people tried to give me advice, and it's like, I'm sorry, like I will take advice from the people that know my character instead of the people who are trying to get to know me to give me advice. Could you imagine saying, I'm assuming a lot about this woman, I don't know her, let me give her advice? It's like, yeah, but say that, but mean it. Like, what did I do when I gave Xena hardcore advice? She came and talked to me and I said, girl, go be in love and live your life, girl. Right? Xena gonna do her own thing. Right? Misguided advice, if not advice, judgment, unsolicited is the key. Felt self-masturbatory. It's one of those things where like, look, say your piece. How about this? Say your piece, but only like if they want it directly. Like, okay, look, it's different if you make a video about someone and then they see it and they talk to you. But they didn't make a video about her. They asked her to come on an interview and then gave her unsolicited advice. Empty advice is useless. I mean, I think they gave her advice without the caveat in the back that she can do whatever she wants. Like whenever I give advice, I say, this is what I would do with this, but you could do what you could do whatever. The thing is they kept saying, you need to do this. I see myself in you. You should do this. Like they didn't say, hey, this is what I did. I'm not sure if it would work for you. It was more like, this is what I did and I regret it and you'll regret it too. And that was the problem I was seeing, right? I feel like you can't say, I regret this, so you'll regret this. It's like it's like the people who are like, aren't you going to regret your tattoos one day? I'm like, maybe, but who cares? Get it removed. Also, I don't care if I regret something. Just like, don't do it the next time, right? They wanted her to read between the lines of their attempted advice. How annoying. It's so interesting. Okay, let's keep going.
Path, if I'm focusing on that person, that is. And I think the focus was her today. And I think that I was just trying to get to, seeing outside of the orb she lives in and what might be down the road.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I'm just sort of trying to explain why I think some of that advice or some of that, like, investigation into the conversation comes with barbs. You know, like it's going to be like, it's like barbed wire, because people are just going to be really put off by this idea that they are making a mistake inherently when, like, because maybe it was a mistake for you, but it might not be a mistake for her. So I think that's what she kept kind of repeating. Is like,
I think she was
assumptions.
I think she's
that's what it was. It might have been a mistake for you, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a mistake for me.
Interpreting that this is how I think she's interpreting based on what you're saying to me and all this, that I am saying what she's doing as far as her streaming career is a mistake, and that's not at all. I hope that she's successful, and I hope that whatever it is in her
not that she's a streamer, but that how she goes about it, how she lives her life, how she does anything,
life fuels her and makes her happy is what makes her happy. I guess I'm sort of just coming from the position of, I believe that we can share cautionary tales without robbing someone of the thing that makes them happy that we're trying to share the cautionary tale about. That's all I'm saying.
By spirituality. Well, no, but I mean, I'm just like,
I edited it out, and I just wanted to hear you talk about the same girl is going to talk about the spiritual bubble just for a minute.
It wasn't like, I'm not saying she wasn't that spiritual. What I mean, she wasn't saying that crazy spiritual shit. She was saying like I thought pretty normal things in terms of like, she wasn't dropping like huge spiritual bombs that kind of take you down weird 5D paths. Like it was all pretty normative stuff. So it's weird that you guys are like,
I think you've been desensitized to what's weird.
Well,
Olive.
Again,
like Jesus take the wheel is normie shit. That's basically
the only thing that is weird is that people aren't used to hearing people talk like that on stream. That's the only thing. But when people talk about their spirituality, that was pretty straight up normal as far as it goes. Like, you know what I mean? Pretty standard. Nothing unhinged, nothing raising red flags. It's just people don't stream and talk about this.
No, okay, I think it's normal for like that's how people sound when you go to music festivals. But like when you're just in like Twitch discords, like that's not how people sound.
So like, okay, she's laughing, but that's actually meant to humanize her. She comes from a spiritual bubble and you're treating her like she's stupid for being there. But that's why it's insulting to have her on as a guest.
Okay, well, just because some people have to take drugs to be cool and get it and feel.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you generally like that's the only setting where I've heard people speak like that. I'm not
That's
saying
crazy.
that
Like, that's bubbles, right? So when I talk about bubbles, that's the end of it, guys. When I talk about bubbles and I say we only know what we know because we're raised in these bubbles, and these bubbles tell us, you know, what we think is only the my mom was so Catholic growing up, and she knew all about the New Age bubble and hated it, and used to tell me like Satan rules the New Age bubble and yoga is about demons. And here's the thing. I've only read one book in the New Age bubble, and it was about reincarnation. Not my thing, but it's Merck's thing. Merck is pro reincarnation. Okay, I don't believe in it. But I didn't have to tell Merck, oh my God, that's so funny. You believe in reincarnation. I was like, oh, cool. Like, I know people who believe in reincarnation. It's like talking to a Muslim or a Catholic or a Christian, or talking to people who think cheating isn't bad. We're all crazy people. We're all literally insane in our own ways. And also, we're just human. So again, for them to be self-righteous about Merck's position on spirituality and not their own, in their own beliefs and the way they judge people, is so funny. So a 26-year-old believes in spirituality. So I believe in spirituality, and I don't even believe in a God or magic or tarot or none of those things. I just think spirituality is that relationship you're having with like your consciousness on a more in-depth level. Relationship with nature and how like everything's a consciousness. Everything's a construct as well. You know, they think plants have a consciousness now, which I always thought anyways, girl. The science just behind. That's what I mean. Like, the science is just behind. But whatever, you know, whatever relationship you're having with reality, if you have a guest on, she didn't come on to debate. Well, not debate in the way that like change her mind. She doesn't want her mind changed. She just wants to have the conversation, you know? And everyone keeps having her on to debate her, but she's like a 26-year-old who keeps saying like, hey, dude, I'm just on a journey, bro. I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong. I feel good, but like, I don't know. And everyone's like, why don't you know? You should know. And then Wick will go, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. Exactly. Why are you holding her more accountable than you're holding yourself accountable? It feels like they want to hold people in their 20s way more accountable than they ever held themselves. They were disrespectful as hosts. Yeah, it feels like that. It feels like they were just disrespectful. Steve says, Brittany and I have a wonderful video on her channel about discussing spirituality. Yeah, like Steve and I have been friends for years. We disagree on very small things, but we have different relationships with reality and like what we're doing. But I consider him a friend. I like Steve. I've known Steve for years. He knows he's my friend. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to think the same on everything, but it doesn't matter. The point is, like, I don't want to dehumanize Steve, and I don't want him to dehumanize me and act like, oh, if only Brittany will change one day. If only Steve will change one day. No, Steve is chilling. I like him for who he is. You know? I just want to discuss ideas sometimes. Like, on my panels, I'm doing panels coming up. We're just having discussions. No debates. I don't want to change people's minds. I'm not interested. The world has enough people who want to change people's minds. I just want to understand people and chill. So that's why my work is centered around that for a few years now. And so I'm glad Merck came on. If you guys haven't seen me and Merck talk, it's a great conversation. It's really wonderful. And it's wonderful because I didn't care about her changing who she was, and she didn't care about changing me. You know what I mean? Oh, Steve, I will convince her I am always right on everything one day. Yeah. So anyways, that was the video I wanted to show you guys. Because I just like, I know Wick is a good person. I'm sure Aurora is a good person. I think lots of people are good people. Most people I think are good because they're good based off of their own beliefs and the way they see the world, the way they interact with the world. But I really think we're missing the mark here when people in their 30s and 40s are specifically targeting people in their 20s. Like, specifically targeting people who are young. It just feels very weird to me, you know? It's the same condescension that like super religious folks who are evangelical have, where they're just like, someday you'll believe in God, someday. Yeah, literally, it felt like, bro, it reminded me of like conversations with my family, who's so great. I love my family, but they're very much like, one day you'll see, one day you'll believe in Christ, one day you'll come back to the church, one day, Betsy, one day. And I'm like, girl, I've been an atheist for so long, girl, or agnostic, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if there's a God, girl, but I ain't got no proof of one, and I don't think there is one, okay? But like, if there's one, I'm wrong. How about that? But again, it's like, why do I need to believe in a God? I have no reason to believe this. Yeah, but it felt like that. It felt like they were giving her advice that they felt like if she didn't take, she was always going to be wrong about. not all advice works for all people, bros. We know that to be true, right? Okay, so where am I at? Let me look at my spoons. Let me think about my energy levels. Okay, it's 1 a.m. How tired am I? I'm not streaming on the weekends. As you guys know, because those are my Discord event weekends. I'm taking calls tomorrow, and I'm doing a Discord event on Sunday. If you guys want to be a part of that, join the Discord. But join October 1st. Join on the 1st of October. So you don't get recharged again. Because if you join today, you'll get recharged again in October. Unless you want to give me extra money, which I appreciate as it helps fund the channel. But if you join on the 1st of October, it will charge you once. And you'll get all 30 days of October for the same $10. And then you'll get a professional yoga class. I pay an instructor to teach us. You'll get a meditation event. You'll get a discussion event. And on the 1st, we're discussing age gap relationships because of the panel I was on with Wick. And so if you guys are interested in that, that's what will be going on there. I'm trying to think. It's 1 a.m. Should I end the stream? I think that's good enough. Look, I was already hot today. I was already name-cally today. I'm a human. What can I say? I'm just being such a 2 today. You know how it is. So I tried my best, but I felt really like injustice was done today. I really felt like it's inappropriate. Again, if you're in your 30s, why? Okay, again, you can hold people accountable, but you cannot project your values onto people. You cannot say, you're gay and I'm uncomfortable. So that's what they're doing to Merc, and it's just so inappropriate. She's allowed to be on herself and go on a journey. If you have problems with her content, make an argument. Okay? Make an argument. But don't belittle and talk down to somebody for 2.5 hours. You know what I mean? Just to feel self-righteous in the end and not even take accountability. Oh, no, I'm sorry she felt that way. Girl, what are you, my mom? Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way, Betsy. It's like, girl, you're lucky I've been in therapy, girl. This would have triggered the fuck out of past Brittany. Merc did a great job. Good for her. Merc's not perfect. She isn't going to be for many years. And then not even until after she dies, because none of us are. None of us are perfect. She won't even be healed for many years. She won't even be anything for many years. We are imperfect beings living in a very imperfect world. None of us will die perfect. She will only get healthier from here on, hopefully. I will only get better from here on, hopefully. But you're not going to get better if you double down. And you don't have to get better, by the way. But if you double down and you keep saying things like, I'm sorry you think I hurt you. It's like, that's not an apology. You have to go back to apology school. I hope Merc doesn't talk to Aurora again. I don't want to talk to Aurora. Not good energy. I'll talk to Wick, though, as I do like Wick, and he's been very kind to me in this space. I am absolutely open to talking to him, of course. We have a good relationship. I would hate to see it burn over my very colorful criticisms of their work today. So if Wick sees this, please message me. I know we can talk through this. Please don't burn the bridge. Let me get you guys some music as I head out tonight. Thank you for being here. Steve, thank you for the kind words. I do see them. I really appreciate it. I appreciate knowing that I've grown and that you are one of the witnesses who get to see that growth. I really appreciate that. Okay. I'm going to head out. Have the most fantastic evening. I will see you back here on Monday. And I usually clip my streams, but I didn't clip it today. I'm just going to leave it up and I'm going to timestamp, when things kind of happen a little bit, not too many, but I'll put in a few timestamps, Would you allow me a shameless plug on my Rumble? Well, you just did it for yourself, sir. I personally won't be on Rumble or Kick. I'd refuse to use those websites. But if you want to use that website, I respect your decision. So if you guys want to hop over there and check out Steve, he's a great content creator. Go for it, Otherwise, I will see you guys on Monday. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I will leave the stream up. I will put some timestamps. If you guys have comments about any afterthoughts or anything at all, just let me know. And otherwise, yes, Rain, I will see you at the age gap discussion on the 1st of October. Join Patreon on the 1st of October. Sign up for Discord. And I'll see you guys there for that discussion. Okay, guys. Have a good night.